conversation.
Hop on the Getter chat room.
Engage with patriots who are just like you.
Good morning, Getter friends.
We're breaking news, we're delivering the truth, and we're doing it on Getter
Every single day.
So don't wait. Download the Getter app now.
Sign up for free and be part of the movement.
It isn't just an app. It isn't just a social media platform. It's a community.
Everybody, welcome to the Tuesday edition of Just the News, No Noise. I'm your host, Amanda Head. My co-host and Just the News editor-in-chief, John Solomon, is out on assignment tonight. And as always, I'm reporting to you from Washington, D.C. and our WiredToFishCoffee.com studios. It's the official coffee of Just the News, so head over to WiredToFishCoffee.com and you can get an amazing 10% discount on their coffees, their mugs, all of their great products. So use the code JustNews at checkout. All right, President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill has finally made it through the Senate, but not without a few hiccups along the way, and it will now head back to the House of Representatives, where they will look to get it passed and on President Trump's desk before the July 4th deadline, and they don't have very long to get that done, do they? And President Trump addressed it all on the way back from his trip to Alligator Alcatraz in Florida, which I'll get into in just a minute. But first, take a look at how President Trump reacted after the One Big Beautiful Bill announcement came to him of it passing through the Senate.
We got there, we got pretty much what we wanted. It's an amazing, it's the biggest bill ever passed if we get this done. You know, most of the people wanted 7 or 8 different bills. And I thought that was tougher because they'd be 100% that they'd be done. This bill has something for everybody by doing it this way. So we're happy about it. We're happy with the result.
And considering the process of getting just this one bill through the House and the Senate, I think he's probably not wrong on the lengthy process it would have taken with 8 bills or so. All right, now the GOP no votes on the bill were comprised of Senator Rand Paul from Kentucky, Maine Senator Susan Collins, and North Carolina Senator Thom Tillis. All of those are likely suspects. It's also likely that the OBBB will pass the House in the next day or two, but that doesn't mean that there's no more drama surrounding the bill. Elon Musk and President Trump are going at it again, as it seems that their social media ceasefire has officially ended. Musk has been posting a lot about the bill again and again, bringing up that a new political party should be formed to tackle America's debt. He would call it the America Party. And before heading to Alligator Alcatraz earlier this morning, President Trump criticized Musk's criticism.
What happened to Elon Musk? Nothing, he's upset he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that.
Something tells me that we are probably going to be hearing a little bit more from both of these gentlemen in the future. And we have just one more story to get to involving President Trump. He visited what the administration has dubbed Alligator Alcatraz earlier today with former Governor Ron DeSantis, or with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem in tow. And the site used to be an old airport that the state of Florida turned around very quickly into an immigration detention center that is intended to hold up to 5,000 illegals awaiting deportation. And the president was in quite a good mood as he toured the facility. Here he is answering a question about the conditions inside Alligator Alcatraz, asked by RAV's very own Brian Glenn.
I think our viewers at home should note that this is air-conditioned facility, so if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here.
To be honest.
Hey,
Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here.
And I can assure you that compared to outside, inside of that facility was a lot better. All right, let's get back to the One Big Beautiful Bill. And I think my first guest of the night is going to have a lot to say about what is going to happen as it heads back to the House. Ping pong, back and forth as they deliberate. All right, joining us now, representing the great state of Wisconsin, Congressman Glenn Grothman. Congressman, thanks so much for being here.
Happy to be on the show.
All right, sir. So from what you have heard of the changes that came out of the Senate, now it is ping-ponging back to the House for you guys to get your hands on again. Is there anything that sticks out in your mind that you're thinking to yourself, we got to tackle this, we got to put this back in, we got to take this out, anything like that?
Thinking that, you got to remember when it first came out of the House, it only passed by one vote. I think the consensus of people, conservatives in the House, is the Senate made it worse. And our expectation was the Senate would make it better. I know Donald Trump wants it done by July 4th, but I think Donald Trump would agree we'd rather have a good package on July 21st than a bad package on July 4th. There are some things we knew were going to be in there last February, right? We all knew we were going to extend the tax cuts from 2017. We all know there's going to be no tax on tips or no tax on overtime. We all knew that there was going to be more money for the border. The question is, other than that, are we increasing or decreasing the cost of government, the scope of government? And I think a lot of us feel right now we're disappointed. As you know, I've been kind of focusing on something called the Earned Income Tax Credit, something where recently the Washington Post ran an article. We are paying developers 70% of the cost of their unit. I mean, look at some of these other tax cuts, these green tax credits. We are paying 70% of the cost of a new apartment building, which is ridiculous. And because of that, there are new projects in the District of Columbia costing over $1 million per unit for a rental property. Just unbelievable. You have a horrible program like this. Obviously, it should disappear. It's costing $12 billion a year. And so far, the Republicans have added to the program. They want to spend still more. They look at this ridiculous program that's can cost over $1 million a unit to build a new apartment dwelling, and they say it's got to go up. So that's the type of thing that I think has to come out before it passes the House. And I think too many Republicans, they didn't get a good enough pep talk when this thing began that our goal is to cut the role of government in American life, and we just got to straighten things out. And if that takes another couple of weeks, it takes another couple of weeks.
I mean, that is such a sizable portion of the bill to pay, as you know, for the federal government when it comes to these new housing units. What's the justification for that? Why does anyone think that the federal government should pay for that? Well, I shouldn't say the federal government, the American taxpayers.
Yes, a lot of politicians forget how hard people work for their tax dollar. They just figure it's free money, and they don't care if things aren't that good, or maybe the lobbyists just did a good job of soft-selling the congressman, or maybe they took him on a tour of a lavish apartment building and said, doesn't this look nice? Why don't we build more apartments like this? And the fact that 70% of it is paid for by other people's tax dollars that they worked very hard for, all of a sudden the politician forgets that, which happens way too much around there. And that's why, of course, that provision is in the bill and even expanded, because the type of congressman who voted to expand that program, they were not thinking how hard the taxpayer worked. We should not be paying over $1 million a unit for new construction, and particularly on projects that are supposed to be for low-income people.
Right. Absolutely. I hear you, and I can feel your emotion in it because it is just so nonsensical. Speaking of nonsensical.
Remember, they're selling you this as a conservative bill. No.
I know. And I mean, it's gallows humor, I suppose, because I think you're exactly right about that. But speaking of nonsensical, Senator Chuck Schumer said this earlier about the bill. He said, today, Senate Republicans betrayed the American people and covered the Senate in utter shame. And then he said, people will die, kids will go hungry. I think he's talking about USAID being stripped of waste, fraud, and abuse, but what is he talking about?
I don't know. I suppose they are looking at what we did in the past. I think they're looking at some work requirements, maybe, to get on some welfare programs. There's no danger of kids dying. And if he's worried about what's going on abroad, he's kind of being outdated because we passed that bill a while back. But there was a lot of waste in the foreign aid budget. As a matter of fact, worse than waste, stuff that would be better off if we didn't spend the money at all. Maybe that's what he was talking about, but there's no danger there. I don't think there's danger with regard to health care. There's so much waste in this government. We got to remember what Doge uncovered just a couple months ago. And we've got to remember that right now, we're borrowing 26% of our federal budget. I think the press ought to come back at Schumer and say, hey, we're borrowing 26% of our budget. 1 out of every 7 of your tax dollars is going for interest expense. How much longer do they think this is going to continue and America still be a great country? I mean, these people, they complain about everything like it's the end of the world. And I do not think anybody is going to be going without food at all, even remotely. As a matter of fact, I think right now there's probably more food out there than necessary. Whatever, we throw away something on the order of, I think, 30% of the food in America. And, you know, food stamps, school lunch, all that stuff continues.
Congressman, I suppose you and I are doing quite a bit of piling on when it comes to the negatives about this bill, but there've got to be some positives because you voted for it. What are some of the highlights in this? I know obviously border security, this is a historic commitment towards that, but what are some of the good things?
We have to continue the tax cuts that were put in effect in 2017, because not to continue the tax cuts means, as a practical matter, a tax increase for the American public. Not only is that bad on an individual basis because you and I have less money to spend, but it's bad for the economy because if all of a sudden people don't have enough money to spend, it hurts business, hurts jobs of people in retail and manufacturing, and the whole economy goes south. So I'd say the number one thing is we continue the tax cuts of 2017. I think number two, I like what they've done with the overtime and no tax on overtime. A lot of Americans out there, I think, would work more hours and would increase the productivity of this country if they worked overtime. But if they're going to tax you and nail you for 30, 40% of the additional money you make in overtime, a lot of people sit at home and say, why should I work overtime just to pay the government more money? So I think that was a good idea of President Trump and will increase the productivity of the average American worker.
All right, sir, we've just got a few minutes left. I want to ask you about something really disturbing. Over on CNN, they were reporting on this crowdsourcing app that allows people to input locations of ICE raids and deportations and arrests and things like that. And CNN reported on this. So, you know, they're putting it out there, making it even more well-known. And again, it's crowdsourcing, so people can contribute to this, and that's what actually drives the information on the app. At the same time, we have this new data out that ICE agents, that crimes against ICE agents, assaults against them have gone up 700%. Do you think they're related?
They're related. It's like they're cousins, the police, and it's a continuation of this idea of we hate authority members, we hate the type of people who are keeping us safe, and we want them to be physically harmed. We went through this in the get rid of the police movement a few years ago, and now it's get rid of ICE. And part of it is we have too many childish members of our society, spoiled childish members who think we can sit there and accept the 10 million people that Joe Biden left in this country without damaging this country. Even if they don't break the law, and of course some will break the law, even if they don't break the law, it will fundamentally change America. It's causing the cost of a lot of things to go up. It's increasing the cost of housing, of course, if we have 10,000 more people running around this country looking for apartments. And not to mention, it's going to change the ideological makeup of the country because a lot of these people don't believe in the freedoms that we take for granted and our Bill of Rights. So in many ways, this is a big problem. And of course, the attacks on ICE are driven by the internet right now, as these radicals are looking for people, just as Antifa used to be destructive. And they're going to get a given number of unhappy people to go along on this type of thing. The Antifa people.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, I agree. It's Pollyannish. It is a pie-in-the-sky notion to think that you can leave all of these illegals here and think
childish.
That it's,
childish. It comes from spoiled people who think they're always going to have this wonderful America we have right now, even if we let in another 15 or 20 million people. And I'll tell you, it's going to be a very different America, no longer the great America that you and I grew up in.
Yeah, sir, I remember seeing a video shortly before the election of a guy who used to be a Democrat, but he came out against all of the social justice issues of the left. And he basically said, elite Democrats, those are the people who can afford to worry about social issues. The rest of us have to just live our lives, work our jobs, pay our taxes, buy groceries, buy gas, and move on with our life, because it's a luxury to think about those types of things. Congressman Glenn Grothman from the great state of Wisconsin, thank you so much for being here, sir.
Thanks for having me, Amanda.
Absolutely, sir. All right, coming up, more on the One Big Beautiful Bill. Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent says that if the bill is signed into law, we are going to see incredible growth in the economy. But is our debt still a concern? You betcha. We'll talk about that after this break.
Hey folks, if you're a homeowner like me, you need to listen to this. In today's AI and cyber world, scammers are stealing home titles and your equity is their target. Here's how it works. Criminals forge your signature on one document, use a fake notary stamp, pay a small fee with your county, and boom, just like that, your home title has been transferred out of your name. And that's when the problems begin, because they start taking out loans using your equity and even sell your property. And you're not even going to find out it's happened until you get a collection or foreclosure notice months later. That's a nightmare, right? So when's the last time you checked on your home title? Well, if you're like me, the answer is never, right? You need to do something about that right now. That's why I've partnered with Home Title Lock, so you can find out today if you're already a victim. Use my promo code JTN at HometitleLock.com and you'll get a free title history report and a free trial of their $1 million triple lock protection. That's 24/7 monitoring of your title, urgent alerts to any changes that might happen, and if fraud does happen, they'll spend up to $1 million to fix it. That's a good deal. Find out why I trust Home Title Lock. Go to HometitleLock.com and use the promo code JTN. That's HometitleLock.com, promo code JTN.
Welcome back to Just the News, No Noise. The One Big Beautiful Bill has officially passed the Senate, and now it goes back to the House, where we get ready for some more debate. And that begs the question, what are the actual pros and cons of this bill? We have seen former allies of President Trump, like Elon Musk, come out against the bill for adding too much to the debt or the deficit. But we have also heard senators and congressmen who have voted for the bill, saying that it actually cuts spending. So joining us now to break it all down, break down the ins and outs of this bill and what it means for the economy and the American people, is economist from the American Institute for Economic Research, Thomas Savage. Thomas, thanks so much for being here.
Thanks for having me on, Amanda.
All right, I want to start, let's start at budgeting 101, because I think for the American people, it just seems really wonky that you can cut spending at the same time that a budget bill or a reconciliation bill increases the debt or the deficit. But those three things can coexist, can they not, and how?
Well, so this is something that's called a reconciliation bill, and that's where Congress tries to usher a spending bill through an expedited process to try to get in something faster than the normal budget process. We've seen this not just with the One Big Beautiful Bill, with those numerous omnibus bills over the years where Congress is trying to get something on the president's desk by the 11th hour. Makes you think of those students in school that were working on something and just submitting it before the deadline at 11:59 p.m. And so that's kind of what's going on there. They're trying to meet that July 4th deadline. But I think as Representative Grothman just before me said, they'd rather have a good bill get in on July 21st than try to rush something in that's not great on July 4th.
Yeah. And by the way, I was that college student for practically every single deadline, and somehow now I'm in the chair.
We've all had those moments. We've all had
I'm sure those moments were few and far between for me, I'm sure. All right, the good and the bad and the ugly of this bill. What's good?
So the good thing is the extension of the 2017 tax cuts. We like to see that. We want to see Americans keep what they're earning, because otherwise they would have been hit with a tax hike. We'd like to see those. You want to see those no taxes on overtime. You want to see those. It's good that Americans are keeping their hard-earned money. But even with this good stuff, it's a first step on a long road ahead. The long-term goal there should be simplifying the tax code. Instead of having a graduated income tax system with different rates for different incomes and dozens of escape hatches, so people end up declaring lower income or fewer income or saying this is exempt or that. Simplify things. Keep it simple. You should be able to file your taxes on a postcard. That's how simple it should be, because that way, there's reduces uncertainty. Yeah. Everybody pays a flat rate, and you save time, you save money, you keep your hard-earned money, and you don't get punished for making more money either.
Well, and Thomas, what happened to that? Because I remember that was a big initiative during President Trump's first term, and then President Trump was out of office. Danny Werfel came in, and that initiative fell completely flat. You think there's any chance that they'll pick that football up again?
Well, let's hope, but the jury's still out on that one, unfortunately. As with anything in Washington, once something gets started, it's very hard to stop and even harder to get something to reverse course. So even just trying to undo a lot of the Medicaid expansion that's happened over the previous administration, and try to rein in a lot of that waste, fraud, and abuse that we're seeing in these government-funded healthcare programs, just to keep them financially stable, at least for a couple more years, instead of having them dangerously run close to the edge, there is proving to be more difficult than expected.
All right, so I already know what you're going to say about the bad part of this bill, and I totally agree with respect to the state and local tax deduction cap. That was raised to $40,000. What was it before?
So previously it was capped at $10,000. That came out under the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act back in 2017. And so when you think about this, it allows big tax and spending states like California, states like Illinois, states like New York, to tax and spend as much as they like, and then have some of that offset by taxpayers in other states. Mm-hmm. If you're paying higher taxes, you deduct some of that in your federal tax bill, and that ends up being covered by the tax payments of folks who are living in low tax states. And so in a way, SALT allows irresponsible government spending at the state level. And for those folks that are still in the high tax states, I would say, many of my friends and family in New York, it's not the federal government's fault. It's not Washington's fault that your state tax bill is bigger. It's Albany's fault. The state governments need to rein in spending just as much as D.C. does.
Yeah, well, and I hate to talk about the obvious, but when it comes, if you've got a $40,000 cap on state and local taxes, anyone who's paying $40,000 just in state and local taxes, I'm pretty sure they're doing just fine, and maybe they don't need the deductions to begin with.
Well, that's the difficult thing is, of course, a dollar only goes so far in certain states. It goes much farther in low tax states than it does in higher tax states. And, it's like you can kind of feel the sympathy if you hear from folks that they're losing money, they're not being able to keep their hard-earned money, but that should translate into pressure on state and local governments to budget more responsibly. And at best, the folks that are being hit by SALT, SALT is at best a Band-Aid, but for those folks that are really being hit, but ultimately, again, it's hurting the majority of Americans. It's the majority of Americans covering the tax bills of wealthy folks in high tax and spending states.
Yeah. Well, as a Californian, I don't expect Gavin Newsom or anybody in Sacramento to have any type of come to Jesus moment when it comes to budgeting, but I guess we can certainly hope that the pressure would be put on. All right, the ugly part of this, this is a big piece of legislation. It is in the name of the bill, big, beautiful bill. So there's obviously going to be a lot of compromise. It means diluting some of the meaningful reforms, the Medicaid, reducing green energy subsidies. What happened to all of that? I mean, it obviously is not as potent as it was before.
Well, that's it. Like you said, these bills, any piece of legislation, but especially the large pieces there, legislation in this country, it requires compromise to get across the finish line. And so there are going to be members of both houses of Congress that aren't quite happy with the straightforward cuts. So they're going to want to water stuff down or add things here or extend the timeline on these certain things. But I think it was really interesting that even with the watering down of those Medicaid reforms, speaking of Governor Newsom, I was surprised to see that this week, California, Illinois, Minnesota, and Washington, D.C. ended Medicaid coverage for illegal immigrants. And California was even talking about adding a premium for Medicaid on legal immigrants. And I think that shows really that states, like you had mentioned, of all places, I'm surprised California's having this come to Jesus moment where they're realizing that whether it happens in this bill or sometime in the near future, Medicaid cuts are coming, so they would rather make those Medicaid changes on their own terms than have some surprise rug pull happen to them when the federal government says, oops, we can't afford to keep things going the way they are. We need to adjust the matching rate, and the states need to pick up more of the bill. So that was, I was surprised, but at the very least, it's good to see folks in these good to see, of all places, California, it's good to see them waking up in Sacramento to this.
Yeah, well, California had a $12 billion deficit that was ever increasing. So, they claim to have sympathy for illegal immigrants, but I guess they had to put a price tag on that sympathy. And turns out it's $12 billion. So,
yes.
Economist Thomas Savage, this was such a great conversation. Thank you so much for being here.
Thanks, Amanda.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, after the break, remember all of the high-level investment firms like BlackRock pushing woke ESG policies? We haven't heard much about that in a little while. Is it still happening? Is it still an issue? We're going to talk to the founder of a fund who is fighting against woke ESG investment policies about that next. The truth. How many different beauty potions do you have sitting on your bathroom counter right now? If it's more than just Vibrant Super C Serum, listen up. The ingredients in this one bottle can replace your day creams, your eye creams, your night creams, your neck creams, your wrinkle creams, and your dark spot reducers. It's made in the USA with the highest quality ingredients, including vitamin C, hyaluronic acid, vitamin B5, and vitamin E. Super C Serum delivers noticeable results. Simplify your skincare routine, get a healthier complexion, and minimize wrinkles and age spots with Vibrance. And if you don't find it better than your current skincare routine, you'll get a full refund. So go to Vibrance.com/justnews to save up to 37% off and free shipping. That is Vibrance, Vibrance, Vibrance.com/justnews. Welcome back, everybody. The fight against woke capitalism just escalated. The American Conservative Values Fund, or ACVF for short, is a proudly anti-woke investment fund traded on the New York Stock Exchange, and they are taking Airbnb to court after the company shut down a shareholder proposal that dared to challenge its political agenda. Backed by the Heritage Foundation, the lawsuit argues that Airbnb broke the rules by refusing to let shareholders even vote on a simple request, which was basically just to stop playing politics and focus on running the business. Imagine that. So joining us now is William Flagg. He's the founder and CEO of the American Conservative Value Fund. William, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you for having me, Amanda.
All right, so I want to actually go to the origins story of this lawsuit, because there had to have been some instances, some pseudo scandals or whatever with Airbnb that caused a shareholder or shareholders to bring up the point that they should not be politicized. Did that happen?
Yes, I mean there's a couple of instances a few years back where we became concerned that they were using their matching system, which is essentially kind of a credit score, if you will, for the people renting and the people renters. And that algorithm has the ability to discriminate against politically conservative people. The ability to discriminate against anyone. But our concern is that it could be used, for that purpose. And there was some evidence that that appeared to be the case, and that's kind of why we took the action we did to submit the proposal.
Yeah. All right. So tell us about this lawsuit. What exactly are you guys targeting, and what's the strategy?
Yes. So it is somewhat unusual. So the fund, primarily, we try to avoid the companies that we feel the most hostile to conservative values. We keep them out of the portfolio. For companies we do own, I'd say it's the next level of advocacy. We submit shareholder proposals. It's a right of every shareholder to do so. We've been doing that for a few years at this point with various companies, and Airbnb was the first that lost the proposal, so to speak. There's rules where you mail it, how you address it, when it has to get there, and they lost the proposal. And not only did they lose our proposal, they lost Heritage Foundation's proposal as well. And somehow they didn't lose a liberal proposal from Connecticut Retirement Fund. So as it's very rare that this happens, and I think it's even more rare what happens next, which is when we brought it to their attention, they didn't at that point say, we made a mistake. Let's it's a little extra work, but let's use proxies. They just said it was lost, and that's it. No recourse, and that's when the decision was made to take them to court to sue them.
So here's what I don't understand, and this seems like kind of a conundrum for liberals, and I guess maybe it's because they're just so consumed with their ideology. But if they think that their ideology is so morally right, it's so ethically proper, it is so popular, then why are they so afraid to have the consensus of their shareholders on it?
Yeah, I mean, just on a side, that drives me crazy is they just think they have the moral high ground. It's perplexing.
It absolutely is. So we are seeing a lot of companies put woke ideology, DEI hiring, ESG investments, even anti-Israel activism. They are putting that ahead of profits, and therefore putting it ahead of the profits of their shareholders. How did we get to this place in this country where Fortune 500 companies are more concerned about caving to woke Inc. than they are focusing on core values like, making money?
Yeah, well, it took a while. It took a while to happen, and I believe the pendulum has, reached its apex and is going the other way, which is the good news. And Donald Trump's exerting a lot of pressure on them, as long as as well as conservative advocacy groups. But I think it's it goes back a ways. The conservatives are the silent majority. So whenever the left is offended, there's outrage and mobilization and activism on their end, and they do have some captive CEOs like Larry Fink and some of the tech CEOs that are true believers in this stuff. And just basically the path of least resistance for corporate America to not get yelled at was to bow to pressure from the left, boycotts, shareholder proposals, just conversations in the public square. Whereas conservatives, I think I'd say we get upset once in a while, make some noise, but it's never anything sustained. And I think we're finally at the point where we have a sustained voice to put, reinforce that the company's shareholders are first. It's not stakeholder capitalism, it's shareholder capitalism. And companies are starting to move back towards neutral.
Yeah. William, I remember a few years ago, I was keeping a very close eye on the activities of BlackRock, and they seemed to be very anti-American because they, were participating in the sale of land, even properties and investments to the Chinese, even down to like talent agencies in Hollywood. It was bizarre. Are they still up to their same old tricks?
Well, Larry Fink publicly has backed away from a lot of the DEI initiatives in particular. He's such a true believer. And when something like this happens, you have to question his sincerity, right? Obviously, he's under a lot of pressure at this point to at least not be so public with his viewpoint. So, they give the impression that they've changed or they're going in the right direction. Of course, we have to question their sincerity and see where it goes. But, the overtures are there that he's toning it down.
Yeah. William, I don't know if a lot of our audience is familiar with your organization. They probably are, but I want them to know more about American Conservative Values Fund. So give everybody just a bit of a primer on the types of things that you invest in, what your mission is. Tell everybody about that.
Sure. Thank you. Yes. We launched in 2020. Right. A really tough time to launch. We launched right after the election of 2020. And it was pretty much a low point for conservatives that I spoke with, and then we had the Black Lives Matter and all of that. It was a difficult time, and we launched, and the idea was kind of like we were talking about earlier. Let's get politics out of the companies. Let's focus on shareholder value, maximizing shareholder value, and the fund we basically try to avoid. We're a large cap. Exchange traded fund, so a lot of people own 401ks and IRAs. In there's a mutual fund, a large cap mutual fund, owns some of the biggest companies, and I don't think a lot of people, when they look at that, they realize through that they're owning Disney, they're owning Nike, they own Meta, formerly Facebook, companies that are really working against their values, and on what we offer as an alternative is a fund that tries to eliminate the companies that are the most hostile to conservative values.
Fantastic. And I love that, and I know our audience does too. William Flake, founder and CEO of the American Conservative Values Fund. Thanks so much for being with us tonight, William.
Thank you, Amanda.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, up next, even though John is out on assignment tonight, he's going to be back for this one segment coming up, our weekly Just the News Health Update. That's going to be here right after this break.
It's almost Independence Day, and all of America will be celebrating. But here in Real America's Voice, we want to celebrate you. Every day from June 30th through July 4th, we're giving away a handcrafted, hand-painted hardwood flag to one lucky RAV viewer. These beautiful flags come from YourAmericanFlagStore.com, where 10% of every purchase goes to Your American Flag Foundation. Scan the QR code to opt in for your chance to win and receive future RAV promotions from our hearts for your home. Use code RAV for free shipping.
to the vamp there.
Welcome back, folks. One of my favorite moments of the week, our Just the News Weekly Health Update, brought to you by our friends at NativePath. Joining us right now, the co-founder and chief culture officer at NativePath. He's one of my biggest gurus. He's really helped me get healthier, Dr. Chad Walding. Doctor, good to have you back on the show. All right. We spent a lot of time the last 3 weeks going through and understanding the dangers of processed food. And I want to pivot today to, all right, we now know the dangers. We now know the sugars, the pesticides, the lack of protein. When you start eating more healthy, when you start pushing the processed food out, natural food back in, then you supplement it with things like NativePath. Tell us some of the things you're going to see in improvements and changes once you start doing this.
Yeah, once we start moving away from the processed and refined food diet that we've all been fed, right, that many of us have been eating for a long time, and we start moving back on the path to whole real food, in other words, the way our great-great-grandparents would eat, we're going to start to notice huge changes in our overall health. There's really three key areas that I always point to, right? Blood sugar regulation. This is one of the biggest things. Like insulin resistance is one of the key areas of what's making us so sick, right? So when you balance your blood sugar through whole real food rather than food that's got a lot of sugar in it, you are going to radically reduce a lot of the metabolic issues that you feel. So weight loss, right? Obesity, things like that. Blood sugar issues tend to go away a lot easier. Blood pressure issues, high triglycerides, cholesterol issues, all the things around the heart tend to get a lot easier when you go to a whole real food diet. And also another one that most people don't think about is your gut, right? When we move to a whole real food diet and move away from the processed and refined foods, our gut health starts to improve. You know, Socrates said, our real true health begins in the gut. This is where we break down food. It's where we absorb the vitamins and the minerals that we eat from the food. It's also when we eliminate toxins, right? So when we have bad gut health, that's going to set us up for a lot of the autoimmune issues that people might have. A lot of the stuff when people go to the doctor and they're like, I feel bad, I don't know what's going on. The doctor's like, I don't know what's going on either. Let's just give you some pills. You know, sometimes that can be helpful, but sometimes it's just poor gut health. And when you have good gut health and digestion gets better, your mood gets better. You know, a lot of the inflammatory issues that a lot of people have dealt with start to get better. So, you know, improving the quality of your life, extending the quality of your life, having more energy, having more productivity, being happier, being healthier, less dependency on pain meds, all of these things are a byproduct of moving towards a more whole real food diet, as we say, getting on the path.
One of the ones that I noticed, and I have to tell you, it was the one I least expected when I started on this journey, and that is I sleep better. I'm not agitated. I wake up in the morning, I'm way more refreshed than I used to be. Is that another part of the body that just gets affected when you get on this path?
Absolutely. And a lot of that comes down to sugar. And when people are dependent on sugar and they have big ups and downs with their blood sugar, right? You wake up in the morning, let's say you have a cereal, some orange juice and a toast and a Pop-Tart or something like that. That big up and down cycle leads to big swings in your energy, right? And a lot of times people will have that throughout the day. And then, you know, if they're eating carbs a lot throughout the day, and I'm really referring to refined carbohydrates, you go to bed, you're ready to sleep, but your blood sugar just takes this big spike again, right? And what that does is it gets your energy up and you're wired and tired, right? When you regulate your blood sugar a lot more specifically with good quality protein or surrounded by whole real food and good fats, you don't have those big highs and big lows. It's more stable throughout the day. It's less volatile. And that allows you, when you go to bed, to fall asleep easy, to fall asleep fast, and to stay asleep through the rest of the night because your blood sugar is more regulated, which comes from whole real food and good quality protein sources. So we hear that a lot, and that's a big thing. And when you sleep better, everything about your health gets better. That's a whole other world that gets underlooked because of the way we're kind of eating, but also our relationship to light in the modern world, right? So fixing sleep fixes a whole lot of things.
Yeah, it sure does, and it's been one of the many benefits. All right, one of the things I love about NativePath is it's so easy to do. I usually throw it in my coffee, or sometimes I'll have a strawberry smoothie in the morning. I love that, and I just throw it in. No flavor, there's no additives. It's easiest thing in the world to do to get, you know, a really big boost in your your health overall. What goes on after that happens? I take it, I drink it down, I go and I know I'm feeling better in a couple of days, but under all of that, there's some amazing things going on in your body when that absorption of the peptide formula starts occurring, right?
That's right. We're referring to collagen here, right? Collagen is the most abundant protein in the body. And like you said, this is a tasteless, odorless powder that you can put in your coffee, you can put it in your tea, you can just make it a part of your morning routine. And what you're going to be doing is restoring your collagen levels, which have been depleted because of the way we've all been eating and living in this modern world. We have to keep in mind what our biology actually wants in terms of diet. And our ancestors would get plenty of collagen because they would eat nose to tail. Again, it's the most abundant protein in the body. It's what makes up our hair, our skin, our ligaments, even underneath our tendons, our gut lining, even our heart is dependent on collagen, but we're not getting near enough. So many of us are depleted in that. So when you start consuming collagen on a consistent basis, people will notice, they report to us changes. And one of the first things they notice is what's happening on the outside. Like my nails are growing faster. They're stronger. They're not as brittle. They're not breaking as much. And when that change happens, people notice less wrinkles, the hair starts to grow back, and then the bigger stuff, the joints, like how well we moved. You mentioned earlier in a former talk we had about your elbow getting better, knee pain getting better,
that was real.
Back pain getting better. Yeah, so all of that changes because collagen, when we consume it on a consistent basis and we break it down, it goes into our body. The collagen doesn't just go to random areas of the body. It specifically goes to areas that are damaged and helps rebuild them. It's an amazing little molecule. It has this intelligence on its own. So taking it consistently, making it a part of your morning routine is one of the easiest things you can do for your health.
That's amazing. You mentioned before insulin resistance, and there's the new fad of GLP-1 injections. Everyone's getting them. They're the magic weight loss. But a lot of people can avoid that injection routine and the expense of it if you just get on a healthier path and you start getting collagen. You really won't need those injections, right? Because your body's going to heal itself from the inside.
That's right. Yeah, and it's a good thing to bring up. Is why were we having obesity, weight issues in the first place? Because of refined processed foods and sugar, right? So moving back to the basics, and I mentioned earlier, protein is one of the best things we can do. All the benefits that people are hoping to get from the GLP products, they could also get that with a chicken. They could also get that with a steak and some ground meat and some eggs without the side effects. And I'm not saying don't take the medication, but support it with this, right? You use whole real food, good quality protein, and things like collagen to support you on your health journey. In some cases, those medications can be helpful given the context of where people are at, but really support that with good, healthy things that you put into your body, and you'll see even better results.
It's amazing. It's really, I'm a first-hand witness to this, and I'm pretty suspicious. I'm an investigative reporter. I don't think it's going to work. It really works, and it's made a huge difference. I'm happier and healthier because of the path I've been on, and I want to thank you for helping me get there, Dr. Chad. Your education, the great products you have at NativePath are just amazing, folks. I want you to join me if you're moved by what we talked about today. Here's what you do. Go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now. There's a special bundle deal only available because you love RAV and you love Just the News. It's a fraction of the retail price. All you got to do is go to that website, getnativepath.com/justnews. Over 4 million jars of this has been sold, thousands of 5-star reviews. I'm one of them. 365 money day back guarantee. This is your moment to take control of aging before the symptoms get out of control. Go to getnativepath.com/justnews right now. Join me. Check it out. You won't be disappointed. All right, we're going to take a quick commercial break. Amanda will be back in a second. But first, a few messages.
Welcome back, everybody. We highlighted a story about a month ago about Emmy Award-winning actress Martha Byrne, her husband, NYPD Sergeant Michael McMahon. Martha tells us that her husband is a victim of weaponized justice perpetrated under the Biden administration. She's written a book all about it, too, so everybody go check it out. It's called In the Interest of Justice. Well, her husband has now begun his prison sentence. Joining us now to talk about all this and to get an update is the wife, Martha Byrne. Martha, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate you having back on.
Yeah, of course. And you're such a wonderful, wonderful, aggressive advocate for your husband, which I would want my spouse to be if I was in the same situation. We've only got a few minutes left in the show, but this is important. So take a few minutes and tell our audience, for those who didn't see you on this show a month ago, just give everybody kind of a quick briefer on what has happened to your husband.
Oh, he's a retired NYPD sergeant, and he retired and became a private investigator. And in 2016, he did a routine case, some background checks, asset searches, some surveillance, and never thought about it again. Totally routine case. And then 4 years later, they arrested him. The FBI came to my house for failure to register as a foreign agent and interstate stalking. And it was outrageous because there was no evidence of any wrongdoing, no crime. So, of course, we felt, let's go to trial and he'll win. But what we saw happen was insane, and he was found guilty of interstate stalking and failure to register for FARA and given 18 months in federal prison. And the judge said she wasn't giving him that time because of the crime, because he kind of said he didn't do a crime, but that he had no remorse for the victims, which the victims couldn't even identify him in court and had no idea who he was. So I'm not sure how that worked, but he had to report. Yesterday, I just got back from Michigan. They sent him 600 miles away from my family. And Amanda, I can't even wrap my brain around it. It's so outrageous that they're putting a man who's committed no crime and had overwhelming evidence of his innocence that we couldn't present at trial. They suppressed evidence. They lied to the jury. FBI agents lied on search warrants, on criminal complaints. And I'm speechless as to that my husband is 600 miles away in a federal prison now.
And remind me again, the CCP connection. How does that tie into all this?
So the alleged victims, he was actually a former Wuhan official who was here in this country and illegally. My husband was hired. He was hired just to find assets of a man that had apparently stolen money from China. That's all he knew. His client had millions of dollars stolen from his family business. And my husband was hired by a New York company to find his houses, like a day in the life kind of thing. And sure enough, he found millions of dollars of real estate transactions. And then he just kind of moved on with his life, a typical case. But apparently there was another lane going on that Mike had nothing to do with, that was about repatriating this fellow back to China. But the crimes that he had committed in the United States, this man, we were not allowed to even bring up that at trial. So there's a big CCP connection. One of the agents, Robert Riley, FBI agents in New Jersey, was actually communicating with the alleged victim, helping them with their immigration, helping them with the civil lawsuit. So there's a lot of complicated stuff that has nothing to do with Mike. He was just doing a routine job.
And I know that this started under President Trump's first term, but it was the Biden DOJ who was really weaponized against Mike, right?
Correct, because under Trump's first term, as we know, Christopher Wray and Comey, they were spying on Kash Patel, Carter Page. They were off the rails. So the fact that my husband was victim of that is no surprise. But the fact is, it's all coming out now of what was really going on in the spying. And we're a victim of that as well. It's so similar to Donald Trump's case of just making things up to make it a case out of nothing.
Well, and one of the biggest successes of President Trump's first term was the First Step Act. And under that provision, there was a great amount of sympathy that was shown by President Trump and the people who were supporting this reform, because they laid out a limit of how far someone can be imprisoned away from their family. And this violates that, doesn't it?
It does. It's 600 miles away. And again, what I have to tell you this is that based on the sentencing report, which was filled with lies about my husband, that he's this horrible person, he was stalking. Of course, they're going to send him far away from, as a police officer, away from this area. But you're basing it on bad information.
Yeah.
So, and listen, everybody was very kind there. Yesterday was, leaving him there was extremely painful.
I'm sure.
But everyone was nice to him. But yes, I think Donald Trump is going to be horrified because I can't visit him every day, or my children, or to fly 600 miles away just so we can see him for an hour. I mean, it's making me sick just even saying that, because he's done nothing wrong. So again, he's overpunished, overcharged. It is the classic case of abuse and weaponization of the FBI, which is out of control, and the DOJ and the Eastern District of New York was.
Martha, I don't want to cut you off, but I spend about 30 minutes, everybody, with Martha on my podcast, Furthermore with Amanda Head. So if you want to hear more details about it, go check that out. But that's all we have time for tonight. Have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
Well, good evening, everyone. Welcome to the program. We've got a lot of news to cover, including an update on President Trump's big, beautiful bill. But we begin tonight with an exclusive story, one we've covered for you here on Stinchfield. The possibility that there was a second shooter in Butler, Pennsylvania, during that assassination attempt on President Trump's life. That Crooks, the shooter, may not have acted alone. He may not have been the shooter at all. Could there have been a second shooter? Well, we raised this question. This movie was set to air this month, be released not far from me in Dallas at the Texas Theater. But lo and behold, after our program here, the producers got an email from the Texas Theater. Let me read it to you. Quote, "Hi, JD." JD's the executive producer, by the way. "We just need to know how you would like," can we put the email up, please? VO1. Thank you. It reads, "Hi, JD. We just need to know how you would like your refund received. The screening will not be taking place at our theater. If you would prefer not to receive a refund, that's your choice, but the screening will not be happening here." Well, the big question is, why isn't the screening happening in the Texas Theater? That's where Oswald, by the way, was captured after allegedly shooting JFK. Now, we sent an email to the Texas Theater. Our emails went completely unreturned. So the executive producer of Who Shot Trump came to me and said he is desperate to get out the information that he believes there is a cover-up. He told us on this program that he had absolute proof of a second shooter. I'm going to play for you a 4-minute clip from the documentary Who Shot Trump. that goes through that proof. This is exclusive to Stinchfield. You will see it only here. Take a look.
Less than 2 months after the assassination attempt, the NewsSpotter team hired a drone operator to photograph the entire AGR complex and the farm show area. We also scanned several structures using a LiDAR sensor. Then we tracked down the owner of a piece of construction equipment that was struck by one of the bullets that day. That piece of equipment's called a telehandler. Those are the big yellow forklift type vehicles holding up the speakers on either side of the stage. One of the bullets struck the south telehandler's hydraulic line, which caused hydraulic fluid to spray out and the speaker array to come crashing down. The owners of the telehandler allowed us to scan it and also provided pictures of the bullet hole in the hydraulic pipe. And here it is, folks. The only bullet hole from the Trump assassination attempt that has ever been seen by the public. A lot of people, including the FBI, have been hiding this from you. The FBI actually cut that hydraulic line with the bullet hole out and seized it as evidence. But the telehandler's owners took this picture before the FBI got there. So why would the FBI want this bullet hole hidden? It doesn't make sense. But actually it does, because that bullet hole contradicts the FBI story that all 6 bullets originated from the north towards AGR. And here's how. Look at this footage of the hydraulic fluid spraying out of the bullet hole again. See where the spray goes? It goes back towards the barns behind the stage. It doesn't go towards President Trump. The U.S. Secret Service sniper team leader on that barn, in his transcribed interview on page 140, says, quote, apparently a round had hit one of the hydraulic fluid hoses that was holding up the screens and speakers. It sprayed all over top of us. You can also see the wet ground on this overhead photograph. It clearly points east towards the barns, not north towards the stage and AGR. How is it possible that a bullet fired from the roof of AGR makes a bullet hole in a hydraulic pipe that sprays fluid in a completely different direction? Doesn't seem possible, does it? But if the bullet that made this hole came from the direction of the barns, then wouldn't someone have noticed? Well, yes, in fact, 2 people noticed it, and they're actually 2 highly trained experts. The Secret Service sniper team on the north barn roof testified that they thought someone was shooting at them because a bullet actually passed between them on the roof. One of those snipers was so adamant that the bullet just missed him that he testified on page 88 of his transcript, quote, I looked at my partner and said, how close were there rounds on your left? And he looked at me and he turned white as a ghost and said, I heard them all on my right. Those rounds were snapping right between us. I'm telling you that I could have reached out and smacked these projectiles out of the air with my hand. They were that close. I could feel the pressure difference in my eardrum as these rounds passed. Ladies and gentlemen, one of those rounds was most likely the bullet that struck the telehandler. And if it passed between the 2 counter snipers, it could not have come from the roof of AGR. They're too high up. If the sniper on the roof of AGR was shooting at the counter snipers and missed, those bullets would have gone high in the air, not down towards the telehandler. Those shots had to come from the tree line to the northeast. And if that's true, ladies and gentlemen, there are at least 2 shooters on July 13th. And at least one of them is still out there.
All right, so the big question is, why don't we know any of this before now? Before this movie, Who Shot Trump? I hadn't heard any talk about the Secret Service agents who had rounds flying by them, testified before Congress, as you saw there. I want to bring in now the executive producer of Who Shot Trump. J.D. Wilcox is with us. J.D., welcome back to the program.
Great to see you again.
All right, J.D., you didn't want to release originally this, what you call absolute proof of a second shooter. You're now coming to me releasing all of this, which certainly raises my eyebrows when I look at it. Why now? Why just a few days after you came on to release this information now?
Well, that's an excellent question. A lot has happened in those few days. The first thing that happened is the premiere that we were going to have at the Texas Theater was abruptly canceled. That theater owner had been trying for a couple days to force me sort of to take a refund and go away. I was refusing to do that, and then eventually they just outright canceled me. So when I realized that there was starting to be some resistance to seeing this movie, I figured it's much more important to get this information out there, because if I'm correct, and I believe I am, there's at least one person out there who was there shooting at President Trump or the Secret Service that day, and that person's never been brought to justice. So that means that person is most likely still out there. And if he's still out there, the president is still in danger.
So clearly, the FBI knew about this other bullet hole in the hydraulic line. They cut that out and take it with them. You handed over the last couple of days this evidence, this portion of your documentary to the Secret Service. What was their response to you?
Well, they were incredibly polite, and they said that they were going to take this evidence and investigate it seriously, and they would report it to Washington, D.C., and if they needed to contact me anymore, they would. They wanted to speak to me extensively about this. The agent I spoke to said, "We really want to sit down and talk to you about this." And I said, "Well, that's great. I'm going to record this interview." And they said, "No, our superiors won't let you record this interview." And I said, "Well, I'm not going to speak to you off camera without a recorder." And so they said, "Well, we'll just take the video and investigate it." But they didn't want to talk to me on camera.
All right, let's go through the hydraulic line. Basically, what you're saying is the way that the hydraulic fluid was spraying out would have been spraying out in the direction the bullet came. Is there any way the bullet could enter and just blow a hole any direction? Had you talked to engineers? Are you pretty sure that this is the case, that it would only blow in the direction the bullet came from?
Yeah, we're very confident about that. There is one possible way that a bullet could hit that hydraulic line and spray fluid in a different direction, but if that was the case, it would have to hit it at a glancing blow. And as you can see from that picture, it's not a glancing blow, it is a direct hit. And that means the fluid is going to spray out in the direction that the bullet came from. We actually hired a forensic expert to look at this, and they verified our findings.
All right. Is there any way the Secret Service agents could have been mistaken? So the Secret Service agents on the roof, a higher roof than what Crooks is on, say bullets are flying by them. Your thought is, and it makes sense to me as a guy who's been around firearms, if you have somebody shooting up, the bullet is not going to very closely going to be able to hit something that's below that angle. Ultimately, bullets come down, but that would be a long way away. Is there any way the Secret Service could have been mistaken here, or is there any way those bullets could have come from Crooks's firearm?
Yeah, we've really searched for a possible way that the bullets that went past those Secret Service counter snipers could have come from Crook's position on the roof, but it's not possible. There's actually a gigantic tree between those snipers and Crooks. It's why those counter snipers never saw Crooks on the roof, because he's hidden by this giant oak tree. And so he would, number one, Crooks would have had to shoot through that tree. He would have had to known where they were and somehow mysteriously saw them through this tree to be able to shoot at them anyway. And as you said, he's below their height. He's shooting up at them. There's no possible way that that bullet, if he shot it, can come back down and hit the telehandler, which is not only to the west of those counter snipers, but it's far below where they are. So there's really, unless physics and math don't work the way we believe they do, there's no way that Crooks could have fired that round.
All right, so you believe the shots came from the tree line then. Under doing the same analogy, going the other direction, do you believe the shots were fired at President Trump, or were they being fired at the Secret Service agents themselves? Was there a way for the shooter in the tree line to have a sight on President Trump?
Yes. The location that we believe those shots came from in the tree line, that shooter, if he's in those trees, would have an angle to shoot at President Trump. There's a popular conspiracy theory that a second shooter would have been in the water tower, but our analysis proves that the water tower actually does not have a shot at President Trump, but those trees do. So that shooter could have shot at President Trump. He could have been the one, or she could have been the one that hit Trump initially, although it's unlikely. You're asking me to speculate, and in the movie, I don't speculate at all. I just show the proof. I can speculate now if you want, but honestly, I'd rather just let the facts and the evidence speak for itself, and I'd like everybody to come to their own conclusions.
All right, and from the tree line, did they have elevation enough that they would be able to shoot between the snipers who were on the roof in a downward fashion towards President Trump?
Yes. So it's possible that they could have shot at those counter snipers and still hit Trump. Yes. But it's unlikely. It's much more likely that that shooter was providing cover fire so that those counter snipers could not return fire at Crooks or at anybody else who was actually shooting at the president.
So you think that the strong possibility is that shooter in the tree line may have been shooting at the counter snipers?
Correct. At the very least, it seems that shooter may have been trying to distract the counter snipers from firing at the actual people who were shooting at President Trump.
Okay. All of this, folks, I'll remind you, adds on to the fact that we didn't get fingerprints from Crooks. We didn't get DNA from Crooks that we know of. They washed the roof the next day. They cremate the body days later. All of it just stinks to high heaven. And if there's a cover-up going on, we want to know why. And so that would fall on our buddy Kash Patel, who's a good friend of this program. My buddy Dan Bongino, also a good friend of ours. And J.D. Wilcox, I hope this spurs some answers out of the federal government. And I appreciate you releasing this to us. Tell people where they can find who shot Trump and real quick where they can find you on social media.
Great. Thank you. The website is whoshottrump.us. All relevant information about screenings and releases for the movie will be there, whoshottrump.us.
All right, and we hope to get answers from the Texas Theater, too. As I mentioned, they did not return my emails about why they canceled you. J.D. Wilcox, thank you so much, folks. As we move on here, I can tell you that one of the reasons I'm sure they canceled, because they always do, anything surrounding President Trump. That's all they want to do is cancel him. Very, very sad. I want to move now real quickly to Alligator Alcatraz. President Trump announced today with Ron DeSantis, this place is going to be open for the baddest of the baddest. You're going to try to escape. You're going to have to deal with Alcatraz, Alcatraz of the Everglades, that is. And you're going to have to deal with alligators, not sharks in San Francisco. Here's President Trump today.
It's known as Alligator Alcatraz, which is very appropriate because I looked outside and that's not a place I want to go hiking anytime soon. But very soon this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation.
Folks, I want to tell you this is just unbelievably smart, brilliant President Trump fashion. This is about messaging. This is about showing the image of Alligator Alcatraz and telling everybody that's here illegally, you want to go here, or do you want to self-deport? I've been telling you this self-deportation program is a phenomenal success. We are getting more people out of the country than Tom Homan could round up if he had 1,000 agents every day on the streets in every city in America. It is amazing this self-deportation is working over 1 million. This, again, incentivizes people to self-deport themselves. Now to the big, beautiful bill. And a big problem I have with Republicans, and again, their messaging. Republicans in the United States Senate and often the United States House of Representatives are just plain dumb. We had all believed that there was an amendment to the big, beautiful bill that failed the House of Representatives that would kill the ability for illegal aliens to be on Medicaid. Well, apparently this amendment, according to Eric Schmidt, the senator from Missouri, was just a messaging amendment to force Democrats to vote against kicking illegals with criminal records, by the way, off of Medicaid. We are now being told that the original provision that bans all illegals from Medicaid is still in the bill. But every major conservative didn't understand that, including members of Congress didn't understand that, much to the disservice of Republicans who offered this up. I'm talking about John Cornyn, who, quite frankly, is a dope with this move. Here's Andy Biggs, just as confused as I was a little while ago.
Yeah, it doesn't. It makes no sense. It's indefensible, quite frankly. And this is getting back to the part of we're going to get rid of all the incentives and inducements for illegal aliens to come into this country. Well, you just kept a major one right there, and that's part and parcel of this thing coming back. Is how do we get rid of the 1.4 million illegal aliens who are receiving free medical care, and that the House is really outraged about.
As well they should be, but apparently it's still in there. This is just absolute bullcorn, folks. First off, what is the United States Senate messing around with stupid messaging amendments anyway? We wanted the bill passed. Get it done. Move it to the House and stop fooling around. Y'all don't know how to message. Leave that to me, quite frankly. All right, on with me now from Unleash Prosperity, good friend of ours. Executive Director Tim Doescher is with us. Tim, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant. Good evening.
Good evening to you. Tim, this apparently fooled a lot of people. I'm pretty sure it fooled people because I think Eric Schmidt is right that this provision is still in the bill now. But again, you had everybody thinking it's out of the bill.
It almost reminds you, and by the way, I am not comparing this at all. I'm a big fan of passing this bill. It ain't perfect at all, as you're mentioning, but it is a $4 trillion tax hike if we don't pass it. So we do need to pass this bill. However, it kind of reminds me of when we would criticize Pelosi for having some massive 1,400-page bill and not knowing what's in it. You got to pass it to find out what's in it. Remember that little number from Obamacare?
Of course.
And I think that we're just going through this thing right now. The eggheads on Unleash Prosperity are going through this thing right now, and we are seeing some things that got in that didn't get in. That we were told that Senator Scott's Medicaid amendment was going to actually get a vote, but it never even did get a vote. They never even brought it up. So there were some disappointments in this process, but like I always say, making the sausage is a nasty, ugly process, but man, is it interesting to watch.
And it's amazing because guys like you and me and your team at Unleash Prosperity are trying to go through this. I'm telling you, if I have to spend an hour trying to figure out what's in the bill, what's not in the bill, can you imagine the American people? And I'm not even convinced any of these United States senators knew everything in the bill, which now brings us to the House. They're going to have to go through this thing. I think there's going to be a lot of Freedom Caucus members that aren't really happy with this. My gut feeling tells me it gets through. What does your gut tell you?
It's got to get through. It has to get through. And again, this isn't just about tax reform. This is about what you're talking about right now. This is about border security. I mean, think about this, Grant. I just want to pause for a second. Remember what we had to do to claw $5 billion in the first term of the Trump administration to build a few miles of wall? Remember that massive fight, how they were just clawing every cent, every penny the Democrats wouldn't let us? Now we've got over $50 billion in this thing, just at our fingertips right now to finish the wall, to open up more courts, to fortify the border even more than we have right now. It is such an impressive thing what they're doing. We've got the Golden Dome for our national security, being able to shoot down ballistic missiles that may be coming over. I mean, it's a huge thing. Why haven't we had that before? But that's in this now. And so I at least want to point out some of the really good things in this, as well as staving off the tax hike, before we just kind of say, focus on the negative.
Well, look, I'm with you in the fact that I believe this bill needs to be passed. I'm okay with, guys, if we can get a little improvements, polish it up a little bit without totally putting it in jeopardy, I'm all for that. I think the thing that is different now when I look at a $4 trillion, now $5 trillion that we're going to move to when it comes to deficit really is quite frightening. But the CBO is a joke, the Congressional Budget Office. They don't know what they're doing. And we do have President Trump, who has given us our word that this is going to grow the economy. We are going to reduce debt and deficit. And I'm going to put my trust in him because he hasn't let us down yet. I'll give you the last word, Tim.
It's a great point, and you do have to trust that President Trump is going to be whipping this thing, getting the members in line. You know, he will do that, but also just remember this: we need to grow the economy. We have to grow the economy if we're going to do the things that President Trump said in his campaign. Remember, we got to get out of the Biden mess that he left us. If we're going to do that, we have to extend the Trump tax cuts of 2017, and that is what the best thing that this bill does at this point. It does that. Now, remember this as well, and I know we got to go, but just remember, we're not done yet. We can get another reconciliation bill. It's just this bill right now. We can go back for more. There is that will, and they say, oh, no, it can't be done. Well, skip that, man. It's President Trump. Anything can happen under President Trump. You know that. So let's do it.
Absolutely. And with all of us behind him forcing these jamokes in Washington to do it, there's nothing that can't be done. From Unleash Prosperity Now, Tim Dozier, it's great having you on, buddy. Thank you.
We'll see you, Grant. Have a great week.
Absolutely, and happy 4th of July to you as well. All right, folks, listen up. You need to learn about Energized Health and intercellular hydration, supercharge your energy, boost your immune system, and dramatically increase your brain function. Look and feel years younger, all through a simple and natural process. Don't believe me? Go to EnergizedHealth.com and check out hundreds of amazing testimonials. Energized Health offers a 100% money-back guarantee. They're A+ rated and have helped thousands over 20 years. Go to EnergizedHealth.com. While you are there, check out their free masterclass. That's EnergizedHealth.com. I lost 15 pounds in 2 weeks on the Energized Health protocol. Make sure you tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, RFK Jr. has recently announced some stunning revelations about vaccines. We get into it next. Welcome back, everyone. I saw an interview with RFK Jr., the Secretary of Health and Human Services, and Tucker Carlson. And what RFK Jr. had to say absolutely blew my mind. I've always been questionable about vaccines, all of them, but I've never been a total anti-vaxxer. But as I start to learn more and more information, I start to think, has our healthcare system, as one of my friends said, lost its soul? It seems to be all about money now and not about health. Listen to this.
There's a published article out there now that says that 50% of revenues to most pediatricians come from vaccines. And then there's a whole structure where Blue Cross and the other insurance companies pay bonuses to the pediatrician to make sure, if, for example, 95% of if their clients are fully vaccinated, they get a huge bonus. It could be tens of thousands of dollars.
Bonuses? I thought they weren't supposed to be getting bonuses from the pharmaceutical companies. Oh, wait. I found out that there's only 2 areas where you can get bonuses: from vaccine manufacturers and cancer companies. Go figure. RFK Jr. continued.
And that's why your pediatrician, if you say, I want to go slow on the vaccines or I want to have a little different schedule, your pediatrician will throw you out of his practice because you're now jeopardizing that bonus structure. And these are all perverse incentives that stop doctors from actually practicing medicine and caring for the client because they're looking at the bottom line.
I've literally heard this from parents, that if they say they don't want to get their kid vaxxed, the pediatrician's office says you're not welcome here. Really, it's quite sad. I want to bring in now from the Wellness Company. She is Chief of Disaster and Emergency Medicine over there. Our good friend Dr. Kelly Victory is with us. Dr. Victory, it is so great to have you on the program.
Thanks, as always, for having me, Grant.
All right. I remember when doctors were getting in trouble for taking all kinds of kickbacks from pharmaceutical companies, and then I learned that vaccines and cancer drugs, it's okay.
Well, the way they've gotten around this loophole, and that's what it is, Grant, is by taking the incentives are actually coming through the insurance company. The vaccine manufacturers pay the insurance company, and then the insurance company, whether it's Anthem, Blue Cross, Blue Shield, United Healthcare, whatever, they incentivize the doctor. So the letters go out to the doctor saying, oh, dear doctor, from the insurance company, if you get X percentage of your patient population fully vaccinated, we will incentivize you with X, Y, or Z bonus. And as Robert Kennedy Jr. said in that clip, it's not just tens of thousands of dollars, it can be hundreds of thousands of dollars. Your average pediatrician in this country might make, as a standard, around $180,000 a year, say. They can double or triple that number if they comply with the vaccine schedule and make sure that their full patient load is vaccinated. It's a tremendous perverse incentive. It should never be allowed to happen. And as you said, it also does occur in oncology care. Oncologists, about 55% of the income of the average oncologist is that what he or she earns from chemotherapy drugs. Again, I'm not saying that that's why they prescribe them, but you really have to question why so many doctors are hesitant to even suggest other courses of treatment, alternative drugs, repurposed drugs, and they always go to the chemotherapy protocol.
Look, to think that now you go into medicine as a young buck and you're gonna save lives, you're gonna help people, and then you're turning families away from your pediatrician practice because they don't want to take the vaccine and you're not going to get paid for it. I have a feeling this happens far more often than we may really realize.
Well, sure. Think about, you don't hear about doctors saying, well, if you refuse to exercise 30 minutes a day, 5 days a week, and that's a CDC guideline, I'm going to kick you out of my practice. You don't hear them saying, well, if you don't stop smoking, I'm going to kick you out of my practice. If you don't stop having, sex with multiple partners, I'm going to kick you out of my practice. There are lots of CDC guidelines and recommendations, but they aren't incentivized on those. They're incentivized to vaccinate their patient population populations, and therefore that is what they do. Furthermore, there is so much fraud and corruption in the research, Grant, that most physicians don't even know the truth about vaccines.
And that's what's so scary. You know, I have a 16-year-old son. If I knew what I knew today, I'm not sure he would have gotten all the vaccines that he got. He may have gotten some of them. I would have gone through individual ones and looked at them. And I think Dr. McCullough had said to me, who's one of your colleagues, says, oftentimes, it's the amount you get at one time can be the problem as well. So let me play this clip from RFK Jr., cut 4 for the guys. This is, you talk about burying studies and not getting the truth. Here's why.
He said the only one that has ever been studied is DTaP, which is diphtheria, tetanus, and pertussis. And they said that the one study that was done showed that, yeah, there was a link with autism, but we're not going to count that study because it was based on the VAERS system, which is CDC's only surveillance system.
They bury this. Then this, remember, RFK Jr. is now the Secretary of Health and Human Services. He's not just some guy spouting off. He has access to get the truth, and he's still telling us what he believes is the truth here. Dr. Victory, I'll give you the last word on this. Maybe a message to parents, if you can, in about 30 seconds or so.
Well, again, I think really the safest thing is to wait as long as possible. The World Council on Health has a document saying safer to wait, which does not mean that you will never vaccinate your children or that they won't get some vaccines. But we are giving far too many, far too quickly in groupings that have not been studied. Robert Kennedy Jr. is absolutely correct in that. And there has been an awful lot of data that has been buried. There's fraud and corruption. The CDC has known for decades about the relationship between certain vaccines, certain vaccine combinations, and an increased risk of autism. It isn't just with the DTaP, it's also with the hepatitis B vaccines that are given to most infants within the first 3 days of life, despite the fact that they are at zero risk for hepatitis B unless they're being born to a known hepatitis B mother. And that's very, very easy to test. So why we are over-vaccinating these children can really only be attributed to one thing, and that's the amount of money that people stand to make by pushing these shots.
You know, I always say something good comes out of every tragedy, and I do believe COVID, the virus released on America, our response to it was a giant tragedy for America. But certainly, if there is a silver lining to all of it, it was a wake-up call for all of us and a real spotlight on our healthcare system and what's really at play here. Dr. Kelly Victory, it's always great to see you. Thank you for coming on tonight.
And thank you for having me.
Oh, absolutely. Hey, this would be a great time to tell you that it is no secret, as you know, that America's healthcare system is broken and its future is uncertain, even with a new administration in Washington, D.C. So don't rely on chance. Prepare for medical emergencies now with who else but, yes, the Wellness Company. Their doctors are medical professionals that you can trust, like Dr. Victor you just saw, and their line of prescription medical kits are the gold standard when it comes to keeping you safe and healthy. From the flu to COVID and a trip to the beach or a trip overseas, the Wellness Company has a prescription kit designed to keep you and your family safe. Go to twc.health/voice. Use promo code VOICE to save 10%. All right, folks, California is about to pass one of the most restrictive gun laws folks, have ever seen. If you own a Glock or any other pistol like it, look out if you're in California. And this bill, what happens in California, doesn't always stay there. It's next. Folks, there is a bill up in the California State Assembly that would devastate gun owners. They want a ban. It's called the Glock bill. Well, the Glocks are probably one of the most popular pistols in America today, but specifically this bill goes after striker fire pistols, pistols with a pin, not a hammer. They say they can be turned into machine guns. Watch this idiot, this California Assemblyman who introduced the bill.
Automatic weapons are lethal and capable of firing hundreds of rounds per minute. They are also legal here in California. Unfortunately, some semi-automatic firearms feature a dangerous design element, allowing them to be easily converted to automatic weapons through the attachment of an easy-to-use device known as a switch. Gun manufacturers have refused to fix this deadly design feature.
It is outrageous to me that you think automatic weapons are somehow more deadly than a semi-automatic weapon. I can kill you with both of them. And the reality is guns in the hands of good people protect people. They want to ban every pistol in California, and they'll take that bill and move it all the way across the country. I want to bring in with me now Riverside County, California Sheriff. He's running for governor out there in a Republican primary. Chad Bianco is with us. Sheriff, it is great to have you on the program.
Thanks, Grant. Great to be here.
All right. You and I have talked about this bill. What do you think is the ultimate goal here on behalf of California Democrats?
Goal is, and it's a ban of weapons. This has nothing to do with safety. This has absolutely nothing to do with a Glock or a striker firearm, any of them. This is 100% about making sure that they have a back door around the way to eliminate us being able to buy handguns in California. It's just another gun grab from the far left.
Yeah. For those of you at home that don't know or are not gun folks, these striker fire pistols, Sheriff, correct me if I'm wrong, they're probably the most popular pistols on the market today. Between Glocks and SIG and other manufacturers, these are wildly popular. And in my opinion, the Supreme Court has already ruled that guns in common use cannot be banned, and this is exactly what California is trying to do, Sheriff.
Absolutely, and repeatedly, our legislature, our governor, and our attorney general have basically said they don't care what voters say, and they don't care that we have a constitution. They are going to push for their gun grabs, push to eliminate firearms in California, and this is just another one.
All right, you said something very interesting to me, Sheriff, that you're not sure that this is coming from the assembly themselves, that this is the governor and the attorney general pulling the strings here from the highest levels of the Democrat Party. Is that correct?
Absolutely. Our attorney general, he's made it clear that he wants to ban guns, and so has our governor. They are against the Second Amendment. They don't believe we should have guns, and this is just another way for them to somehow eliminate them.
All right. You are sheriff in one of the largest counties in California, Riverside County. It's not far from Los Angeles. For everybody out there that doesn't know California, as a sheriff, guns in the hands of good people, where do you stand with that? And for all those Democrats out there that say, oh, law enforcement wants guns out of the hands of citizens.
Yeah, that is absolutely not true. That is definitely not something that we want. We are all in favor of people being able to protect themselves, people being able to protect their families, and our Second Amendment allows that. It is a God-given right. It's not a government-given right. It is a God-given right to protect ourselves and fire a reason. Gun laws have done nothing to help keep us safe. They are only to eliminate guns in the hands of good people.
Sheriff, can I ask you, if you get to the governor's mansion in Sacramento and a Republican were to finally take over, what could you do on day one to make life easier for gun owners in California?
Yeah, well, number one, it's setting the agenda, and it's setting the tone of what's going to happen for that year. And we will no longer have. And if the Democrats, if we still have a supermajority by then, if they want their bills passed, they are going to have to work back to normal, away from this gun grab, away from this anti-Second Amendment, because citizens have the right to protect themselves. They have the right to own guns, and they have the right to purchase all of these. Our handgun roster, our magazine limits, everything that they have done is only to harm law-abiding residents.
I don't know if you have the exact numbers, but maybe anecdotally, can you tell me in Riverside County how many of the criminals you're arresting are all concealed handgun license holders going out and randomly shooting up places?
Yeah, that's easy at 0. I have over 60,000 CCW holders in my county. They do not commit crimes. Criminals commit crimes, and that's the end of the story. And there is no legitimate common sense argument otherwise. Everything else is an absolute lie.
Yeah. Sheriff Chad Bianco, I wish you all the luck in the world in your race for governor out in California. And I appreciate you fighting for the people out there. There's not a lot of pro-gun politicians, not that you're a politician, but not a lot of pro-gun leaders in California. A few, you're one of them. We appreciate it. Thank you for coming on tonight.
Thank you, Grant.
Absolutely. And be safe out there, too, and give a big thumbs up to all your men and women that wear a flag on their shoulder, keeping us safe, especially as we're coming up on 4th of July, right, folks? I mean, I can't believe we're already in July. All right. So listen to me. If you are dealing with back taxes or missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait. The IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement. There is good news. Tax Network USA is there to help. Whether you're a self-employed, run a business, or your books are a complete mess, their team knows how to cut through the chaos and find solutions that work. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem, doing it now, could help you avoid harsh penalties, wage garnishments, and even surprise bank levies. Take the first step. Call 1-800-905-8000 or visit tnusa.com/RAV. And right now, in honor of our nation's birthday, Tax Network USA is offering 10% off all services through July 4th. Go to tnusa.com/RAV to get started. All right, no surprise, only 36% of Democrats are proud to be American. But we know Stinchfield's Army is topping 100%. Well, it's time to show it, all right? We're going to tell you about it next. back, everybody. Listen to me. We got a very big announcement for you and a very cool little program. It is a flag giveaway. And you can go to YourAmericanFlagStore.com for this. It's very, very cool. I want to bring in the CEO of Your American Flag Store. James Stake is with us. James, welcome to the program.
Hey, Grant. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. It's a pleasure to have you on. So I thought we'd do this because we got the 4th of July coming up. Every day is the 4th of July, I'm sure, in your business, basically. But why don't you tell me what you guys are doing and what you're giving away here?
So yesterday we gave our first flag away on RAV for the 4th of July week to Cindy Shell of Bentonville, Arkansas. She'll be getting a flag from us. It's an OG. Today we're going to be giving away we're going to give away a rustic walnut today. So if you go to our website, YourAmericanFlagStore.com, check out the original Old Glory section. The rustic walnut's what we're giving away today. All of our flags are made by hand, 100%. And I ended up calling into the RAV station and trying to work out a deal. I'd love to. The RAV viewers have been such huge supporters of ours for years. And I reached out to Park and Rob Sig and said, hey, I'd love to give some flags to your viewers. They've been so supportive of us and we want to give back to them. And they jumped all over. So here we are. We're giving away flags this week to RAV viewers.
All right. And explain the flags. Are they wooden flags? Is that what they are?
Yeah. They're solid wood flags made from 14 different pieces of wood that we assemble here. Everything is hand painted. We do have a printed option, but we also have the option to where every single piece of art and star on our flags is hand painted by hand and brushed by my wife. What we do here is very, very different than what anyone else does. It's handcrafted from start to finish. These are flags that you're going to be handing down for generations.
All right, this is about a love of America, and I want to tell people where they can get it. I'm going to tell people also about this winner. And, James, I appreciate you coming on and telling people about it. Big congratulations. He mentioned her, Cindy Shell from Bentonville, Arkansas. She's the first winner of one of these handcrafted symbols of patriotism. Here's what I want you to do. There's a barcode, or excuse me, a whatever you call those little things, QR code. Scan it on your screen, okay? And that's how you sign up and get a chance to win one of these things. Or you can purchase one and show some support to James Stake and his business over there, YourAmericanFlagStore.com. Use promo code RAV for free shipping. All right, I'll tell you, I know a guy who is a patriot. I think he's gone crazy, though. I'm talking about the Liver King. He's been threatening Joe Rogan. He got arrested in Austin, where apparently he's accused of going to Austin to try to pick a fight with Joe Rogan. He got arrested for that. He's got an ankle monitor on now. This is him talking about getting out of jail. Cut 3.
I don't know if you heard, it's my get out of jail party today. We can't go to the Beyonce concert, or we could. But what we're choosing to do is obey the laws of Texas and be grateful for being able to party with family today.
He gets a little crazier. And then I look at his eyes, and one eye is dilated, one eye isn't. It's a bizarre situation with him. I made the claim that I don't know if he's infected with parasites. Remember, this guy was eating raw meat. And the fact that you're eating raw meat for much of your adult life, we know the parasites there. They can get into your brain. It is an absolute fact. Wouldn't surprise me. It should get checked out for it, Liver King. And I'm still watching you, even though you're using steroids or not. But he calls out Joe Rogan again, even after he was given a restraining order to stay away from him. Listen.
We're going to go somewhere today here in Austin. If anybody knows where Seth Rogen's, the other version of him that rhymes with blow, if anyone knows where its family's going to be today, if you could let my team know so that we can stay within 200 yards, not close to them.
Just let it go, man. Let it go. He doesn't want to say Joe Rogan's name, so Blow Rogan, Seth Rogen, all of it. Bizarre behavior for a man who is running a $100 million supplement company with all the success at his feet. And then, of course, he got busted for using steroids, admitted it, and it started to collapse. By some accounts, he's still doing fine. By other accounts, the business is getting crushed. Either way, I wish him well because something's off with the Liver King. What would you do if passengers on your flight started chanting Free Palestine? Oh, gosh, I got to fly tomorrow. They better not start chanting this.
Tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to guns or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna. Take Vienna!
The national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room. In a culture that celebrates the weak, show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
All right, folks, I got to fly tomorrow. We're going to have a special on instead of Stinchfield tomorrow night. And I got to get on a plane. And I told you the new Allah Akbar is Free Palestine. I don't know what I would do. This is why I carry a tactical pen with me on the airplane. Sometimes TSA catches it, sometimes they don't. But they're yelling Free Palestine on a plane. Really, not a good thing to be yelling. Have some respect for others around you. You're going to scare people, unless that's what they want to do. Probably is. They're all lunatics. They really are. Free Palestine, my Lord. How about this? Happy birthday, America. All right, folks, we'll see you soon. I'm Grant Stinchfield. Stinchfield's Army Rolls. Thanks for watching, everybody.
If your TV sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B. on Real America's Voice.
All right, it is live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice, on a Tuesday, brand new month, July 1st is here. Glad you're in, everybody. On a Tuesday night, Real America's Voice, Slick Rick is here. He's going to do some sports. Slickster, how are you?
Doing good, Big D. How are you?
Very good. How was your day today?
Good day, productive. Lot of things to do, but good. Good, busy like everybody else.
You know what I did today?
Can't imagine.
Had an old stove.
Oh. I hope it was inside, not outside, because it was like 100 degrees out.
He has a pool.
It was outside.
You have the pool,
lit up,
right?
One of those new cigars that we got.
How was it?
From that guy.
Yes.
Good, right?
Tasty?
The whatever it was, Don't Tread on Me or something like that. He sent those new yellow ones with the yellow wrapper that have the. Did you know those have the Constitution in the wrapper? It says "We the People" on the wrapper, and if you look at the wrapper, I should have brought it in to show you guys. I know this is riveting on TV.
Yeah, I'm on the edge of my seat.
Oh, sure.
But they have the Constitution in the wrapper.
Wow.
Like, it's hard to see. I don't know what they call the method of putting it on there, but it's so cool.
Wow.
Yeah,
life, liberty, and the left lung.
But it was good, though, so that was fun. Actually got outside and relaxed a little bit today.
Yeah.
Good for you. You don't do that much. You're always on the go. I know.
I do not. So I actually went in the pool, which was nice.
Nice.
Because it was about 100 degrees at one point today. So
it was warm today.
Yes, it was.
I was wearing a suit.
Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie Mac, how was your day?
Yeah, I'm good. I went outside, too. I lost like 5 pounds. I mean, it's hot, humid. I feel like living in New Orleans right now.
New Orleans, come on.
Well, I'll take this over what we've had for the last, seemingly forever.
Yeah, it was brutal.
Which was cold and rain. I was in a sweater last week, so I'll take 90s.
Wow.
Not too humid, but I'll take that over what we had.
Yeah. It was a good day, though. I'm working on that production I was telling you about. I'm producing a 90-minute show. I'll make that announcement at some point when it's ready. But that consumed most of my day.
I almost just said what it was. I'm glad you said that.
Oh, it's top secret right now. We can't talk about it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, Cones of Silence.
Oh, well, I'll just hold this over Vince's head because I know what it is. I could blurt it out at any time.
You see how I've shared it with you?
Yes.
I've shared a very important piece of information with you.
Well, I've known the name for a long time.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, my God.
But I promise you I won't say anything.
No, well, don't mention...
As long as you do what you're told.
Peter Lemongello. Don't mention any of these guys if you could. That would be great.
Are my tickets put aside for opening night yet?
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
You just tell me what you want and who you want to go, and you're set.
Well, me and Slick.
I'm coming. Come on.
There'll be a lot of paparazzi there.
I probably have a nice suit in the closet just ready for that.
Well, when I tell you who it is, you'll have a particular outfit for it.
Okay. I have an outfit for everything. Trust
Slick's
me.
going to give me one outfit, too, to wear.
Come on, Big D.
So
I'm going to hook you up.
Together.
Hook you up.
So, all right, very good. Aaron and Fran holding it down as always. I'm glad you're in. What are we talking about tonight? I don't know. There's a lot to talk about, but I'll tell you what I want to start with, and it's not a story, but it's a Gallup poll. And it's the percentage of people who live in the country who say they're very or extremely proud to be an American. Now, before I tell you what the numbers are, and don't look at my screen, Vin.
Oh, thank you.
Or it's Slick. Well, Slick can't see it, but Vin could if he wanted to.
With my glass out.
Let's go. They went back to 2001 and looked at the same poll. They do it every year. In 2001, the percentage who say they're very or extremely proud to be an American. The Democratic Party, what do you think the percentage was in 2001? Slick, I'll give you first chance. What percentage out of 100% said they were proud to be an American in the Democratic Party in 2001?
I'm going to say 80%.
Okay, Vin?
No way. I say in the low 50s.
In 2001?
50, 53%.
No, you're way off. Slick is almost right there. 87%.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
You know what it was in the Republican Party then?
In 2001?
Yep.
Oh, with Bush? Right? Probably 53%.
No, what are you kidding me, Vin?
I was going to go with Slick. Pretty close to that.
No, it's always higher than the Democrat. 90.
90?
Wow. 90%.
Wow. In 2001?
Yep. Fast forward.
9/11. Yeah,
fast forward to 2025. What do you think the percentage is of the Democratic Party now who say they're very or extremely proud to be an American? Slick, your percentage would be?
45.
Okay. Vin?
34.
Ooh, Vin's got you on this one, Slick. 36%.
Thank you.
Wow.
What do you think it is in the Republican Party today?
90%.
Vin?
Nope. 63, 64%.
Slick's got you. 92.
Wow.
Come on. Boom.
That's the Gallup.
I love that. I love it too.
I'm so glad to be wrong.
That's a good one.
And
Wow.
it just once again proves the
Amazing.
I don't know how you share a country or a state or anything with these people. They hate the country.
Yeah,
true.
They're doing everything they can to tear it apart, and it just once again proves the Democrat Party hates America, and I don't think that's a stretch. Now, that doesn't mean all of them. I know plenty of people, friends who are Democrats, who love the country. But the majority of this party, the mainstream party, does not, or at least in their actions, don't prove that they do. They certainly don't. They certainly don't. Are not in love with the ideals of the country, the founding documents of the country, what the country believes in, the idea of individual liberty, of the individual, private property rights, all of the things that we enjoy and cherish in this country, seemingly. And again, I want to just make the point: not every. I know plenty that do that have those, that love those things as well. But the majority of them, 36%.
Yeah.
Only 36% say they are proud to be an American here.
Because all they kind of run on, especially with the small percentage on the progressive left, they just run on negativity about the country, the divisive stuff. If it's not the George Floyd stuff where everybody's racist, there's an incident, not everybody's racist.
Nope.
It was an incident, a bad incident, but not everybody's racist. But of course, they say everybody's racist. Then there's the whole trans thing. Well, yeah, of course, everybody's trans. Not everybody's trans. Very few people are trans. And you're letting them play in women's sports. They take these isolated issues, but it's a small percentage of them that have scared so many people. And I saw this quote today. You remember the actor John Cusack?
Sure.
Yeah, he's a great actor, right?
Paul was talking about him last night.
He was.
I enjoy his show.
Job.
The 80s, baby.
Did he mention that he says Iran should get nukes to protect the Middle East from U.S. and Israel? This is the mentality of so many people on the left. To your point, I have plenty of friends that are liberals. I argue with them on a regular basis. They love this country. Okay? Period. And then you've got these folks. But those are the ones that we're talking about. They're the ones on the fringe left that get, visibility. And they're crazy.
Brad Smith, who's I believe he was the former chairman of the FTC, if I remember correctly. He said about this poll, he said, if you notice the Republican pride in the country has never fallen below 84% in this time from 2001 to 2025. The low was under Obama in 89%. That was in 2016, right before Trump took office. Pride amongst Democrats seems much more dependent on the party that's in power, dropping 26 points in the last year. Republicans are proud of the country, while the Democrats seemingly appear only proud of their party, which I think is an interesting way to say it. Interesting distinction.
Well, if you think about it, what did Chuck Schumer do with this bill that he was trying to delay everything with? He decided to read the entire bill, right? It took 2 days. What they should be reading in Congress is the Constitution, because it seems like none of them really know what the Constitution really says. They know how to say this is a constitutional crisis. They don't really know what it says. And I think that's something that we might have to force them to do. Read the Constitution. It's pretty clear. Like there's some things that you maybe can interpret a little differently, but it's very straightforward in how the country is laid out and the way that we have our freedoms, but also in the simplicity of how the whole thing works. And the things that they're all for, the things that they go crazy for, it's not in there. But they chose to read a bill instead of the Constitution. I think they should read the Constitution. I think they should all start reading the Constitution. Might help.
Yeah. Well, the other big news, obviously, is the big, beautiful bill that's been going on for the last 36 hours in the Senate. And now J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote as it was 50-50, make it 51. And now that gets out of the Senate and heads back to the House. And I said, I think it was yesterday's show. I said it'll be an interesting, as the bill gets back to the House, an interesting test on the Speaker, Mike Johnson, as he tries to weigh what the Senate did to the bill, the Freedom Caucus, and making sure that he has enough votes to make final passage to get it to President Trump's desk. They're still shooting for July 4th, which of course is this Friday. And I was wondering what the speaker was going to think when the bill got back to them, given what the Senate did to it, which I think universally is agreed made it worse.
Definitely.
Well, and I see this headline in Politico tonight. Johnson on the mega bill. I'm not happy with what the Senate did to our product. And by the way, my opinion, as you all know, you don't all have to agree, it wasn't that great to start with. House conservatives like Representative Ralph Norman are chiming in to declare their opposition already to what the Senate did. Speaker Mike Johnson said he's not happy with the sprawling legislation the Senate Republicans just sent back to the House. Here's Johnson's quote. I'm not happy with what the Senate did to our product. We understand this is the process. It goes back and forth, and we'll be working to get all of our members to a yes, Johnson said outside. Of course, you know, I don't know about you. Maybe you don't agree. I'm really getting Pelosi vibes from this whole thing, and that we have to pass it to see what's in it. It just feels like a quick, like, don't worry about what the Senate did. We're going to ram this thing through and just try to get it passed. We're going to just shove it down your throat. I mean, that's the sense I get tonight in the little that I've heard people talk about it. Johnson said, so high stakes, aggressive schedule, and we knew we would come to this moment. The comments come as conservatives like Representative Ralph Norman are saying they won't vote for the domestic policy legislation, which Senate Republicans passed on the thinnest of margins, obviously this afternoon, after a grueling all-night vote-a-rama, as they're calling it. Norman told reporters outside the Rules Committee that the House should send back its original plan to the Senate and leave town, instead of even considering the Senate Republican plan. My advice to the House is to send the House bill back, pack your bags, go home, and tell them to get serious, Norman said. The math doesn't work. They've added $670 some odd billion, Norman said. I mean, billion nowadays, that's pretty light, isn't it?
I thought it was a trillion.
Yeah, if it doesn't have a T in front of it.
Yeah.
I don't think it's not even really serious legislation if we're not going to blow trillions. Asked whether July 4th is still realistic, Speaker Johnson said, we'll see what happens in the next 24 hours. So that's where we are. The bill comes out of the Senate today, 5150, back to the House, and we'll see what happens from here. We'll talk more about it. Plus, we'll do sports, news. Delgado will be here. He says he's going to be a little late. Live from Studio 6B. Brand new month, July 1st. Heading towards the birthday of the country. July 4th coming up on Friday. Again, no show on Friday. I'll remind you of that every day this week. But we'll be back right now on a Tuesday night. Hang on. Social media, we're coming in.
Project empowers post 9/11 veterans and their families with life-changing programs and services.
I realized I could be successful in a civilian career.
We stand by warriors and advocate for their needs going forward.
They were by my side in the hospital, and they're still with me today.
Through our programs, community, and advocacy, we're proving
anything is possible.
Learn more at woundedwarriorproject.org/connect.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're going to build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
The poverty is unimaginable. There are people who are struggling.
This is where she washes the dishes.
If you're ever going to allow your Christian faith to rise and to do something for God's chosen people, now is the time.
This is the home of Galena.
She's 96 years old.
This is what she had to eat for today.
She has one pot with water and wheat.
My father was killed by the Nazis, and I was an orphan. I didn't know about God. But now, in the cold, hungry nights, I pray for food to the God I've never known. There are good people that love you.
You see the tears. Scripture says joy can come in the morning, and you can be the reason.
Right now in Ukraine, elderly Jews are trapped in unbearable poverty. If you will bless these hurting children of Israel, you will receive God's blessing in return. Your urgent gift today of $25 will help rush a survival food box filled with life-saving essentials. Call, scan, or go online now.
I'm not exaggerating when I tell you, I don't know how much longer she could have waited for us to come.
I can't even grow my food anymore. What will happen to me? I'm doomed to starve.
Tens of thousands of elderly Holocaust survivors in the former Soviet Union are living in extreme poverty, hungry, and forgotten. But through the International Fellowship of Christians and Jews, we can bring them hope.
Eggs. It's my favorite food. May you be blessed.
You say to them, we see you and we're here to help.
Please don't delay. Call, scan, or go online now.
Ba-ba-da-da. 17 past the hour, live from Studio 6B.
Here we go. Carl Tarbach says, Bannon says pass it because they are underestimating revenue. Something I've been on as well. I've been talking the revenue thing, but I don't like all the spending in here either.
Underestimating revenue.
Yeah.
We're going to grow ourselves out of this?
We did when Bill Clinton was president, frankly. That's one of the biggest reasons why
what was the
we got a surplus.
What were the deficits we were running under Bill Clinton? And what was
just not even close.
What was the federal debt then?
I don't know the exact number, but it's not even close.
What was the interest payment on the debt? People talk about the tariff money. Oh, it's fine.
Yeah.
Up a couple $100 billion. If we get it to $1 trillion, that we could afford to pay the debt on the interest on the debt. I mean, this is what I'm saying when I say it's a B or a T. When you talk about B's anymore, it doesn't even matter. That's pocket change. Pocket change. It's like Doge. I heard someone say we're going to suck Doge after Elon Musk now. Didn't Trump say that or something? Well, if we're going to suck Doge over him, I don't think he's got much to worry about because they didn't. What did they find as far as we were promised how much? $2 trillion, $3 trillion in cuts? I don't think he's got too much to worry about if that's the case. I mean, that's just the numbers are. No one remember didn't we play a video of showing like what a million, what a billion, what a trillion would look like? No one can get their hands around the money situation in this country.
Yeah.
The absolute annihilation that awaits us if we continue to do what we're doing. This is why I just laugh when people in the comments talking about whether it's Rand Paul or Massey and I mean, the definition now of actually saying one thing and actually sticking to it and believing it now is equal to being some kind of a rhino scapegoat or something for these guys. It's like an upside down world. Upside down world. Damon, listen to this afternoon show on Bannon. Okay, maybe I'll go back and I'll do that. Damon, a Bannon guest said they plan on an additional CR bill in September.
Yeah, I heard that as well.
I'm sure it'll be clean too. Listen, nobody wants to. None of them want to cut spending. That's just the bottom line, except for a few, and those few get filleted, unfortunately, by everybody else, including the president, who says he's going to primary Thomas Massey. And maybe he will. I don't know.
He just wants it passed. And to me, I see a bunch of different dynamics going on. I feel like we're on a 5-lane highway.
There's parts of it we all want passed, Vin.
Yeah, I get it.
They could do that. They could do the immigration stuff, which is obviously vital. The tax cuts, which are vital, which are all good. There's maybe some other things they could do. They could be doing that. instead of giving us the Nancy Pelosi we have to pass to see what's in it, all one big, beautiful bill, which it's not. No?
Yeah, no, I agree. I do agree with some of your points on this. I was just going to make the point that, one, Trump's view of the bill is, I'm going to get as many things as I can in here so I can fulfill my campaign promises, all those various things that he talked about. Two, I'm going to drive the top line of the country the highest it's ever been. And he's doing that. He's walking the walk on that. So he's saying, I can offset some of this stuff. Three, I believe our Congress is so messed up on both sides of the aisle that getting real spending cut is not attainable, frankly. We are seeing that. If it was attainable, these dumb things they're spending money and wasting money on would have been cut out. Any normal sort of accounting process would have looked at this and said, cut this, because it's a waste. Now, Doge did do some of that, but you simply can't get it passed because of the level of corruption. Look at USAID alone as one little thing. Now, that's over, right? They ended that. But how much money was flying through that place where they were paying themselves and their wives and their uncles and their friends all through this corrupt system? So my point is, I think where Trump is coming from is, I don't like any of that, but I don't know how I can get anything passed without having to cave on some of this right now, using revenue to offset it, and then trying to take bites out of these spending things as we go along. I think that's what his situation is. And Damon, the points you bring are totally legit. I agree with them wholeheartedly. I just don't think we could pass anything with those things in it. And therein lies the problem. The Democrats are counting on the Republicans to stalemate it. The Tea Party guys and all that stuff to not let anything pass. All these compromises are being made. The bill is filled with all sorts of spending that shouldn't be there. All of that stuff. The bottom line is, though, we have to pass something because they did put everything into one bill. I wish they didn't. I wish I had broken it up, but they did not. So I think that's what he's kind of pushing for, is just get me this thing passed. Let me get some of this going, and let's go tackle some of this other stuff after that with the CR and others.
A couple things I want to address in it when it comes to the policy of this bill. Alex Epstein has been following the Green New Deal scam and whether the Republicans were actually going to get rid of it.
Yep.
And the answer, of course, is no. And I'm not going to go through the whole thing. Obviously, I have it on our X. You can see it. Headline: the Senate totally fails to terminate the new green scam. And Aaron, if you could just throw this up, just so you know, this is what the House sent over. Terminate solar wind subsidies in 2028. That was a green check mark. Terminate the battery storage subsidy in 2028. Check mark. Repeal the credit transferability. Green check mark. The Senate sent it back to the House today.
Yep.
They extend. They got rid of all three of them.
Because they're corrupt. And it's a dysfunctional mess. And there's only a couple of votes.
A lot of windmill money coming in.
And we've got rhinos in there. And not only rhinos, we got Democrats who think they're Republicans. You know, we've got several of those.
Man.
I mean.
Now, one of the other big things there was a lot of talk about yesterday was the Medicaid and illegal immigrants on Medicaid. So there's a couple things floating out there today. Chip Roy has a little bit of a different take, but Eric Schmidt, who is, I believe, the former AG out there in Missouri, who's now the senator representing there, he says he had the following thread. And let me just bring attention to it, just to be fair here, because yesterday we thought this, I also thought that the vote that we saw, rejected the idea of taking them off Medicaid. So he says, the big, beautiful bill kicks 1.4 million illegal immigrants off Medicaid. For too long, Americans have been paying for the welfare of people who shouldn't even be in our country. Today, the Senate voted to end that. And yes, this did make it into the final draft of the bill. Yesterday, there were a lot of rumors floating around about the ban on Medicaid for illegal aliens being stripped from the bill. Thankfully, that's not true. It's very much in the bill we just passed. You can look it up below. He gives the page, gives the section. He says, here's where the rumors came from. During yesterday's vote-a-rama, an amendment banning Medicaid for illegal immigrants was voted down. That's the video we all saw.
Yeah.
The clip of that vote started circulating online, and folks took that to mean that the provision had been stripped from the bill altogether. But that was just one of many messaging amendments designed to force Democrats to vote against specific provisions, in this case, a ban on some Medicaid funding for illegal aliens who commit heinous crimes on the record. It was meant to show the public how radical they are. The ban itself was already in the bill. It was never taken out. And it wasn't just a ban on some Medicaid for illegal immigrants who commit heinous crimes. It applies to all Medicaid for all illegal immigrants and most non-citizens generally. The bill we passed actually goes much further beyond banning Medicaid for 1.4 million illegal aliens. It also requires states to verify citizenship status before providing coverage, bans automatic Medicaid enrollment for children of illegal aliens, excludes DACA from Medicaid. According to the CBO, roughly 1.4 million illegal immigrants are currently on Medicaid, despite the fact they don't meet federal enrollment requirements, because blue states have expanded their federally funded Medicaid programs to include them. So just a little clarification, according to Eric Schmidt, on what was really the hot topic yesterday. So I'll finish what he said when we get back, 26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B.
I was going to bring that up. I'm glad you did, because
Yikes. Leaky refrigerator coil card.
Oh no.
But your future is bright with an American Home Shield warranty to protect your covered home system. Don't worry, be warranty.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. It stretches and expands like a rubber band. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Copperhead. It's the hose that grows and pivots, flexes, and sprays. It puts itself away for another day. The Pocket Hose is so unique and so innovative, it was awarded over 100 patents. Call or go online now to get the super light 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $39.99. But wait, order right now and you'll receive an instant $10 discount. So it's only $29.99. And it gets better. Order right now and get our copper spray nozzle with our exclusive thumb drive free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. And with 10 unique patterns, you'll have a setting for every job. A $30 value. Yours free with every 50-foot Copperhead. Plus, Copperhead comes with a full 10-year warranty. It's that durable. That means you can order right now with total confidence. But this special offer is not available in stores or on Amazon. So order right here, right now. And with rising costs, this may be your last chance at this low price. There is a strict limit of 3 per order. So don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-957-6191 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255. If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage Guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation.
Call 800-849-7919.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
It's almost Independence Day, and all of America will be celebrating. But here in Real America's Voice, we want to celebrate you. Every day from June 30th through July 4th, we're giving away a handcrafted, hand-painted hardwood flag to one lucky RAV viewer. These beautiful flags come from YourAmericanFlagStore.com, where 10% of every purchase goes to Your American Flag Foundation. Scan the QR code to opt in for your chance to win and receive future RAV promotions from our hearts for your home. Use code RAV for free shipping.
All right, 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday, July 1st, brand new month, halfway through the year. Q3 starts today.
Ouch.
Q3, always interesting to see what happens in the markets.
Wow.
Yeah, Q3.
That's amazing. We're just celebrating New Year's.
Halfway through the year. Crazy, right?
I know.
We're as far away from the last Christmas as we are close to the next Christmas.
Yeah. Christmas in July, right? That's the famous saying.
All right, speaking of slick, let's do some sports. Then we'll do some news with Vinnie Mac here, 31 past the hour. Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. If you want to shop at MyPillow at checkout, use code LFS6B to give you a great savings off all the great stuff you put in your cart there at MyPillow. Slickster, what's going on in sports tonight?
D, let's get to the scoreboard first. Major League Baseball, Twins right now trailing the Marlins 1-0, middle of the 8th. Pitchers duel right there down in Florida. We got the Pirates and Cardinals, no score, middle of the 7th, another pitcher duel. Athletics and Rays tied at 2, top of the 6th. In a rain delay up in Boston, little rain up there, Big D. The Reds trail the Red Sox 2-1 in a, I guess it's a rematch of the 1975 World Series. What a World Series that was. Angels and Braves, no score, end of 4. Middle of the 2nd, no score, Orioles and Rangers. Cubs 1-0 over the Guardians, bottom of the 2nd. Earlier today, the Yankees got bombed by the Blue Jays, 12-5 up in Toronto. Yankees better check their passports on the way home. Astros playing the Rockies at 8:40 first pitch. 9:40 is Royals and Mariners out in Seattle. Giants and Diamondbacks getting it on in Arizona, 9:40 there. And White Sox way out in L.A. at 10:10 first pitch on the West Coast. And, Wimbledon, some major upsets today, including in the women's. American tennis pro Jessica Pegula suffers stunning early Wimbledon exit. Elisabetta Cocchiaretto is ranked 116th in the world, down to her today. Paulina Didage of Fox News. American tennis pro Jessica Pegula suffered a stunning and early exit from Wimbledon in the first round on Tuesday when she was defeated in under an hour by 116th ranked Italian Elisabetta Cocchiaretto. Cocchiaretto, for 24, managed to pull off her first ever top 5 win at Wimbledon with ease, defeating Pegula in straight sets, 6-2, 6-3. That's a smoke show. To play here in such an unbelievable stadium and such an unbelievable tournament, it's a dream come true for me. I was so pumped to play Wimbledon this year, Cocchiaretto said during her on-court interview following the match. I played a really great champion. She's an unbelievable player. She's a great example for us. Pegula's loss comes just days after she defeated Iga Swiatek, another great one, in straight sets on grass to win the Bad Homburg Open in Germany. Unlike in her match against the 5-time grand champion, Pegula struggled against Cocchiaretto's aggressive play, hitting only 5 winners and making 24 unforced errors. I mean, Pegula is a world 3 rank, so this girl's 100.
It's tough on the grass if you're not really on.
Yeah,
it's a hard surface to really win on, frankly, no matter who you are.
Yeah, it's a whole different game. You could see how some of the players, even back in the day with McEnroe and they were.
It's the most dramatically different surface of all the ones they play. I mean, it's dramatically different.
Bjorn Borg was fantastic on grass.
So you can lose easily to someone who's probably you would beat normally.
I know. Amazing. That's a major upset there. So, and there's a big one too. Two in the world of sports, because I always bring you the constant variety of transgender in sports. UPenn to apologize for allowing trans swimmer Leah Thomas to compete on women's team. Apparently, UPenn has seen the light of day, Big D. This is Elizabeth Wiebel of.
I think they actually spoke on the phone to the Trump administration. Is probably like it. I think they saw the light.
Yes,
you know
they saw the light.
They saw the light of money.
They saw the dollars
floating away.
Yeah, the dollars were going to be drowning. The University of Pennsylvania, UPenn, has agreed to apologize for allowing infamous transgender college swimmer Leah Thomas to compete on the women's team, resolving Title IX violations. In a press release on Tuesday, the Department of Education announced that the university had entered into a resolution agreement to comply with Title IX of the Education Amendments of 1972. The Department of Education explained that UPenn would restore to female athletes all individual UPenn Division I swimming record titles or similar recognitions which were misappropriated by male athletes allowed to compete in female categories. UPenn will also send a personalized letter of apology to each impacted female swimmer, I guess Leah Thomas, and issues a public statement to the university community explaining that it will comply with Title IX and will not be allowing biological males to compete in women's sports. As a former UPenn swimmer who had to compete against and share a locker room with a male athlete, I am deeply grateful to the Trump administration for refusing to back down on protecting women and girls and restoring our rightful accolades, former UPenn swimmer Paula Scanlon said in a statement. I am also pleased that my alma mater has finally agreed to take not only the lawful path, but the honorable one. As Breitbart News previously reported, in March, the Trump administration paused $175 million in federal funding, to your point, Big Day, to UPenn over the university's inclusion of biological males in women's sports. The pause of millions of dollars in federal funding to UPenn was pending an investigation into the university's alleged Title IX violations. So, money talks, transgenders walk. That's a wrap in sports. Big D, back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. 36 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. Vinnie Mac is here. Vinnie Mac, what's on your mind in the news?
There's two stories that I've picked up that are really bugging me. I do want to touch base on what Slick was just talking about, because Trump has held back money. These schools should not get a penny, not one penny, until they comply with what the law is.
It's the law.
And the rule and Title IX.
This is not personal opinion. It's the law.
No. And it's also not a subjective thing.
No.
This is just a very factual matter. They should not get a penny. Trump has held stuff back. He's done the right thing. I'm very pleased with what he's done, but he's done it in increments.
Mm-hmm.
My point is, it's zero.
Yep. You got to cripple them, and then they'll come to the come to the table a lot quicker. This took too long.
Yeah.
Trump's only been there 6 months, so God bless him. I mean, he got it done. But
also the fact that they let this Leah Thomas, what's her name? Leah what?
Thomas. Yep.
Leah Thomas, compete, and now of course they got a reverse course. Yeah, just baloney.
Baloney is right, but. Hopefully this will set the record straight, and hopefully J.D. Vance will be in for the next 12 years, and we'll have 16 years of this kind of life, with the sports.
I hope so.
And everything else as well.
We need to have that kind of a run. But I was watching the news conference with Kristi Noem, talking about DHS and various other things that are going on around this country. And I've also heard this story about this app that tracks ICE. Have you guys talked about this?
I don't know. I don't think so.
There's an app that's out there, and it tracks ICE agents. And there are people that'll go on that who don't want to be caught by ICE, right? And they use the app, which is, this happens. If you're on that side, some technology guy whipped up an app, and they have it. Don't like it. ICE is, I cannot believe the bad rap ICE is getting, but okay, they made an app and they're tracking ICE agents. But to have one of our biggest networks in the country, if not the world, in CNN, literally promoting this app, talking about it, promoting it, getting people to use it is horrific. This is a news organization. Now we know that they really. I know it's not too seriously to be taken as a news organization, but they've broken every rule, and now they're propagating and pushing and recommending and talking about this app that interferes with, tracks ICE agents and interferes with them. So what does it do? It puts them in harm's way. Does, of course, puts all of us in harm's way because they can't arrest the bad guys in a lot of these cities where they're using the app. But it really struck me as one of the more abominable things that the media has done to support something like this. So Kristi Noem and Tom Homan have both said they're going to look into this and see if there's an ability to prosecute them on it. And I look at all these things going on. Trump suing networks and winning. People suing these media people and winning things. We have the DOJ looking at a lot of the things that they're doing. And here's just an absolute gross misuse of what they do to really hurt people. So kudos to looking into it. But I wanted to point out, we not only have a bad media, it's not all the bad things that we think it is. I hate to even go as far as Trump does, but it's true. They seem to be like the enemy of the people. They actually seem to be that.
They seem to be. They are that.
They are.
You know, they are. I agree with that, but I hesitate to go that far sometimes because I'm like, well, it's political, it's this or that, they're biased. This is beyond politics. These people are in serious harm's way. You know, the ICE agents, there's several clips I saw today where they're being followed by cars and they've stopped. And they go in, they check out these cars, make sure they're not, you know, going to have guns or start shooting them or whatever. These guys are taking their lives at risk every time they go out there. And here's an app saying we're coming. Imagine if there's an app that, you know, just showed where all the police were or where, you know, drug dealers are or all this kind of stuff.
Yeah, great.
And a network was promoting it.
Here's the clip from CNN today. Cut 10. Roll that, Aaron.
One tech developer is pushing back with an app designed to track ICE activity in real time. It's called Ice Block, and it's controversial to say the least. CNN Claire Duffy is with us now. How does this work, Claire, and what are the legal implications?
Yeah, John, I talked with Joshua Aaron, who is the longtime tech worker who developed this platform, and he said he really wants it to be an early warning system for people about the location of Immigrations and Customs Enforcement officers. So he says he does not want people interfering with those officers' activity, but he does want people to be able to avoid them altogether if they want. So you open the app, it looks like a map, and users can tap the map. 5 miles of that sighting will get a push alert. This is a free iPhone app. It is anonymous. Aaron says he doesn't collect any user data. And what I think is really interesting about this in this moment is we've seen so many of the biggest leaders in tech supporting President Trump, but Aaron is sort of an example of the fact that there are people within the tech industry who are really resistant to Trump's policies. I asked him what he would say to those tech leaders who, for example, were at the inauguration. Here's what he told me. Take a listen.
I understand that you have shareholders to report to. I understand that you have employees that need their paychecks. But at what point do you say enough is enough?
And John, I should say that ICE did not respond when I asked them about this platform and about Aaron's opposition to their activity.
I would say the opposite. Talk about shareholders. How about I love this country?
Yeah.
How about there's law and order? Can you imagine if there was an app that terrorists used to track our law enforcement who's trying to arrest them? Terrorist cells.
He might be working on that, Vin, you know. What could be his next
This
feature?
is the same thing. What they don't realize, it's exactly the same thing.
Terrible.
These people are dangerous, many of them, and ICE is trying to apprehend them. And we all get scared of terrorists, right? I mean, oh my God, terrorists. It's a similar dynamic. And this tech guy thinks he's doing, that's the thing that's so mind-boggling. I think it goes to the point that we were talking about earlier where, you know, we're just like, where did this party go? Why is their approval rating so low? You have someone like this that thinks he's doing a good thing.
Yep, and he's not collecting user data. Did you pick up on that too? That's interesting, right? Of course not. Right? You know, protect them as well.
That it defies logic why they think this is helping society.
Defies logic.
All right, live from Studio 6B on a Tuesday night. We're back right after this.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
It's just like our new house.
I hope you have an American Home Shield warranty. Leaky toilet? Fixed. Oven beyond repair? If AHS can't fix your covered item, then replace it, no matter its age. Sign up today at ahs.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home, so we applied it to his under eye bags, and let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view, and now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm, please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B. So, Vin, here's what I could quickly find. The NRA said Senate votes to eliminate NFA tax on suppressors and short-barreled firearms. NRA commends the senators who voted to eliminate the burdensome NFA tax on constitutionally protected suppressors and short-barreled firearms. We urge the House to concur with the Senate's language, pass the one big beautiful bill, and send it to President Trump for his signature. He's the NRA executive director. That was yesterday, July 1st. Today, 7 hours ago, this is your confirmation that the OBBB is royally screwing legal gun owners. The Jim Cramer of the Second Amendment is voicing their support. Bad times ahead. Also, the tax was not eliminated. It was set to a rate of 0. Don't let them use clever language to lie to you. So, again, it's all about how they say things and the parsing of the language. Gun owners of America. That's not recent. We'll have to do a little more research and see. But I have seen some of this. People were not happy. Of course, this has been going on. This is in the original House bill. People were not happy.
Right.
That they had originally put some of this stuff in. So
where does that come from? Like we have way more votes in the House. How would that even find its way in a bill? I could see in the Senate where we're just on a sliver, with the Democrats, and we've got like 3 or 4 Democrats who think they're Republicans besides. But the House, we got a few more seats there. How could any of that be in a House bill? How?
Well, Representative Keith Self from Texas, 3rd Congressional District tonight says the Senate's big beautiful bill, it now extends the Green New Scam.
Right.
This is not what the American people voted for. This is not President Trump's ideals. This is a swamp creation. It fails to terminate the Green New Scam. And he goes through a bunch of stuff. Let me see here. I'm just getting a text from someone who would certainly know about guns, that's for sure. The bill originally pulled short barrel rifles, shotguns from NFA control, also removed suppressors from NFA control. Okay, so that's I don't know. We'll have to do some more research on whether where we stand right now. So Delgado, how are you?
I am good.
What took so long to land the saucer?
Well, actually, it was my stepson there, Connor. He was playing some basketball.
Oh, nice.
And now that he's graduated high school and not playing in college, any chance I get to go watch him play, I'm going to try and take.
Oh, Big D knows that.
There you go.
Yeah, exactly.
I like
Nobody
that dedication.
Can argue with that,
Nobody can argue with that.
Yeah.
I feel like.
And how did he do?
Great.
Okay, good. Very good.
23 points, 18 rebounds.
Let's see. I think he had 18 points, like a bunch of rebounds.
Okay.
One in-your-face block. It was awesome.
Yeah, I've been there.
And
nice.
I've been there with that.
Yeah.
Okay, very good.
Rejection.
That was on the hoop that you
He's
hang
been
over
dealing
the
with
closet
rejection.
door, Finn.
I got my Nerf hoop in the bed. No, I run the picket fence when I can. Yeah, whenever I can.
I'm sure you do. All right, let's do some sports here. We'll wrap up hour one. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. LFS6B is the promo code to use. Slickster's got it. Slick Rick, what's going on in sports?
All right, Big D, we're going to go back to the scoreboard one more time. We're going to get you updated on baseball. Marlins 2-0 over the Twins there,
Mets
top of the ninth.
again?
What's that?
The Mets lose again?
The Mets, I think the Mets had a day off from losing because they were off today.
Wow, so
they still got a loss.
Well, your Yankees got hammered today with the Toronto, smoked them 12-5. Good night. Pirates and Cardinals, no score there. Top of the eighth, pitches duel. End of the sixth, the A's over the Rays 3-2. Red Sox continue to lead the Reds 2-1. They're in a rain delay up in Boston. We're getting heavy rain down here in New York as well right now. Angels and Braves, no score. End of the fifth. Bottom three, also no scores. Orioles and Rangers. And we have the Cubs 3-0 over the Guardians. Bottom of the third. Astros and Rockies, no score through one. And as I said, Yankees losing to the Blue Jays earlier today. Royals, Mariners, Giants, Diamondbacks, White Sox, Dodgers, all coming up later on this evening. And we got, a couple of stories out there right now. Caitlin Clark is out again. So Caitlin Clark ruled out for a Commissioner's Cup final as Fever Star misses third straight game with injury. This is really calls for the reason why there's starting to be rumors and rumblings of them starting another league, with her involved. I don't think that's going to happen. It sounds like a negotiation ploy a little bit there, but it is getting a strong.
Well, they keep knocking her down.
Strong rumor. Yeah,
how's she not going to get hurt? They keep trying to beat the hell out of her.
This is the golden goose here, and there's something's going on here for her to be out. And anyway, Clark was named 2025 WNBA All-Star Game captain earlier this week. Paulina Dadaj reporting from Fox News. The Indiana Fever will be out guard Caitlin Clark for the third straight game after announcing that the 2025 All-Star Game captain remains sidelined with a groin injury from the Commissioner's Cup championship game against the Minnesota Lynx on Tuesday night. They're real big rivals. It is. The Fever announced Clark's absence in a status report before the game, which will not count towards the team's regular season standings. It comes a day after Clark told reporters following a practice session that she was feeling optimistic about her health. I feel good. I'm going to be day-to-day from here on out, and I'm doing everything I can to put myself in a position to play the next game every single time. That's always my goal, is to be available for the next game, Clark said Monday. Obviously, we reported last night there was a special Kobe Nike that was made for her that sold out literally in minutes. Nike sold out their entire inventory. So, we're keeping an eye on this girl. I think we all agree we really love her. I know Damon was the first one actually to point her out to me years ago when she was in college there. But I got to tell you, she's really changed the game. She is the Michael Jordan of her sport. It's great to see a young lady like this. You know what? She's a bright light right now for me. With all the going on with the transgender in sports and all the issues that we continue to have, things are getting better, like the UPenn. We talked about that earlier today. They finally saw the light, or they saw the $175 million they were going to lose, one or the other, but they saw it just the same. Whether it's an armored car going down the street or a light train coming up the track, they saw it, and now they made their change. But what I like about her is that she is a bright spot for girls to look up to in sports. I don't think we have any men playing in the WNBA that we know of. Well, is Brittany Griner still in the WNBA?
Well, you know what?
You got a couple,
I think he should ask the Russians about Brittany Griner. I'm talking about Trump. Right. You know what? Because think about it. Why would the U.S. give up an arms dealer of the caliber that they gave up for female basketball? Think about that. Unless there was something that Putin and his buddies go, you know what? We're going to tell everybody that this is really a guy unless we get him back.
Oh, could
right?
Be.
All right.
And of course, the doddering old fool known as President Biden was probably like, hey, here you go. Take who else do you want? Right?
It could be. No question.
You know what? It's just a theory.
But this thing with Clark that Slick was talking about.
Plus, you'll never see her in a bikini. You will never see Brittany Griner in a bikini.
Maybe a mankini.
Much like any of the boys who show up to race girls track where they wear very tight bottoms, the boys always wear shorts. You'll always see it. That's how you know, hey, that's a dude.
Wow.
Oh, no question about it. Absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, I'm going to check this out. I hadn't looked into this Brittany Griner thing at all.
I see this all the time.
And some good news in sports. Hall of Famer Randy Moss will return to ESPN gig after missing time due to treatment for cancer. So that's great news. Dylan Gwynn of Breitbart. Hall of Fame legend Randy Moss will make a return to full-time broadcasting duties at ESPN after leaving the set of Sunday NFL Countdown last year to battle cancer. The Athletic first reported Moss's return. Last year, Moss stunned viewers after announcing cancer had been detected outside his bile duct between his pancreas and liver. That Viking legend underwent a successful surgery in December in which he received chemotherapy and radiation. However, due to the intensive nature of the treatment, Moss had to step away for 2 months while recovering from the bout with serious disease. Moss made a special appearance, Super Bowl appearance for ESPN. That was a nice video that they played for him. But Randy's return on Super Bowl Sunday was an emotional lift, not just for our team, but for the entire football community. And knowing he will resume his full Sunday NFL Countdown schedule beginning week 1 has been the highlight of the offseason, ESPN said in a statement. So, Randy Moss, welcome back. Good to see him come back from cancer. Anytime you see something like that, it's really uplifting. Randy Moss, great player. I couldn't stand him when he played for the Vikings. He destroyed my Cowboys every time they played.
He's a great player.
And the Cowboys passed on him in the draft. They took Greg Ellis, but let's not be bitter about that. That was a long time ago. We're moving on. Big D, 1 minute to go. It's a wrap in sports. Back to you.
You don't sound bitter at all, Slick.
Not at all.
Sounds good.
Don't take it personally.
Hour 2 coming up. Delgado's here. We'll do some news, top headlines in the world, or whatever the hell he's calling them these days. All coming up hour 2. Plus, we'll talk about, very important, what President Trump wants to do before the midterms.
Event. Join Lech Walesa, Nobel Peace Prize winner and one of the world's greatest leaders, on his first ever grand lecture tour across North America. Meet the global hero who changed the course of history and inspired millions. Now, the greatest challenges of our time lie ahead. Walesa will take you behind the scenes of one of history's greatest turning points to draw lessons for a future we must build together. Register now at historyexplorer.com.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the high cost of arranging a funeral. Funeral Advantage was formed to help protect your family when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 immediately for funeral and any other expenses.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
Funerals can easily cost $9,000 or more, but government benefits pay only $255, leaving your loved ones to pay the rest.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions. This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're 40 to 85, get information on how to protect your family. Funeral Advantage is something we all need. There's no risk or obligation. Call now.
Get the facts about how easy it is to protect your family. Call 800-849-7919. Don't wait. Call now.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
They tried to shut them up.
There's no guarantee to free speech.
They tried to cancel them.
Deplatforming works.
They even threw them in jail.
Peter Navarro,
Steve Bannon,
now in prison.
But they couldn't stop them.
It's not a prison bill that will ever shut me up.
They call them rebels.
Basket of deplorables.
They call them rogues.
They claim to values or religion.
And they say they're outlaws.
These are the kind of guys you like to smack in the ass.
War Room presents Rebels, Rogues, and Outlaws.
You set out to take Vienna! Take Vienna!
the national bestseller by longtime Bannon producer Dan Fluette. Take a journey through the pictorial history of War Room in a culture that celebrates the weak. Show your support by standing with the rebels. Go to doitfluette.com or scan the QR code on your screen. Use the code RAV20 for 20% off your order. Stand with the rebels and never back down.
If your television sounds funny in the evening, you're watching live from Studio 6B.
It is live from Studio 6B, hour 2, 9 o'clock on the East Coast. Real America's Voice. Glad you're in. Vinnie Max here. He's going to do some more news. Slick Scott Sports. Rick Delgado has joined us for hour 2. Biggest headlines in the world, all coming up. So we'll get to those. I heard Trump talk about this, I believe, today. By the way, did you all see him go to Alcatraz today?
Yes.
Alligator Alcatraz?
Yes, I do.
Down there in Florida?
Yeah. DeSantis was amazing, too.
Yeah, he was.
Big Daddy. Realize how much we appreciate that guy.
Of course, the haters, I'm sure today, were not happy to hear President Trump discuss what we all knew his relationship with the governor was. I mean, people wanted to have them, of course, separated and at each other's throat and all kinds of stuff. Meanwhile, they're playing golf together. It's like, hello. And he just affirmed that today as he went down there. And what the governor and what the AG have done in Florida with this facility is, 6 weeks?
Yeah. Well, it was a former airport.
Right.
So a lot of the infrastructure was kind of in place, and it didn't take long for them to kind of bring it up to speed.
If the same kind of infrastructure was in place in D.C., how long do you think it would take the feds to do something like this? Or if in New York they were going to convert one of these buildings into something, how long do you think it would take them to do it?
Probably 87 years.
About 10 years in, they'd be like, okay, we're just getting out of the planning phase.
And a couple of billion later.
Think about it. California still can't build a train. A choo-choo. Can't build it.
The president was fired today down there, by the way. By the way, great shout out to, if you haven't seen it, Brian Glenn was in a hallway.
Oh, yeah.
With, did you see this?
Yeah.
We have this clip? He was in the hallway with Brian Glenn, and he was ready to go out. He said, are we ready? Okay, let's go. And then he saw Brian. He said, Brian. And he said, hello, sir. And Trump stops, turns around to Governor DeSantis and says, hey, Ron, come here. I want you to introduces him to Brian. And he says, DeSantis says, who does he work for? And then Brian says, Real America's Voice. And Trump gives him a big, you're the man. And he, it was pretty funny.
That's
and then
fantastic.
Talks about how he's dating Marjorie Taylor Greene. And, man, it was a good time had by all.
Wow.
That was pretty good. It was a pretty good clip. It was a great clip, actually. A great moment. You can tell President Trump's relationship with Brian, and of course, why not? I mean, Brian's the man.
Yeah.
What's there not to like about Brian? Nothing. He asks great questions, and
he reprimands world leaders
and
on
tells
their,
everybody to
on
put
their
on a
attire.
suit. So
and he likes New York pizza when we have him here. He likes that New York pizza.
What's to not like about that?
Yeah, a lot of good
New York
things.
pizza.
But no, that was good. And did you hear President Trump asked about the what will become the face of the Democratic Party, and that is the mayoral candidate for the Democrats, even though he's just the mayoral candidate in here, the biggest city in the world. He will be the face of the 2026 midterms.
Good.
Because there's no way someone like President Trump is going to miss that opportunity to brand that party with him as the face of it.
Perfect.
That is 1,000,000% guaranteed to happen, and it should. Because that guy is a radical Islamist who is a Jew-hating, America-hating representation of what the Democrat Party has become. And he will absolutely be the face of that party in 2026 with the commercials writing themselves already. And to that point, I heard President Trump talk about this today, and I had seen this article. Trump's effort to remove non-citizens from the census would affect elections. If the second Trump administration fails to win court approval of its expected effort to exclude illegal migrants from the census, this time around, it will have backup. This is by Ben Weingartner over at The Federalist from yesterday. And he says, following a years-long surge in illegal immigration, the Trump administration is poised to challenge a long-standing but legally fought practice counting illegal aliens in the U.S. Census. By the way, the border numbers came out today for the second month in a row. Zero would be the number of illegal aliens released into the United States. That would be zero. This June, May, zero. President Trump tried to end the practice during his first term of counting illegal aliens in the census, but President Biden overturned that policy before it was implemented. Now, the red state attorney generals and Republican legislatures have given the second Trump administration a determination to, quote, clean up the census and make sure that illegal aliens are not counted. What Stephen Miller has mentioned and didn't mention are the political implications of the administration's move. It could have significant political implications because the census count is used to apportion House seats, determine the number of votes each state gets in the Electoral College for selecting the president, and drive the flow of trillions of dollars in government funds. Some immigration researchers project that including non-citizens in the census count disproportionately benefits Democratic states with large illegal alien populations. A recent study counters that. Based on 2020 census figures, there would have been a negligible shift to the political map had the U.S. government excluded non-citizens from that count. But looking backward, those researchers found red states would have actually benefited under the administration's desired census counting shift. Had authorities excluded such migrants from the 2010 census, Louisiana, Missouri, Montana, Ohio, North Carolina would have all gained one seat in the House of Representatives, while California would have lost 3 seats. Texas and Florida would have each lost 1, with the total number of Electoral College votes allotted each state changing accordingly. Since the first, and listen, we have talked about this. There is absolutely nobody, I don't think, at least on this panel or in this audience, questions the Democrats' motive for letting 20 million people in the country over the last 4 years was to change the makeup of the country, change the voting bloc of the country, to fulfill their desire for forever power, forever control, through letting everybody in, knowing they would most likely vote Democrat, because if they thought they weren't, they wouldn't be in.
Right.
That's been the plan. It's been a takeover of America through immigration change, through changing the makeup of these states and cities all across the country to vote for them to be forever in power.
You know, I want to jump on that for a second, because we were talking earlier, Rick, before you got here, about the Constitution, about those federal judges that the Supreme Court overruled, about very logical, common sense things. Now, let's just look at this in a common sense way. It's the U.S. Census Report, number 1. That's for U.S. citizens, I would think, right? It should normally be that. This is common sense.
It sounds like common sense, but you're dealing with bureaucrats.
You're dealing with bureaucrats. Okay, but it's a U.S. Census. And that U.S. Census, based on populations and counts, affects the number of seats that serve the U.S. citizens. They don't serve illegal citizens.
No.
They serve U.S. So I come back to the logic tree that the Supreme Court's supposed to be helping us with. Like, if we took this to the Supreme Court, how could anybody rule that this has to include people who are here illegally? It defies the most basic of logic from our Constitution and from the Supreme Court. So this whole issue, I listened to this whole thing, and I'm like, I can't even believe we're even having the discussion, because it makes zero sense. Well, and I can't believe it's even being defended.
Well, we're also having the discussion about men and female sports. so this one, that doesn't seem as crazy
par for the course, right?
Well, more closely tied to this will be the discussion over whether kids of illegals gets, the Supreme Court decision we just had.
Right, the birthright citizenship.
The birthright citizenship.
Yeah. That will be more closely tied to this because of obviously the 14th Amendment. And the language of the 14th Amendment and the meaning of the 14th Amendment. And the census issue hinges on the Constitution's language, which calls for apportioning House seats among the states, quote, according to their respective numbers, end quote. Those numbers originally included, quote, free persons and 3/5 of all other persons, namely slaves, a result of the state's compromise. the framers excluded Indians not taxed, Native Americans who were members of sovereign tribal nations, not citizens, from the count.
Pretty obvious then.
After the Civil War, Congress passed the 14th Amendment to recognize the rights of formerly enslaved. It states that congressional representation shall be apportioned among the several states according to the respective numbers, counting the whole number of persons in each state. Again, excluding Indians not taxed under the Indian Citizenship Act of 1924, this population would then be granted citizenship. Congress tasked the Secretary of Commerce with carrying out the census in such form and content as he may determine, end quote. The president receives that data, is responsible for carrying out the apportionment calculations, and transmits the information to Congress. Echoing arguments against birthright citizenship, as we just said, critics on the right say that the 14th Amendment aimed to address the statues of former slaves, not masses of illegal migrants. They assert that including this population in the census artificially skews political power, effectively disenfranchises citizens, incentivizes states to adopt sanctuary policies, protecting people who are here illegally. And this goes on. You can read about it on our social media. Obviously, it's a very detailed plan on why this is so important to the Trump administration this time around, and would probably have a significant impact on the layout of this country and the seats and the states. And once again, what do we always say? If we can't make red states as red as they can make blue states blue, well, all of these kind of things factor into that.
To me, it says not even a red and blue thing. I get how it affects red. Totally. But this is an American thing. They're citizens or they're not citizens. You don't count non-citizens.
Right.
We didn't count Indians. They don't get birthright citizenship.
Right.
I mean, it's logical. It's not red or blue.
Well, in a
it's
country
not
with
political.
two normal parties, maybe that would be the case, Finn, but that's not the case here.
Yeah. What it's called, though, is called demographic destiny. New York Times wrote about it in 2012. Dan Bongino always pointed to that article because they've been doing this for a long, long time. They identified how they could flip the House, how they could gain more seats, and keep it that way, like Damon said, for eternity, because that was their plan. And even Joe Biden back in 2015 says it on video. He says that whites will be the absolute minority in this country. Why? Because he knows the plan. He was part of it when he had a brain, when he had a functioning cerebral cortex. Now, he's just floundering on a roadside, probably dumping in his pants. But the rest of the idiots who are doing this stuff are still doing it.
Well, it's not constitutional. The Supreme Court should have a clear path to rule on this thing. Mm-hmm. I mean, in our Supreme Court, it's a 6-3 vote. In a normal Supreme Court that actually do their job and read the Constitution, it's a 9-zip vote. It's just not even vague.
Well,
how is it vague?
You're saying 6-3.
I'm saying 6-3 because of what we got.
We've been disappointed before.
Yeah.
With the current makeup of the court.
Yeah, so I'll take 6-3.
Things that should be normal. Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. And again, it's all very interesting right now because the 14th Amendment, again, will come up not only in this, as we talk about this census and Trump's push to try to get this fixed, but obviously in the birthright citizenship cases as well.
Big issue.
All right, 13 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. More to do. Sports, news, all coming up right after this.
Results. Random workouts, overtraining muscles, completely missing others, wasted time. Don't do that. Do this. This is 25 Minute Speed Train. Follow me for just 25 minutes a day, 7 days a week. with minimal equipment and get actual results.
Look at the definition. I didn't have these arms in high school.
Subscribe to Body in the next 24 hours for less than 50 cents a day and get 25-minute speed train free at bodywithaneye.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something on the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes, and as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, "Hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more." And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger, this is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the EasyWell Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
I sound like the blues on a Tuesday night. Let me talk to you about our friends at AMAC. It's America's birthday. Well, we all know that. You know how we do it here on Studio 6B. We love the fireworks, the parades, the red, white, and blue. But the real way to celebrate is to stand up and fight for the country. And that's exactly what AMAC, the Association of Mature American Citizens, is doing every single day. They're leading the charge to defend faith, family, and freedom, push back against the nonsense trying to tear this country apart. And right now, AMAC is making it easy for you to jump in and help. In honor of Independence Day, you can get 5 full years of AMAC. Hello! Let me say it again. 5 full years of AMAC. Just take a guess what the price is for 5 years of AMAC. Slick, what do you think the 5 years of AMAC membership?
If it was ARP, that'd probably be about $200.
All right, Delgado?
Well, he was saying if it was the other company, it was going to.
Yeah. Well, what do you think it is?
I think
for what you get. Just take what's a reasonable 5-year price?
Oh, what it should be?
100 a year.
Should be like at least 100 a year.
Okay. Then.
Yeah, I'm with these guys. It'd be about $99 a year.
$99 a year. So 5 years, you can do the math. Well, right now, 5 years of AMAC membership is just $35.
Cinco. Wow. Hang on. What's 5 divided by 35?
I mean, that's 5 years of their magazine exclusive discounts, free resources. But most importantly, 5 years of being part of a national movement that's got your back and believes in America. Don't sit this one out. I mean, this is crazy if you don't take advantage of this. 5 years for $35. Go to amac.us/studio6B. amac.us/studio6B right now and join. Now, this audience has responded to AMAC overwhelmingly. But if you can hear my voice right now and you have not joined AMAC or you've been on the fence because, you're thinking about whatever, I mean, what better time to do this than right now? AMAC.US/Studio 6B. Celebrate your great nation this week. Protect it together. AMAC.US/Studio 6B. 5 full years of AMAC membership for just $35. I mean, just go there right now. All right, 19 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. That is a great deal.
That is a great deal.
Vinnie Mac's going to have some thoughts, but let's do some headline news since he got here late and he hasn't had a chance to do anything with Rick Delgado. Headline news brought to you by our friends at EternalLifeCoin.com. All one word, EternalLifeCoin.com. Really just a fantastic piece. If you have friends who are religious or believers or just spiritual and they want something to hold on to or give as a gift to another person, check it out, EternalLifeCoin.com. It is a beautiful piece. Rick Delgado's got headline news. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, I don't know if you guys covered this because it was kind of breaking news as I was walking into the building a little while ago. You tell me if you've already noticed it. As President Trump says Israel has agreed to ceasefire conditions in Gaza, no response yet from Hamas.
Yeah, from what I heard, Israel agreed to it, and we didn't cover it, and that they're apparently a deal in the works to get all the hostages back and get this thing done.
Well, then I'll jump to it. As President Trump said earlier today that Israel agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize a ceasefire deal. He says, my representatives had a long, productive meeting with the Israelis today on Gaza. Israel has agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize a 60-day ceasefire, during which time we will work with all parties to end this war, President Trump said on Truth Social. He said the Qataris and the Egyptians, who have worked very hard to help bring peace, will deliver the final proposal, and I hope for the good of the Middle East that Hamas takes this deal, because it will not get any better. It will only get worse. As he kind of throws a little comment in there to say, look, you saw what happened with Iran, right? Yeah. They thought they were going to get a better deal. Ask them now how their deal is going.
Hamas has got nowhere to go.
Yeah.
I mean, they lost their supporter. We destroyed them, literally, the Iranian, and now this thing should end. Well, I think also one thing I'll add to that, a bunch of countries from the Middle East want to come in and help govern Gaza.
Right.
Which is a good thing, considering how corrupt it's been.
Well, after Trump made the comment about, taking it over and doing it his way.
I'm with him on that.
Basically, he was giving them an opportunity to jump in and said, no, we'll take care of it, which is, that's probably what he wanted.
We actually talked about that. If you remember, you and I had a conversation about that. I was like, I bet he's doing that just to get them to jump in.
Just to get them to jump in, because
we were right.
And he doesn't want to be their nation building. He's made that very clear, but he got them scared to say, you know what, this is, okay, we'll clean up this mess.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful.
So, let's see what happens with Hamas if they agree to the terms, and hopefully we'll have good news on that front. I don't know if you saw this, Damon. You were talking about the president traveling down to Alligator Alcatraz. Well, he was there today, like you mentioned. He toured the site of the new immigration detention center in South Florida that state officials are calling Alligator Alcatraz. Here is President Trump with Governor DeSantis confirming what else is going to happen now that they've got this facility opened. Here is cut number 2, President Trump and Governor DeSantis, cut number 2.
This is we're offering up our National Guard and other folks in Florida to be deputized to be immigration judges. We're working with the Department of Justice for the approvals. I'm sure Pam will approve. But then I'll have a National Guard judge advocate here. Someone has a notice to appear. Biden would tell them to come back in 3 years and appear. Now you'll be able to appear in like a day or two, so they're not going to be detained hopefully for all that long. We'll have people here in this facility that can make, it's a bureaucracy. The president's got to deal with the bureaucracy. Now that Supreme Court ruling was good because that's going to allow him to be able to exercise Article 2 the way founders intended, but you still have bureaucracy. So we want to cut through that so that we have an efficient operation between Florida and DHS to get the removal of these illegals done.
Yeah, so there it is, the best governor in the country showing again how it's done. He said they expect the first occupants of the detention center to arrive tomorrow. And DeSantis said the site has been modified in just 8 days to accommodate the detainees and called this center an effective way to increase numbers of removals and deportations of unauthorized migrants in the state as he seeks help from the federal government, as he seeks to help the federal government's deportation efforts. Mr. Trump, of course, invited the press to join the tour of the facility that he called so professional and so well done.
And right after the governor said that, Trump was asked a question, and he said, basically, in effect, he said, by the way, why is it there's only one governor, this guy, talking like this?
Yeah.
This shouldn't be the only place deputizing these people to get this done faster. We should not have it. Certainly the blue states don't want to do it. But why is this the only red state that's been talking about it? And it just goes back to what we always say. They're always their only red state talking about all of this stuff.
Yeah,
that's true.
They set the ceiling for red state governors.
Yeah, it's amazing. But Governor DeSantis does not let us down. And who knows what he's setting himself up for, because
I really like that guy. I always have.
His term ends next year.
Yeah.
He can't run again.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens, where his next endeavor politically will end up.
Possible VP, maybe?
Possible.
You
got JD on the top.
I would like that.
Yeah.
I think that either of these guys at the top would be a winning formula. I can't see JD being VP again, but either guy.
Or maybe DeSantis just says, you know what, I'm not going to run, but make me Secretary of State and I'll make sure you get elected.
How about he replaces Clarence Thomas? Or
that's a good one too.
That's
true. He is.
That would be epic, actually.
That's powerful, man.
And that would be a long time. He's a young guy.
That's the kind of guy you need there too, because he's going to sit in those meetings and not take any crap.
He could do more there. He really could. He's a real influential person too. He'll really lean on the other ones. I think he'd be great. That's a great call, Big D.
All right, what else?
All right. Well, I don't know if you saw this, but what should have been a slam dunk for a Representative Democrat Jamie Raskin to answer when he's asked if he supports no tax on tips. Well, he was on he was on TV, of course, and he almost looked like he was having trouble hearing it. Here's cut number one. Check this out.
No taxes on tips, which is part of this bill, for working people who work on a tipped wage. Do you support that?
I haven't looked seriously at it because I haven't thought they were serious about it.
So he hasn't looked at. There's no tax. It's no tax on tips, which means
there's not much to look at.
The money that the tip person
let me
gets,
examine the language.
They just throw in the pocket. And the government
26 past the hour, live from Studio 6B. We're back right after this.
What a worm.
Oh, it's like on Spies Like Us with Chevy Chase, but I can't get the question.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the decisions and the high costs of arranging a funeral. That's why Funeral Advantage was formed. They've helped thousands of people between the ages of 40 and 85 protect their families when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral expenses continue to rise and can easily cost $9,000 or more, but the most government benefits pay is only $255, leaving your loved ones the financial burden to pay the rest.
This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
Funeral Advantage provided me with this free planning guide. Now everything is done just the way I want it to be.
Call the toll-free number on your screen to get your free information guide. Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call now.
To get your free Funeral Advantage planning guide, call 800-849-7919. Discover how easy and affordable it is to protect your family when they'll need it the most. Call 800-849-7919. Now, Funeral Advantage pays up to $20,000 cash to your family for funeral and other expenses. Operators are standing by. Call 800-849-7919. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call 800-849-7919. That's 800-849-7919. Call now.
Don't you hate that dirty old hose? It kinks, splits, and it always leaks. And it's way too heavy to carry around. It's time to get the brand new Pocket Hose Copperhead. Just turn on the water and watch it grow to a full-size hose. Old-fashioned hoses get kinks and creases at the spigot, but the new Pocket Pivot swivels 360 degrees. Just connect to the spigot and watch it pivot. And when you turn off the water, away it goes, shrinking back to a pocket-size hose. And it makes it easy to carry and put away. Call or go online now to get the Superlight 25-foot Pocket Hose Copperhead today for only $29.99. Order right now and get our 10-pattern thumb drive spray nozzle free. Simply use your thumb to turn it on or off. There is a strict limit of 3 per order, so don't wait. Order now.
To order, call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. So call 1-800-956-8517 or visit getcopperhead.com. Order now.
It's almost Independence Day, and all of America will be celebrating. But here in Real America's Voice, we want to celebrate you. Every day from June 30th through July 4th, we're giving away a handcrafted, hand-painted hardwood flag to one lucky RAV viewer. These beautiful flags come from YourAmericanFlagStore.com, where 10% of every purchase goes to Your American Flag Foundation. Scan the QR code to opt in for your chance to win and receive future RAV promotions. From our hearts for your home. Use code RAV for free shipping.
I like that, man. Those are good-looking flags there. 30 minutes past the hour, live from Studio 6B, Real America's Voice on a Tuesday night, July 1st. Glad you're in. Slick's doing sports. Delgado's doing headline news. Vinnie Mac's got some thoughts on some news as well. We'll get back to him. Aaron and Fran holding it down. We just had, we got a terrible storm here in New York. We just had, I don't know if lightning hit the building or what happened, but we had a power surge here in the studio. And Aaron's main screen that she switches the show right now is completely gone. So she's absolutely flying blind right now. So if she switches to the camera that's shooting the ceiling, I mean, just don't blame her.
It's like Harry's in the control room again.
Might as well be Harry.
It's a normal day for Harry.
So please welcome back to the show here on behalf of Tax Network USA, Cameron Kinsey. Cameron, welcome back to the show. How are you?
I'm doing well. How are you? Thanks so much for having me on.
Very well. It's always a pleasure to have you on and talk about Tax Network. Obviously, we always talk about if you missed the April 15th deadline, there's still hope. But let's talk about Tax Network USA. How do they work? And maybe you could give us a little overview of how they work with clients, how they help clients, but most importantly, explain how the tax preparation services actually work.
Yeah, so we make the tax prep simple and strategic. It starts with a direct consultation with one of our team members. We have a robust team of CPAs, licensed attorneys, people, who formerly worked at the IRS, so they know the tax codes inside and out. They know their strategy. And during that direct consultation, that's really where we dig a little bit deeper into your financial picture. And if you do decide that you want to move forward after that free call, we take it from there, basically acting as a liaison between you and the IRS, flagging every deduction, fixing any errors, making sure that your filing is accurate and audit proof. So even though tax season's over, like you mentioned, if you've gotten letters in the mail from the IRS or think something's wrong with a previous return, now's really the time to act.
And you can go to tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. Let's talk about the process a little bit, maybe the timing of it. How long does it typically take from let's say consultation to kind of somewhat of a moving towards a resolution? Is there kind of a time frame people can expect?
Yeah, every case is different, but from the first one, it's fast. We usually stop wage garnishments, freeze collections almost immediately. From there, full resolutions like settlements or lien removals take a little bit longer, sometimes a few months, just depending on the complexity of your case. But from the second your call, we're in your corner through and through. We're handling the IRS for you. We're talking to them directly, so you're not having to deal with that when you go home to your loved ones. So they're not calling your you're not stressed, and the progress starts right away.
And obviously, most people think about individuals when it comes to these kind of issues. But do you guys work with small businesses? And is there any kind of relief, or do you have any kind of plans for small businesses who might be in trouble?
Absolutely. We use every single one of them. We negotiate payment plans, penalty relief, sometimes even settlements that reduce what you owe. But the timing does matter in this case, because the longer you wait, the fewer options that you may have, penalties start to increase. So we take this very seriously, though, because we know that small businesses are really the economic engine of this country. So our job is to make sure that the IRS doesn't crush yours with bureaucratic overreach.
We're speaking with Cameron Kinsey. She's here on behalf of Tax Network USA. Go to tnusa.com/RAV. TNUSA, all one word, tnusa.com/RAV. Cameron, thanks for giving us a few moments. Always appreciate you having on the show.
Thank you so much for having me. Good to see you.
All right, there you go. Cameron Kinsey, Tax Network USA. Go to tnusa.com/RAV, tnusa.com/RAV. Live from Studio 6B, 34 past the hour, Real America's Voice. We'll do some more sports and news with Doug Otto here in a second, but Vinnie Mac's here. Vinnie Mac, what's on your mind?
Yeah, I definitely want to talk about this FBI investigation into the Chinese folks that tried to fix our election. But one thing before I get into that, I saw a note about Denmark banning... Rick and I were talking about this, by the way. I think it was Friday night or maybe the night before. Banning burqas and telling Muslims in their country to adjust to their culture and rules or face legal issues or leave. This is really, really good, because we were talking about London and the Sharia law in London. We look at in Minnesota, where there are areas of Minnesota that are just governed by themselves.
You know, it's scary too, Vin. I saw a video today. It looks like Texas, and they're talking about Texas being the largest or the most mosques that are being built right now in this country is happening in Texas. And they were out there hooping and hollering today.
You know, I can almost deal with the mosque thing, but I can't deal with bringing that entire culture, religion, laws, and everything into a country that has their own laws.
Right.
You come here. So what Denmark's doing, maybe that's a good sign.
Yeah,
I hope it is. Anyhow, getting back to this FBI report, we talked about this a couple of weeks ago on the show, that the Chinese manufactured fake driver's licenses to influence the election. And the FBI director, when it was asked about it, Christopher Wray at the time said, no, nothing like that's happened and blah, blah, blah. Well, they have found emails that actually implicate Wray in saying that, and they found emails that are trying to suppress it within the FBI. Once again, proving to us the corruption and the politicization of one of our top law enforcement agency. So now we have our senators looking into this. Kash Patel's looking into it. He sent it over to Chuck Grassley to investigate that. Hopefully something happens here. There's been talk already about Chris Wray, facing legal being, I think that I don't know if they filed a legal criminal complaint against him or not. But this is the kind of stuff that has to be taken care of. We have to do this. He got up there and lied to the country about the election interference going on, and it's the Chinese. The same Chinese that are out there spying on our U.S. Navy bases. They just arrested a couple of these guys for working with the Chinese Ministry of State Security and taking pictures and all these clandestine, efforts with the Chinese. We have our own FBI director protecting the Chinese and lying to our folks. And we have finally someone in place, Kash Patel, who, by the way, is a big hockey fan. I love that guy. Big New York Islander fan there, Slick, as well, right?
Yes,
happy about the draft pick.
Garden City.
But we have people finally taking account to it, and I'm happy to see it. So these types of controversies, really, really get to me as I read about them and hear about them, because there's just far too many. I feel like every day there's one. The good news is there's far too many, because they're finding them and they're going after them and they're getting exposed. The bad news is there's far too many, and they've been getting away with a lot of nonsense over the years and affecting our country. So that's what's been on my mind there today, Dave.
One of the other things that's getting exposed, and I happen to see this piece come out, I believe, tonight in Revolver News, Darren Beatty's place over there, and they do great stuff. Was this the piece they have out on Act Blue. And we've been talking about this on and off for quite a while. Act Blue, really a dirty front group laundering operation from the Democrat Party. And the piece that they have out in Revolver tonight or I guess maybe it came out yesterday. It's official. Act Blue busted, and they're cornered with nowhere to run. The walls are finally closing in on one of the left's dirtiest operations, and it's about time. So...
One by one, though, they're going after these things. Like the DOJ's doing their job, Cash is doing their job. We've all been saying, like, what's going on? When are they arresting people and doing the loss? Well, 6 months. 6 months in, there's a lot happening that we already know about. Who knows what's happening that we don't know about?
Hey, did Pam Bondi make some Epstein comments today?
I don't know. I didn't see. Did she?
Somebody was asking for an Epstein update earlier.
I thought I maybe heard.
I was leaving that out.
Any updates?
Maybe she was watching the show last night, getting worried about you and Paul's timeline coming up.
My timeline, I admit, is already up.
All right.
But Paul's is he's still got a lifeline.
You're officially a loser, right?
Yeah.
Paul's got some time left.
Well, wait a second. He went a little too far there, didn't he?
Yeah. What did I say?
Why does it have to be personal?
Yeah, why does it got to be personal?
Well, I don't know, because it just is.
Don't bring his socks into
neither sphere nor there.
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah, exactly. It's neither sphere nor there, so don't worry about it.
All right there, Fat Fonzie. What
Oh! Shots fired!
Right to the
3
fat
days
joke.
before 4th of July.
Right to the fat joke.
What did I say?
Fireworks. Shots fired from the bow.
Can't we all just get along?
Let's do some more headline news.
Oh, with who?
Really?
Oh, the guy who wears his shirt's too small. Yeah, that would be Rick Delgado. What else is going on?
Where's a youth lodge?
Well, of course, President Trump is weighing in on the New York City mayor's race, and he praised Mayor Adams' re-election bid and threatens Mamdani with arrest if he interferes with ICE. I don't know if you heard him talking about how they're not going to let, if he wins, he's going to try to outlaw ICE in New York City. I don't know exactly how you do that.
Trump said today, I'm arrested.
Right.
Well, he should be. He's breaking the law.
He should be.
He probably should be anyway, right?
Well, here is President Trump, cut number 4, talking about who could be the next mayor of New York City, Zohan the Destroyer. Cut number 4, check this out.
And ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. You know, I've always said, we will not have socialism in this country. In the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you got a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city.
Yeah, so there he is talking about the mayor's race. Of course, Mayor Adams, you might remember, has faced corruption and bribery charges, and what both the mayor and Trump have argued was political retribution for speaking out against former President Joe Biden's border policies. And the federal probe leading to the historic indictment against Adams began in 2021, September of that year. According to court documents before the mayor publicly called out Biden over the migrant crisis. Another person who's kind of weighed into this Mamdani, Zohan the Destroyer stuff is Stephen A. Smith, believe it or not, Slick.
Yeah. Love him.
Stephen A., he warned Democrats not to back candidates whose politics resemble those of the New York City mayor primary winner, Zohan Mamdani. Here he is, doing Stephen A. Cut number 5. Check this out.
Why are people from all over the world trying to come across our borders? Because it's the land of opportunity.
Ooh.
And if you're Mamdani and you're saying, no, because I saw him on national television indicate this. I'm not quoting him verbatim, so if I misquote him in any way, I apologize, but I don't think I am. I saw him on NBC this past week and Meet the Press, and he was asked about, billionaires, and he was talking about how nobody needs $1 billion. What? What? That's anti-American.
Yep.
Yeah.
That's true.
That's anti-American. Of course, you should pay your fair share in taxes. Of course, you shouldn't be able to find loopholes to avoid you paying taxes, especially when you're making that kind of money.
Aaron?
Of course, those things are true.
Yes, he also made sure to warn Democrats that they would have no chance on a national basis in terms of the presidency if guys like this end up being elected to office. So there you have it.
Face of the midterm.
Doesn't he do sports, Stephen A? He should stay in his lane. Even so.
The problem with them, this is why I was going to blow that clip up, is because they undersell how radical he is, even. They make him sound like he's an Islamist, jihadist, radical.
Yep.
Call him what he is.
Bad.
All right, we'll wrap it up for a Tuesday right after this, live from Studio 6B.
Yes, of course I found it. No, I need that.
Summon Dale.
Who's Dale?
A real human.
I'm Dale. American Home Show now provides video chat with live repair experts for home fixes over the phone. Let's go fix that oven.
Okay, Dale.
I need my phone back.
Fix it over video chat with American Home Shield. Sign up today at ahs.com.
This right here is confidence in a bottle.
Not only does it change you on the outside, but something in the inside, knowing that you're looking better.
It makes me feel so much more confident than I've ever felt in my life.
They are some of the hottest videos on social media. Those videos claiming to instantly get rid of bags under your eyes. Well, today we're going to see one for ourselves and let you be the judge. It's called Plexiderm, and lifestyle expert Annette Figueroa is here to tell us why she says this one is for real.
This one is for real, and I'm so excited. We even have a video, and you'll notice the model has bags underneath his eyes and some sagging, and all he uses is a small amount on a clean, dry face, and that's how easy it is.
All right, what's the active ingredient?
Okay, so it's silicates that are minerals found in shale rock, and what it does is it tightens and lifts the appearance of bags underneath your eyes in as little as 10 minutes, no prescriptions, and very little effort. Even watching the video, this is a real, it's a model, but it's a real guy with real bags underneath his eyes.
My real true opinion is holy words I can't say on camera. This is absolutely unbelievable. I mean, I could feel it just lifting my skin. It was amazing. It feels good. Feels great. Looks even better.
And I did this to my father. We were at home. So we applied it to his under eye bags. And let me tell you, we were so excited. In under 10 minutes, they visibly disappeared from view. And now it is literally part of both of our daily routines. He calls me every single month saying, hey, Annette, I'm out of Plexiderm. Please send me more. And not only does it work on the bags, it works on the appearance of crow's feet, fine lines, and wrinkles. The way you want to do it is you want to have a clean, dry face. You use a small amount because it's so powerful. You have high school reunions, you have events you want to go to, you want to look years younger. This is it.
At our $14.95 price, it's the best way to try Plexiderm and see it work for yourself after your first application. Call the number on your screen.
Call 1-800-854-0295.
Do you suffer in pain? Are you stiff, tense, or less active? Introducing the Easy Well Remedy Massage System, a triple fusion of therapeutic experiences. Full body vibrational therapy increases blood circulation and reduces inflammation. Infrared heat penetrates deep to reduce pain, soothe, and relax. The Ultra Shiatsu pillow with 6 heated nodes mimics a professional massage. Plus, it's detachable for deep relief anywhere you need it. Experience the true remedy for your pain and stiffness. Call now.
All right, 13 to the hour, live from Studio 6B.
I don't even know what just happened.
Tuesday.
Oh, let me have more of this.
On Tuesday, July 1st. Glad you're in Real America's Voice. Slick's doing sports. Going to do some more right now, and then we'll get to Delgado's headlines. To wrap it up on a Tuesday night, Aaron and Fran, of course, holding it down as always. Slickstars Does Sports is brought to you by our friend Mike Lindell and MyPillow. Use code LFS6B at checkout. Slickster, let's wrap it up here. What else is going on?
The big upsets continue coming out of Wimbledon, Big D. Number 2, Goff, Cuckoo for Coco Goff. She was upset in the first round at Wimbledon by Yastremska, not Yastremski. This is ESPN News. Wimbledon, England. Coco Goff became just the 3rd woman in the Open era to lose in the first round at Wimbledon right after winning the championship at the French Open. Eliminated 7-6, 6-1 won by unseeded Diana Yastremska of Ukraine on Tuesday night. The number 2 ranked Gauff made mistake after mistake at number 1 court, finishing with just 6 winners and a total of 29 unforced errors that included 9 double faults. This sounds just like what happened to Jessica Pegula. Diana started off playing strong. Gauff said, "I couldn't find my footing out there today." Gauff joined another highly seeded American, number 3, Jessica Pegula, in bowing out on day 2 of the tournament. It marked the first women's major in the Open era in which 2 of the top 3 seeds lost their opening matches, according to ESPN research. So historical stuff happening with these upsets. Another big upset was the men's world number 3, Alexander Zverev.
Yeah,
great. He's great. He lost to Arthur Rinderknech in 5 sets. Crazy match. I'm going to try to catch the replay of that because it was great. Of course, world number 1 Jannik Sinner, he won easily in 3 sets, and of course the great Novak Djokovic also won today in 4 sets. But a couple of big upsets, including a men's world number 3.
There's a lot of parity. It's like the NHL. You know, professional tennis. There's a lot of parity amongst these players right now. A lot. Even to 100, 120. It's not a huge difference.
No, didn't you used to play tennis, Finn?
I still do. I play tennis. I played competitive tennis, so I can relate to this.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Now
he's a pickleball guy. He's in pickleball. He narrowed his game. And Big D, just one more. You know what today is? July 1st. What is today in the world of sports? July 1st. Anybody know? Historic.
Is it?
Guys, happy Bobby Bonilla Day.
Oh, right.
That star and his contract is celebrated every July 1st. A couple of people in the chat even brought us my attention, but I had it before the show.
What a great contract.
Yeah.
Isn't it? I mean, you got to give that guy credit.
It doesn't expire till 2035, by the way. So Chris Seawick of Yahoo Sports. For 16 seasons, Bobby Bonilla put up excellent numbers in the majors. He was a great utility player over that period, making 6 All-Star games and finishing in the top 3 in MVP voting twice. But for all his accomplishments as a player, Bonilla is far more remembered for what came after. In baseball circles, July 1 is recognized as Bobby Bonilla Day. On that day, baseball fans in the know celebrate one extremely smart decision by Bonilla and his agent when he was a member of the New York Mets. Bonilla is celebrated every July 1st because that's the day the Mets have to pay him $1.2 million. Bonilla hasn't played in the majors since 2001, but he receives yearly checks for the Mets after agreeing to a deferred deal. The deal was like $5 million. It was like $5.9 million in 2001, and he decided to take the deal deferred. The Mets just wanted to get rid of him, but they didn't want to pay him a cash payout.
Yeah.
And he extended that deal. Genius.
Yeah.
8% interest. See what 8% interest
He was a
does for your
bust
money.
in New York, boy. I remember those days. He was a damn good player for Pittsburgh.
He was.
And just couldn't get it done here,
Everybody ends up in the Mets. They end up...
So, anyway, happy Bobby Bonilla Day as to the Mets' chagrin. Mets got their own problems, as Big D reported last night with their flag debacle. They haven't won a game. They won 1 game out of like 9 or 10, I think, since they had the pride flag for their national anthem.
Oh, boy.
Yeah.
3-13, yeah.
National anthem was more
They'll
like
be back. They got a good team.
National disaster. Well, we'll see.
You can't lose all those games.
Well, let's just hope they handle their national anthems and Star Spangled Banners in a more appropriate way.
You know what? Woke. That's what happens with woke.
Yep.
Bad luck.
And there's it's a Subway Series weekend too.
Ooh.
So go Yankees.
Wow. Yankees are playing poorly. The Mets are playing poorly.
Yeah.
This will wake the Mets up. They play really well against the Yanks.
Subway Series, that's a good one, Rick.
Yep.
Absolutely. And that's Rapid Sports. Big D, back to you.
All right, Slick, very good. 9 minutes to the hour. Sports is brought to you by Mike Lindell. Let's do some more headlines with Rick Delgado. What's going on, Delgado?
All right. Well, here on, I know you guys, we were talking about the other day, Human Health Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.
Love him.
Sitting in with Tucker Carlson during an interview, and he had some things to say. He talked about, being in President Trump's cabinet, but he also talked about the president and how he goes about picking talent. Here he is, cut number 3, RFK Jr., talking about that fact of how President Trump actually qualifies people to be in the cabinet. Cut 3, check this out.
One of the things with President Trump is that he really knows how to pick talent. And he, and I'm not talking about me, but the other people on there, when you sit in those cabinet meetings, and every one of those people is incredibly erudite and just fluid in the way that they speak and very, very comfortable. And they're, one of the things that President Trump did when he picked the cabinet, and I was on the transition team, so I watched what he was doing. For every of one of the positions that he picked, he wanted to see 3 clips of them performing on TV. And so, he's very conscious of the way of that these people are going to be out selling his program to the public, and that he needs people who are, good salespeople, not only good administrators, but that they can communicate a message to the public.
Yeah.
Important.
Yeah, it is important. And it's something you forget about.
It's not silly. I
Right.
mean, it's a really good point.
At first, you think, it's kind of shallow. But when you stop and think, it's like, oh, that does kind of make sense, because microphones are going to be thrown in your face all the time. You're going to come under, heavy scrutiny and questions, and you got to be able to, deliver his message.
Communicate it properly. Yeah,
exactly.
I love it. I think that's so smart. He's so savvy.
Something I didn't even think about. He also talked about Marco Rubio, who has significantly impressed him. He used to think he was just another neocon policy hawk, but as he's grown closer to the people in the cabinet, he says Marco Rubio is the funniest guy in the cabinet. He says things that make people belly laugh at every meeting, Kennedy said.
Doesn't he hold like 13 seats for different positions?
I was never very, let's say, approving of Marco because of the kind of neocon war hawk he was, but he's had an incredible transformation. I think he's very aligned on most issues, including Ukraine. And, he says he's most impressed with Secretary of State Marco Rubio. So there you have it.
Out of everybody in that cabinet,
RFK
he's
Jr.
the guy that stands out to me, that has really stepped up and stands out.
Yeah.
As a senator, what'd you think of him?
He was...
Yeah, I mean, he was okay.
You know what happened? 2016 election happened, and he got slammed by Corpus Christi down there.
Yeah.
And he wasn't the same after that. He was out of the race.
It's pretty interesting to see people take Rubio, not even Rubio, to task over pulling the visa for this artist Bob Vylan, or whatever his name is, in England, who performed at the Glastonbury Music Festival, saying that, it's his First Amendment right to say what he said. Okay, that may be true. That's fine. But it's also Marco Rubio's right to say, getting a visa to come here to perform and make money off the American people is not a right, it's a privilege. And we're deciding not to extend you that privilege because we think you're a creep.
Not only that, he's not a citizen.
Yeah, he has to come on a visa to perform.
He doesn't have our rights. See, that's the whole argument from the Democrats. They want to give everybody around the world our rights. Meanwhile, they don't have them. It drives me nuts.
And that's been part of the core problem we face with all the immigration, all this craziness, is these crazy people influencing people in our country with their America hate. Rubio's doing exactly the right thing. I think we all know that, but it's just great to see someone stepping up and taking the abuse. He's really been a winner for us.
Yeah, he's definitely delivering. So there you have it, David.
As always, we salute our military, active and inactive, police, firefighters, first responders, EMTs, everybody on the front lines protecting us, everybody that keeps the country moving, all our truckers, all our farmers. Thanks, guys, on the show. Aaron, Frank, great job as always. Most of all, though, thank you. Live from Studio 6B audience. We'll see you tomorrow night, 8 p.m. back here, Real America's Voice, live from Studio 6B. Have a good night, everybody.
Is your body ready for summer?
We're gonna build a body you can be proud of. You just give me 30 minutes a day for 21 days, and I promise you, the weight will come off.
This is 21 Day Fix, the perfect program to get you summer ready.
I am in perfect shape for my bikini.
I had that sexy little beef.
Get simple fitness, simple nutrition, fast results in just 21 days.
Get ready for summer with 21 Day Fix. This week, try it free at 21dayfix.com. That's 21dayfix.com.
Funerals can be emotionally devastating for a family to go through. Besides the sorrow, loved ones are left with the decisions and the high costs of arranging a funeral. That's why Funeral Advantage was formed. They've helped thousands of people between the ages of 40 and 85 protect their families when they need it most. It pays your loved ones up to $20,000 cash immediately.
It's a good feeling to know that my family will be taken care of if anything happens to me.
It's so easy. Just answer a few simple health questions.
Funeral expenses continue to rise and can easily cost $9,000 or more. But the most government benefits pay is only $255, leaving your loved ones the financial burden to pay the rest.
This is so affordable, even for someone like me who's on a fixed income.
If you're between 40 and 85, get your free Funeral Advantage guide. Help keep your family financially protected with up to $20,000 cash immediately.
Funeral Advantage provided me with this free planning guide. Now everything is done just the way I want it to be.
Call the toll-free number on your screen to get your free information guide. Funeral Advantage is something we'll all need. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call now.
To get your free Funeral Advantage planning guide, call 800-849-7919. Discover how easy and affordable it is to protect your family when they'll need it the most. Call 800-849-7919. Now, Funeral Advantage pays up to $20,000 cash to your family for funeral and other expenses. Operators are standing by. Call 800-849-7919. There's no risk or obligation. Don't put it off. Call 800-849-7919. That's 800-849-7919. Call now.
Hi, Chef Daniel Green here with Rice Robot, the 1, 2, 3 rice cooker. Watch, 1 add the white cup for rice, 2 add the blue cup for water, 3 click it and let Rice Robot perfectly cook it.
The secret is Perfect Cook technology for even cooking. Then Rice Robot senses when it's done, auto stops and keeps it warm to serve.
It won't burn, overcook or undercook, guaranteed.
Get the complete Rice Robot cooking system, all for just $39.99.
Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father, is back in jail, but actually has a really interesting twist as to why, and also some California politicians asking some budgetary questions that I actually agree with. You'll be shocked to find out which side of the aisle that's coming from. And socialism, the generally unseen boogeyman, is finally to the forefront, and we have to take it on head on. All that and more coming up on this episode of Turning Point Tonight. My name is Joe Bob. Thanks so much for tuning in. Together, we're charting the course of America's cultural comeback. This is Turning Point Tonight. Now, before we get to that and our fantastic panel, I want to set this up for you because this is being hailed as such a uniting win for the state of California. Let me break this down here. Gavin Newsom broke up a fight between Gavin Newsom and Gavin Newsom and has declared Gavin Newsom the winner. If you're not familiar with this, California housing is very expensive, and part of the reason why is because the supply has shrunk drastically, in a large part, due to CEQA, which if you can write down here, CEQA Schmequa is, I don't know, the title we decided to come up with. But that is the California Environmental Quality Act, which has killed developments in the state of California for the last 50 years. Now, if people are going to argue with this, they're going to say, well, Reagan signed it into law in the 70s. Yeah, that's technically true. However, Reagan said, hey, we got to do some environmental reports for any public works that happen in the state of California. Again, I love the environment, and I think conservatives could probably get behind that. If the government's spending money, maybe you should do a little digging and background checks. The problem is the California Supreme Court a couple years later decided that any public work was anything that the government needed to approve. And in the overregulated state of California, that was everything. Hence, for the last 50 years in the deep blue lib-run state, everything from housing developments to suburban developments to anywhere anybody can live has been thwarted by this CEQA, California Environmental Act. That's the problem here. So libs have been pushing this. We need to protect the environment. And now finally, and this is good news, California just signed a couple bills that is going to roll that back. The funniest, though, is the irony of Gavin Newsom high-fiving effectively himself for defeating himself and his lib ideas in rolling back a problem that was caused by the perpetuation of those lib ideas. I know it was a mouthful and it's kind of a tongue twister, but trust me, it makes sense. Gavin broke up a fight between Gavin and himself and is declaring himself the winner. Here to comment on that and so much more is Turning Point USA contributor Anthony Watson and conservative commentator Tiffany Marie Brandon. Guys, thanks so much for joining us.
Thanks for having me on.
Anthony, I want to start with you here. This feels like to me, Gavin posted this on his Instagram, said, we are finally doing something about the the environmental red tape that the government has had, which again, he's been a huge part of putting that environmental red tape there. What do you think of the irony here?
Well, I mean, when it comes to everything Gavin Newsom's doing in the beautiful state of California, it's just a byproduct of all the bad decisions and poor choices where money's going, which now brings it to the Sequa Shmika, which basically just sounds like your ghetto ratchet auntie that was born in the ghetto that lived right next to Bon Qui and who was married to John Tavius. You know, so any kind of names or anything like that, that's ridiculous. You see it here. Then you said it, you know, suburban development, you know, like all these other developments. And, you know, like with a name like that, they forgot to mention the Arrested development. So,
yeah, California. I know, Tiffany, you're familiar with California such as I am, but everybody around the country is aware that California, it's just dang near impossible to do anything because of all of the restrictive and constrictive rules. Given the fact that libs have used like the CEQA Act of 50 years ago to completely hinder any sort of progression, you might say, progress, you might say, in terms of housing development, given the fact that they were the roadblock, I don't know if they get too much credit for potentially rolling back the roadblock that they set up, right?
Yeah, nothing says Gavin Newsom's running for office in 2028 like Gavin Newsom arguing with himself and his own party's policies. It's insane. But you also have to look at the fact that you talk about overregulation. I mean, look at the people that suffered from the Palisades fire earlier this year. Only 20 permits have been issued still as of yet, months and months later, by the city of LA and by Mayor Bass and by people like Gavin Newsom because of this overregulation. And again, like to your point, they go back to the fact, well, Reagan signed it into law. It's like, yeah, Reagan wasn't going to abuse it and use it as some, you know, grip on power to try to destroy businesses and business interests that they were politically opposed to or against from coming in. And while single individual homes are usually exempt from this, the mass amount of overregulation that really has just been corrupted by bills like CEQA and by people like Gavin Newsom, it's unfathomable. And it's really just so sad to see a state that could be doing so much, you know, kind of in handcuffs.
You know what I thought was funny, you reminded me of that, was when Mayor Karen Bass decided, hey, we're going to try and make this process of getting permits efficient. And she said, all of the 27 agencies that you need will be right here at this location. And nobody thought to ask, why the F are there 27 agencies that we have to deal with? But I guess completely lost on them. What is interesting that's happening in California is this. This is a California Assemblywoman, I think, or somebody in the California legislature overrun by Dems. Dems have a supermajority doing something that might come out of the Doge playbook, questioning, hey, where's all of this money going to? Watch this clip and I want to get your guys' reaction.
We also are spending $1 million to UCLA to research social media. What is that?
Defer to a colleague on that.
If we're spending money, we need to know the answers of what we're spending the money on and why.
Jessica Deichman, Department of Finance. Unfortunately, I'm coming up to tell you that I'll have to get back to your office on details of that investment.
Thank you. So this is the problem, and my Republican colleagues have referenced this many times. Yes, the budget process is transparent, but the details are not.
Yes! Yes! Anthony, look, this is something that conservatives have been complaining for decades. And two, you've got these people sitting at the table going, I don't know what's going on there. We thought that this was just passed blindly and nobody would question it. $1 million to social media. I don't know. Are the tides turning, Anthony? Have we won at least a minimal small battle in the culture war regarding finances?
Well, you'd see something like that and you would hope so, but now everyone is on the receiving end of how we feel when we look at any kind of congressional legislative hearing, when you have people asking anybody, transparency of what this means and to explain something and to hear everybody beat around the bush and finally talk about it. And now when Dems finally have people that need to be held account, they're running like they always do, because here, what the heck do you have $1 million budget for social media for? Unless you're running some serious campaign ads or you're just wanting to have the newest iPhone to film these new renegade dances on TikTok or something, there's money that needs to be accounted for, because this is our money. This is the American people's money that now people are finally starting to give a voice to, because they realize that when it comes down to actually pulling people to actually get them on a cause or on some sort of case that they need voters for, these are issues that matter to them. And I'm finally happy that some people now are asking the questions that we all have been, and that they're not letting up when people just beat around the bush.
Yeah, and again, I think it's a small battle, but it's nevertheless a win. Tiffany, in that same kind of screed, she was bringing up different budget items. Why is there $1 million here? Why is there a couple $100,000 here? She also said, why is there $5 million towards effectively loneliness? What does that even mean? And if you need somebody to research loneliness for $5 million, I'll do it for half. I'll give you some pretty thorough research. I don't know. Are we turning the tide here? Same kind of question.
Well, I think this is the problem. California has a $16 billion deficit as a state, right? Now, what people like this councilwoman who, and thank you to her for actually recognizing the ludicrousy of this. It's like you watch that I think it was Caroline Leavitt talking about a budget where they were, funding transgender monkeys or squirrels or something federally. But what they don't want to talk about is the fact that California, according to, I think it's the Federal for American Immigration Reform, they are estimating that California spends about $31 billion a year on illegal immigrants. So if they really wanted to fix their federal deficit of $16 billion, they could very easily do that and have a surplus if they were willing to, crack down on immigration reform and really start taking care of the American citizens that they have living within their state.
Yeah, transgender squirrel chickens or whatever it is you said. I'm also a proponent of not funding that, among many other things. Bigger government is always a problem, and Anthony, especially at Turning Point, kind of the whole fight against socialism is a big prevalent thing that we talk about a lot. But in a lot of cases, it's kind of like this unseen idea, right? And it is in a lot of ways. It's difficult to kind of pinpoint and explain exactly what it is, except for now, Ma'am Danny over there in New York is actually the face of socialism. It's no longer like this nameless, faceless idea. It's in real life. I want to watch this clip that's resurfaced of him and his thoughts and get your guys' reaction.
What the purpose is about this entire project. It's not simply to raise class consciousness, but to win socialism. We have to continue to elect more socialists, and we have to ensure that we are unapologetic about our socialism, whether it's BDS, right, or whether it's the end goal of seizing the means of production. It's the difference between having cash bail anymore or not. It's the difference between having sex work be decriminalized and not. And with every battle that we fight as socialists, we need to remember what the stakes are.
Yeah, so not even hiding it anymore. It's just we're straight up socialists, and our end goal is seizing the means of productions. I wonder how that worked out for Soviet Russia. Anthony, your thoughts?
Well, my thoughts are simply this. This isn't the first time that New York City and other great cities across the country have dealt with this ideology of socialism. Right now, you finally have someone who's brazen and bold enough to actually say it to the camera that we want socialism, because New York City has been a socialist city for decades. When Andrew Cuomo was in office, Mayor Eric Adams, when he was in office, all of the policies that they put in there that disregarded Americans and now made pathways for people who literally would kill people in broad daylight, get slaps on the wrist, and then get released in the public. Sex work is now legal and decriminalized in the state. Drug use and paraphernalia are everywhere, which is why, just like California and just like New York, all of these people and all of these places are being emptied out, while other people are now coming in here to now take advantage of a system that has never been designed to succeed. Because in a socialistic government, everyone is fighting for it because everyone is equal and we all get this. And I tell everyone the best way to describe that is tip sharing in the restaurant business. I'm like, if Sally works 12 tables and then she gets $600 out of tips, and then Johnny works 3 and he gets $40. Her 600 goes in a pot, his 30 goes in a pot, and everybody else collectively that gets split evenly. And I said, that's the goal of socialism, but who's guarding the pot? Who decides who gets what? Who decides who amount goes to where? And then in the end, everyone is disappointed because I put the work in, I should get what I'm worth and everything else. And then you have systems that collapse. And for everyone that keeps swearing that they're going to do it differently, we go to our history. That's why we have it, because in the history of the world, socialism has never worked.
But because of course it's never been tried effectively, right? It's never been done properly. That's the argument consistently on the lib side. Tiffany,
well, maybe if you actually put a guy who's out there full out saying that this is a socialist thing, maybe it'll actually take some ground. But like I said, all of these things have been done in the name of socialism with the socialistic practice, and it still hasn't worked out yet.
Yeah, maybe. We'll see. Hopefully not, though. Tiffany, so a bunch of people that watch this show have written in saying, hey, stop giving this guy airtime. And you don't have to agree with this, I'm just curious about your thoughts, have always said, no, you have to put this out in front of the American people and let them decide. And we need to convince them that this is a bad idea. With Ma'am Danny possibly being the mayor of New York, do we focus in on it more and explain it, or do we kind of hope that it just doesn't spread everywhere else?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. I think knowledge is power. And when you look at so much of what's wrong with our country and culture, it's the lack of knowledge. It's the lack of basic facts. Like, to Anthony's point, most people, I doubt right now, that are voting for this man in New York City understand that socialism is responsible for the deaths of at least an estimated 100 million people in history. 100 million people. It's more than the Holocaust, but we don't talk about that because, heaven forbid, we actually have knowledge. And when you look at, the quote unquote giving someone airtime, concept, the reality is that we aren't giving these subjects enough airtime. That's why you still have Queers for Palestine, who are completely oblivious to the fact that Tel Aviv has the one and only, LGBTQ population in the world in Israel, but you have all that demographic marching against Israel, but for the people that would murder them and throw them off a roof without a second thought. So there's really a lack of knowledge, and I think it's really important. He's very smart about being on TikTok. I mean, his mom's an Academy Award-winning director, so he knows how to utilize media and be front and center and do these really crafty commercials that are getting these bleeding heart Gen Z morons. So we need to fight against that, and we need to tell the truth, and we need to do it well. So let's keep talking about him.
Yeah, I would agree on that. Hopefully New York decides that they're going to go a different direction, but unfortunately I don't have a lot of optimism there. Anthony and Tiffany will be back to talk about Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father, back in jail, but for an interesting reason. Also, we'll check in with Monica Page, Turning Point's White House correspondent, Big Beautiful Bill, among other things like alligator Alcatraz. All that and more coming up on after the break here on Turning Point tonight. Don't go away.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
miles from Miami. And the president was with Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and DHS Secretary Kristi Noem touring the facility. It's going to cost around $450 billion of taxpayer dollars, but it's a lot cheaper than many people would expect, considering that Alligator Alcatraz is surrounded by alligators, crocodiles, and pythons. So the need for security surrounding the facility is not as hefty as it would be if it were somewhere else. So that's a huge factor, and the president is very excited to get this underway. They can start bringing in illegal aliens as soon as today or tomorrow. It's going to house about 5,000 illegal aliens, and it's originally supposed to be for hurricane victims in Florida, but now it's going to be housing illegal aliens for deportations. And FEMA is going to be picking up a lot of the tab. As we know, FEMA was funding the housing of illegal aliens at the Roosevelt Hotel in New York City. But now the president and the administration is holding its feet to the fire and saying, hey, you're going to pay for this facility as well.
Yeah, it's fascinating there, all of the libs freaking out about the dangers of Alligator Alcatraz. I have a suggestion for anybody staying there. Don't go wander out into the Everglades. You'll probably be fine. If you don't try to escape from the place you're being held, then you're probably not going to get eaten by alligators. So there's that.
And if you're going to run, you're going to run like this.
Yeah, I don't even then. It's tough to do that in the thick forest there. Monica Page, 30 Points White House correspondent. Thanks so much for taking the time. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father who's from Maryland and was a father. Those are his only crimes, is back in jail. The reason why, though, I think you might find interesting. But before we talk about that, I got to tell you about allfamilypharmacy.com. You can go to allfamilypharmacy.com/tonight. Use the code TONIGHT20 for 20% off your ivermectin order. We've all now known about ivermectin for a while. If you've got COVID-19, a parasitic infection, ivermectin could be what you need. Go to allfamilypharmacy.com/tonight. Use the code TONIGHT20 for 20% off. Now, here's the thing that I think is probably the most important thing. It's an American-based company, US-based company. You don't want to be ordering stuff, especially that you're going to put in your body from just random places around the world. You want American-based. That is allfamilypharmacy.com. Again, TONIGHT20 gets you 20% off. There's a friend of the show, you know her very, very well, who said, my weekend was saved by popping a couple ivermectin, felt a fever coming on, didn't want to ruin the weekend. Magic, apparently, is what she said. Magic. It was like, you can go to allfamilypharmacy.com, get your ivermectin supply, trust a US-based company, TONIGHT20 for 20% off, allfamilypharmacy.com. Let's get back to our panel. Turning Point contributor Anthony Watson and conservative commentator Tiffany Marie Brannon. Guys, this I thought was really interesting. Among all of the different things that President Trump is negotiating through, working through in the Middle East, everywhere else abroad, domestically, Canada was really trying to stick it to him late last week, trying to impose different taxes on a couple different digital services, and we don't need to get into the minutia about it. President Trump said, all right, cool, we're out. And then Canada almost immediately after said, oh, hold on. Well, actually, we'll pause this for you. Let's see if we can figure this out. Anthony, the fact that the libs have been constantly saying, well, this is going to ruin things and this is terrible. And then when President Trump backs out, President Trump is negotiating this, he's chickening out. I guess I don't quite understand. How do people not understand the negotiating tactics that need to be taking place with Trump and getting to reciprocal tariffs and how we interact with our friends and enemies around the world?
Well, I mean, what most people don't understand is that whenever you have a deal or any kind of negotiating going on, this is where you give something to get something. And in the end, you know, we have a president who finally is doing something to give the American people something that's been taken away from them. And so all of these decisions and all of these choices, all of these conversations that you see happening are being formed from a lot of people that haven't been taught how to have conversations, how to dig and how to have constructive criticism put on themselves and to bring that to the table in a conversation. Because in the end, we've been the people that have turned a blind eye. We've had a lot of elected officials that have gone out and made themselves richer while they've starved everybody else around them. So now when you finally have someone that comes up there and then they says, this is what we want and this is what we're willing to give you, and if that doesn't happen, this is it. And then you have Canada, a bunch of people who complain, whine, and do all this other stuff because of Justin Trudeau and the whole image that he's made Canadians. Not every Canadian is like that, but in this is cutthroat because this is the sovereignty and this is the longevity of a nation. And we've seen in the past 4 years how quickly on a decline we were when we were giving all of our money away and getting nothing in return for it.
Yeah, that seems it seems evident to pretty much everybody now that the United States is not going to mess around anymore like this. Tiffany, kind of same question here. I guess what do we have to do to articulate to the libs, hey, this is how you negotiate. Sometimes it's brash, sometimes it's harsh, sometimes your friends might get a little irritated with you, but at the end of the day, the administration is trying to do what's best by the American people.
Yeah, what's really shocking to me is the fact that somewhere along the way, American politicians forgot how to do their job. They just think like, oh, we'll just accept anything that anyone gives us, and heaven forbid we actually fight for the interests of the American people or our country. Basic negotiation, it used to be an art form in diplomacy. It used to be a requirement for anyone holding office. And we have completely lost that. It's become a popularity contest of incompetent people. I mean, don't get me started on AOC, guys. But, but you know, at the end of the day, Canada relies on us for billions and billions of dollars economically. There was no way they were going to walk away. They could, you know, throw their little temper tantrum and whine like a child. But we're the adults in the room now, and we're going to act like it, and we're going to put you in timeout until you behave like an adult.
Speaking of somebody in timeout, there's a headline in the Daily Mail that was like Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father who just was in Maryland, just being a father. That's all he was doing, nothing wrong, is back in jail. So I was like, I gotta read that. And I thought the fascinating part about this was a couple paragraphs down when the outcome was his lawyer requested that he stayed in jail. Guys, I feel like this is like the biggest W dunk. His attorney said, hey, we're worried that if he gets released on bail awaiting his trial, the feds are going to come pick him up and then ship him off to another country because the Supreme Court said, oh yeah, you can send illegals to another country if they can't go back to their own country and send them to, you know, wherever. Anthony, I thought this was great. He's now requesting, we talked about self-deportation. This is like a self-detain. I think this is great.
I think it's fantastic. You know, it's the whole thing of mess around and you just find out, or it's like play stupid games and you win stupid prizes. But you know, like I say this to everybody who's listening, in the world that we live in, if you have any type of moral compass, if you have any type of conscious effort in anything that is right and wrong, you cannot do this without this being a consequence. There are consequences that are eternally bound to choices that people make. And even in this right here, for people that want to do good for their client, I mean, like, I'm fine keeping him in jail. I'd prefer it if I wasn't paying for him to stay alive in jail. I'd rather make it somebody else's problems. But now this is a message that we're sending to everybody else, that America isn't playing around. And for as bad as we are, for as messed up as we are, the people that have everything to complain about here still haven't left. And I said, we're still the finish line for the rest of the world. But we don't have a tolerance for people that are going to come in here and make it harder for everybody else by putting citizens in danger, by stealing and doing things for themselves, and then having us have to sit and watch a system that now that profits and now that favors the illegals. So I'm like, in this case, it's just like, listen, man, we did our best. And, you know, I think it's just best for you if you just stay in jail. Just ride this one out. And then whatever happens, hopefully by the time you get released, there'll be a new administration. The law will be passed and we don't have to worry about this anymore.
Yeah. In other words, you know, stay in jail or learn Swahili. I don't know where they send people to. Tiffany, kind of your thoughts here, the wrapping up.
Congo. I think he has to learn Congolese. I think the last time we shipped a plane of people to the Congo, and they were like, no, please stop. But yeah, to your point, you know, they complain about due process so much. And so then they're like, wait, no, please, can you just keep him in the jail? Because we don't want you to actually, you know, move forward on the deportation orders that you have. And so this is a convicted criminal. He is a wife beater. He is an MS-13 gang member. He is a known human trafficker. And what's really disgusting to me is the fact that we have American prosecutors and an American judicial system that is constantly protecting illegal immigrants over American citizens. You see what happened just last week in Colorado, where a child rapist was assisted in fleeing from ICE by sanctuary city policies, by, you know, these people that are fighting against what is good and right and true and honorable in the American judicial system, and are really putting all their resources behind criminals like Kilmar. It's don't get me started.
It is a wild time to be alive. There was a story that we didn't get to about the DOJ suing California for their sanctuary policy, which actually could get really, really interesting, especially if it goes all the way to the Supreme Court on whether or not that's okay. But no time for that. Anthony, Tiffany, guys, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate you taking the time.
Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Coming up next here on Turning Point tonight, we've got a fantastic clip from Alex Clark's Culture Apothecary podcast. Don't go away. We'll be right back after this.
Got to admire what you've been able to do, not to weaponize, but to organize on these college campuses.
At Turning Point USA, we've spent 13 years building the machine, and last year we saw it pay off. Our grassroots army is making a real difference. Help us keep the momentum going. Donate today and keep TPUSA strong on campuses across America.
And for a gift of any amount, you'll receive your Big Gov Sucks cooler. Claim yours today.
can a mother who has to work be more intentional with the time that she does have with her kids to avoid attachment issues?
There's an exercise in my book. I have a new book out called Raising Mentally Strong Kids. And one of my favorite exercises is special time. 20 minutes a day, do something with your child that your child wants to do. And during that time, no commands, no questions, no directions. It's just time to be together. And it's like gold, that it's not a lot of time, but it's consistent time on a regular basis that helps solidify the bond between you and the child. And if during that time you practice what I call active listening, where you don't talk a lot. You just basically listen and repeat back what they say to you. The bond becomes stronger. And, you know, with 90% of moms working outside the home, they often feel so guilty. They end up doing way too much for their kids. And this way, it's like, look, I have time every day, your time. And it doesn't have to be a lot, but being consistent is magical.
Why should the rate at which the United States performs C-sections greatly alarm us?
C-sections do not allow the baby to go through the birth canal. And that means the baby's microbiome, the 100 trillion bugs in the baby's gut, is not going to get populated in the most healthy way, which is going through birth naturally. So in my mind, that's one of the biggest risks, not to mention the surgery for the mom.
How can you decipher hyperactivity in a child from just kids being kids?
So 30% of 3-year-olds are hyperactive. Only about 5 to 10% of 4-year-olds are hyperactive. So sometimes being hyperactive is just a developmental delay. Sometimes it's the food they eat. I'm so happy that RFK Jr. just banned red dye number 40. If you have a hyperactive child, the first thing to go is, what am I feeding that child? And if you take away some of the ultra-processed foods, you just can't believe the number of kids whose behavior gets better. Plus, your behavior gets better if you stop eating them. And so I think that's the first thing. And I don't think ADHD should be diagnosed before 4, unless it's really by a child psychiatrist who's an expert.
Are we unintentionally training kids to be emotionally fragile by overprotecting them from stress?
Absolutely. If you do too much for a child, you build your self-esteem by stealing theirs. That self-esteem comes from your ability to solve problems, from your ability to contribute. If you're always doing things for them, they're not developing a sense of competence, and competence feeds self-esteem.
You know who Jonathan Haidt is, right?
I do.
He's kind of started this independence challenge, and he's been encouraging parents, you know, let your child, 5, 6, 7 years old, whatever, something that you think emotionally they're capable of doing, do it on their own. So going into a restaurant or a small bakery, getting something, ordering it, coming outside to you by themselves, things like that. And this has really divided parents on the internet. Half of them are up in arms. If I saw a child go into Chick-fil-A by themselves to buy a smoothie, even if his mom was outside, I would call CPS. And then you have the parents that are like, I love this idea. I'm going to encourage my kid at the ball game to walk to the concession stand by himself and come back to me and kind of learn how to do something on his own. Where do you fall in this camp?
I love that. Like, let's help them be competent. But while they're walking to the concession stand, make sure you have your eyes on them. Yep. So that somebody doesn't grab the kid, right? You always have to have enough anxiety. You don't give them free rein. But the more they can do on their own, the more competent they're going to be. Doing too much for a child is bad for the child.
Can a child's diet in the first 5 years predict their mental health at 25?
Your diet at any age is going to predict your future. I mean, just look at corn dogs. They have 29 ingredients, and most of them you wouldn't recognize as food. And it used to be, when I was growing up, maybe you go out to eat twice a month. And now people go out to eat twice a day or more. And so the food in fast food is just loaded with poisons. And I think we have to be so thoughtful that I think one of the reasons we have more autoimmune disorders is people are eating more at Taco Bell and places like that.
What do the brain scans show of those children exposed to chronic screen time?
So less activity in the dopamine centers of the brain. So the pleasure centers in the brain become less responsive over time if you hit them over and over and over with video games and phones and iPads. You just wear them out. And it's sort of like we've thrilled their pleasure centers to death. And we should be very worried about it. And I sort of figured it out in 1987. My son was in 6th grade and getting great grades, and then Atari came out with the first video games, and I saw they just stole his attention. And then we started fighting about it. And I'm like, no, we're not fighting about it. And the video games left the house. He said, when are they coming back? I said, I don't think they're ever coming back. And I have seen this since then accelerate to these incredible 3D video games that kids get clearly addicted to. So addicted to their phones, addicted to these video games. And then you wonder why this dramatic increase in ADHD and the use of Ritalin and Adderall, which for the right people, they're miraculous medications, but not when it's environmentally induced ADD.
Well, these kids, some of them are so addictive, they're peeing in, like water bottles and stuff so they don't have to get up from their gaming seat. I've talked to Dr. Nicholas Kardaras about this before, and his specialty is video game addiction in children, and he said that was an epidemic. He noticed they all had Gatorade bottles and stuff filled with pee because they're so addicted they can't even take 2 minutes to have a bathroom break.
Yeah, no, if I'm the parent, we're not having that in our house. There is not anything good about that developmentally for their brains. And then we have to wonder what AI is going to do to their brain. It's not going away, so we have to, figure out how to use it. But I'm very worried because we're unleashing this technology, video games, cell phones, without any long-term neuroscience study. And Australia banned social media for kids under 16. I love that. It's taking what we know in neuroscience, that exposure to social media is harmful for children and teenagers, and turning it into public policy. California, you cannot start public high school before 8:30 in the morning. And I love that because it's taking what we know in neuroscience and turning it into public policy.
What does neuroscience tell us about the ideal start time for elementary school kids?
So it's probably the same. It's probably 8:30 or 9 o'clock. And it's why I've been a fan for a long time of homeschool, because the one huge benefit of homeschool is not everybody has to get up at 6 o'clock. And, mom can sleep later, dad can sleep later, the kids can sleep later. And sleep is probably the single most mental health strategy, because when you get good sleep, your brain cleans and washes itself. And if you don't sleep, it turns off 700 health promoting.
Welcome back to Turning Point Tonight, where together we are charting the course of America's cultural comeback. You can go to tpusa.com to find out anything that Turning Point is doing. The college campus tours, the big events, the documentaries, the faith department, the educator summit. Oh, that's so much there. tpusa.com. You can go anytime. You can also email the show anytime you want. tpt@tpusa.com. You can email whether you agree or whether you're wrong, or if you have funny memes to share. Honestly, that's the funniest thing. We go through the emails and find some hilarious things that are happening, including this video that you're going to see next. This is a video of a story of something that happened to a poor woman inside a Starbucks in Texas that is just unbelievable. And I say that sincerely, as in, I don't know if I believe it. Watch this and you be the judge.
Trip to Starbucks inside this Target store in Irving was part of a typical Monday for Blanca Lopez and her daughters.
Because I have my two daughters. They have some gift cards from Starbucks. They give it from the school.
But after ordering her horchata latte, Lopez and her daughters noticed something written on the top of her cup that got their attention.
What do you call it? Sick, illegal? And then when I read it, I was like, okay, is I supposed to laugh, or what do I need to do?
For the Hispanic immigrant who says she's been recently dealing with people close to her getting deported, the joke on the cup calling something illegal made her question whether it was directed at her.
Why did they call me like that? Or how they know if I have papers or I don't have papers, why did she wrote this? For me, it's offensive.
Lopez says she complained to a manager.
I showed them the cup, and she's like, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I apologize for this, and we're going to talk with the team so they don't do it again.
Lopez says she kept the cup as proof until she gets some kind of response or resolution from Starbucks, which she says she's still waiting for.
So let me get this straight. Somebody wrote a hilarious joke, admittedly, on a Starbucks cup, and then you went in and you talked to the manager, and the manager said, we're going to get to the bottom of this. There's two people working there. It is one of two people that were working at that Starbucks. You can't just go, oh, you're fired. That's not cool to do. Or somebody too invested in the TikTok world and thought Jussie Smollett was telling the truth, or at least if he wasn't, it was a righteous lie to make sure the real truth is shed to light. The thing is, I'm not sure how much I believe of this. Now, I guess in theory, it could have been a mistake, or it could have been an unhinged worker. Who actually knows? But I'm going to go ahead and say 95% of me goes, something is going on here. I don't know if it was her. She might not even know. Maybe it was her daughter. The handwriting on the top of the cup, one, didn't match the handwriting on the side of the cup, which was interesting. But two, looked very high school girly, which she said she was with her two daughters. I don't know what's going on here. All I know is I'm not sure I'm buying it. Anyways, that's going to do it for us here at Turning Point tonight. The best of the Charlie Kirk Show is going to take us out. We'll see you tomorrow, same time, same place. God bless America.
breaking news. The big, beautiful bill has passed. It has officially passed the United States Senate, and it is passing just by a whisker, right at 50 votes. And Vice President of the United States and President of the Senate, J.D. Vance, has officially broke the tie. The no Republicans are Susan Collins, Tom Tillis, and Rand Paul. Who would have thought of all the people to vote no? You would have Lisa Murkowski voting yes, and you would have Tom Tillis voting no. That is why it's good to have a 53 vote majority. Well, it's really a 6-vote majority, but 53 votes in the U.S. Senate. And the vote has officially been tallied, and the bill is passed, and it's going straight to the president's desk, and he will sign it on July the 4th to be able to celebrate no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, extra border security, the largest welfare reform that we have seen. And look, the bill is far from accomplishing everything that we want as far as cutting spending. We've covered that. We're going to actually segue on that particular element in a moment. But this is still a major accomplishment for President Trump, a phenomenal legislative accomplishment. And now it has to go back to the House. Has the House also done this? So that's the question. The House needs to go back and vote and approve the Senate version. That's also going to have some drama as well. So the Senate has passed it, but now it has to go back to the House, and we have some holdouts there. We have Mike Lawler, you got Don Bacon, you got Chip Roy, who's a friend of mine. And so now the Senate has done their job. Now it goes back to the House one last time. So it goes House. Since the Senate changed it, it goes back to the House. So this is not yet over, but it has officially passed in the United States Senate. Markets are looking very favorable to this, as the markets are going up, as they know that massive depreciation, Trump tax cuts are nothing but good for the economy and supercharging consumer spending and supply side investment. Now, the news last evening that got people a little bit off kilter, whether or not this thing was going to pass with the narrow margins, was the world's richest man, Elon Musk, said last evening that he was going to spend whatever money he needed to spend against anyone that voted for this bill. More specifically, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they're back in the arena. Donald Trump may have brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Iran and Congo and Rwanda and India and Pakistan, but it turns out that the Elon-Trump conflict has reemerged back to the surface. It was a couple weeks of just kind of peace, but now we have this back right in front of us. As we know, Musk had a falling out with Trump a few weeks ago over the contents of the big, beautiful bill. He started talking about forming a new third party called the America Party and competing in the 2026 elections. And then within a few days, it seemed like he cooled down and backed off that idea. Well, Trump avoided escalating and things got back on track. Well, it did not hold. Yesterday, as the Senate inched closer to the big, beautiful bill, and now the Senate has officially passed the big, beautiful bill, Musk tweeted this: "I want to make sure we get Elon's quote correct," which is this quote: "It is obvious with the insane spending of this bill, which increases the debt ceiling by a record $5 trillion, that we live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Time for a new political party that actually cares about the people." Now, let me just pause here. Elon is a deficit hawk. Honestly, I can sympathize with that. I want to see more spending cut. I want to see our budget eventually balanced. I have to also balance that with, though, that the national debt is not the only problem in America. 20 million illegal alien invaders in the interior of our country is a major problem in this country. In fact, that is an existential threat to this country. On this program, you're not going to hear anything negative about Elon. You're not going to hear us insult him. You're not going to hear us call him names. In fact, I like Elon. I've gotten to know Elon, friend, supporter, and I hope Elon comes back into this movement because we have way more in agreement than we have disagreement. But it seems as if right now this is going to keep on escalating. And on this program, we're going to call balls and strikes, and we're going to tell it like it is. We're going to say, I don't agree with that, and we might agree with this. Now, so Elon continued basically over a couple hours. The one that got people very upset, which very well could be a political problem, is this. He says, if this insane building passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. So Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man, worth $350 billion, might be worth $400 billion as of today, says he's going to start a new political party, and he's going to form it the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat Party uniparty so that the people actually have, in all caps, a voice. And he says, quote, they just pretend to be two parties. It's just one uniparty in reality. Now, I have to push back on some of what Elon is saying respectfully. Democrats are not voting for this bill. Democrats are not voting for more money for ICE or for mass deportations or fully funding the border wall. They're also not they are not voting for Medicaid reform or welfare reform. And I can't imagine that Elon wants to have the working class of this country have a 68% tax increase. However, Elon's passion about balancing the budget is one that we should continue to talk about. We should talk more about balancing our budget. Now, some of the math is a little goofy because a lot of this starts to look better if we start to grow more. If we lower interest rates, the budget starts to get in more gets closer towards balancing. We're taking more money in with tariffs than we ever could have imagined. We have serious welfare reforms in this bill. But to Elon's point, is it enough? Well, we've said all along we wish there were more. But we also only have a 3-seat majority. And that 3-seat majority holds the entire conference captive. They hold the entire conference hostage. Mike Lawler and Don Bacon and a couple others, they say, nope, we're not voting for that. And so unfortunately, it is about arithmetic. On top of that, in a reconciliation process, you are not able to even touch some of the mandatory spending that comes up in a budgetary discussion. So basically, we need more seats. We still got a good amount done. I think that there's more that could have possibly even been done, but this is still a phenomenal accomplishment. It does a lot more good than negative.
That we've got is that everybody who sees these flyers or anybody who sees these news clips should know you can still go home on your own. You can self-deport. If you go on the CBP Home app and go home now, you will get the chance to come back to the United States legally. You will get the chance to come back and do it the right way. If you don't, you may end up here. And you may end up here and being processed, deported out of this country, and never get the chance to come back. That is the consequences of breaking the law in the United States of America. Listen, our job is to uphold the law. This is a country of laws. We have a border now, and because we have a president that cares and recognizes that we need to be a nation of borders and a nation that upholds the law. If you break the law, there's consequences. We will deport you, and you will never get to be a United States citizen. You'll never even get to come back here and work and to pursue the American dream. But if you decide you want to go home now, go home. And we'll help facilitate it. We'll buy your plane ticket. We'll get you there. In fact, I just got back from Panama, Costa Rica, Guatemala, Honduras. Those countries are excited to get their citizens home. They're setting up programs to loan them money to buy houses when they get there, help them with food assistance, get their children educated, scholarships. They want their citizens that are living here in the United States illegally to come home and to be a part of their economy and help their countries grow. So this is a win-win for everyone. And I just want to end, Mr. President, by thanking our law enforcement officers, by thanking our ICE officers and our Border Patrol officers for what they do every day. They are out on the streets, and violence against them has increased over 500% since Trump has gone back into the White House because he's upholding the law and because a bunch of liberals, socialists, and Marxists are out there lying about what President Trump is doing. President Trump is upholding freedom by what he is doing. The freedom to live safely in this country and to do things legally and to have justice. And because those liberals, and I'm calling out you, CNN, I'm calling you out because you lie every single day about what these operations are. We are going after murderers and rapists and traffickers and drug dealers and getting them off the streets and getting them out of this country because Joe Biden let the worst of the worst come in here. The other day I was talking to some marshals that have been partnering with ICE. They said that they had detained a cannibal and put him on a plane to take him home. And while they had him in his seat, he started to eat himself. And they had to get him off and get him medical attention. These are the kind of deranged individuals that are on our streets in America that we're trying to target and get out of our country because they are so deranged they don't belong here. And they shouldn't be walking the streets with our children. And they shouldn't be living in the communities with our families who just want to grow up, go to job, raise their children to grow up and get a job and to live the American dream. So thank you to all of our law enforcement officers, those in our military that have been helping, our National Guard. Thank you to Governor DeSantis for stepping up and being an example to other governors. I hope my phone rings off the hook from governors calling and saying, how can we do what Florida just did? How can we do exactly what they did? Because we need this big, beautiful bill. We absolutely have to have this big, beautiful bill that has the funding so that we can continue this operation and we can get those bad criminals off of our streets and have the officers to do it so that when they go out on an operation, somebody's got their back. Somebody's got their back, they can do it safely, and they can go home to their families at night, too. So this bill needs to pass through Congress so we have the resources at the Department of Homeland Security to make sure that our homeland truly is secure. And Mr. President, thank you for Stephen Miller. I just want to thank you for him. This guy calls me night and day and tells me all of his wise advice and wisdom, but he's a rock star because he loves this country and he's passionate about making sure that nobody is prioritized over an American citizen. We love everybody. We do. We love everybody.
Not everybody.
But, well,
a lot of people.
But we shouldn't be putting people illegally above citizens. We should be making sure that we do things right. And that's what America has always stood for, and we're an example to the rest of the world because we do it right. So, Mr. President, you surround yourself with great people, and I think that's because everybody wants to work for the greatest president that the United States has ever had, and that's President Donald J. Trump.
Thank
you
very
sir.
much, Christy. That's
Thank
so
you,
nice.
Peter.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And I have to say that, you know, when Christie's name was put before me by Tom Homan, by the way, because I wanted him for the border, and somehow I thought that was going to be good in that sort. But he didn't want the upper job, and I said, who do you recommend? Kristi Noem. I said, oh, are you kidding? She's great.
Every day, there's a battle for your mind raging. Information coming from every angle with the will to deceive. Fear not. You found the place for truth. The voice of a generation that still has the will to believe in the greatest country in the history of the world. This is the Charlie Kirk Show. Buckle up. Here we go.
Okay, everybody, radio stations across the country. We are here at the Bitcoin.com studio here in Phoenix, Arizona. Breaking news, the big, beautiful bill has passed. It has officially passed the United States Senate, and it is passing just by a whisker, right at 50 votes. And Vice President of the United States and President of the Senate, J.D. Vance, has officially broke the tie. The no Republicans are Susan Collins, Tom Tillis, and Rand Paul. Who would have thought of all the people to vote no? You would have Lisa Murkowski voting yes, and you would have Tom Tillis voting no. That is why it's good to have a 53-vote majority. Well, it's really a 6-vote majority, but 53 votes in the U.S. Senate. And the vote has officially been tallied, and the bill is passed, and it's going straight to the president's desk, and he will sign it on July the 4th to be able to celebrate no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, extra border security, the largest welfare reform that we have seen. And look, the bill is far from accomplishing everything that we want as far as cutting spending. We've covered that. We're going to actually segue on that particular element in a moment. But this is still a major accomplishment for President Trump, a phenomenal legislative accomplishment. And now it has to go back to the House. Has the House also done this? So that's the question. The House needs to go back and vote and approve the Senate version. That's also going to have some drama as well. So the Senate has passed it, but now it has to go back to the House, and we have some holdouts there. We have Mike Lawler, you got Don Bacon, you got Chip Roy, who's a friend of mine. And so now the Senate has done their job. Now it goes back to the House one last time. So it goes House. Since the Senate changed it, it goes back to the House. So this is not yet over, but it has officially passed in the United States Senate. Markets are looking very favorable to this, as the markets are going up, as they know that massive depreciation, Trump tax cuts are nothing but good for the economy and supercharging consumer spending and supply side investment. Now, the news last evening that got people a little bit off kilter, whether or not this thing was going to pass with the narrow margins, was the world's richest man, Elon Musk, said last evening that he was going to spend whatever money he needed to spend against anyone that voted for this bill. More specifically, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, they're back in the arena. Donald Trump may have brokered a ceasefire between Israel and Iran and Congo and Rwanda and India and Pakistan, but it turns out that the Elon-Trump conflict has reemerged back to the surface. It was a couple weeks of just kind of peace, but now we have this back right in front of us. As we know, Musk had a falling out with Trump a few weeks ago over the contents of the big, beautiful bill. He started talking about forming a new third party called the America Party and competing in the 2026 elections. And then within a few days, it seemed like he cooled down and backed off that idea. Well, Trump avoided escalating and things got back on track. Well, it did not hold. Yesterday, as the Senate inched closer to the big, beautiful bill, and now the Senate has officially passed the big, beautiful bill, Musk tweeted this: "I want to make sure we get Elon's quote correct," which is this quote: "It is obvious with the insane spending of this bill, which increases the debt ceiling by a record $5 trillion, that we live in a one-party country, the Porky Pig Party. Time for a new political party that actually cares about the people." Now, let me just pause here. Elon is a deficit hawk. Honestly, I can sympathize with that. I want to see more spending cut. I want to see our budget eventually balanced. I have to also balance that with, though, that the national debt is not the only problem in America. 20 million illegal alien invaders in the interior of our country is a major problem in this country. In fact, that is an existential threat to this country. On this program, you're not going to hear anything negative about Elon. You're not going to hear us insult him. You're not going to hear us call him names. In fact, I like Elon. I've gotten to know Elon, friend, supporter, and I hope Elon comes back into this movement because we have way more in agreement than we have disagreement. But it seems as if right now this is going to keep on escalating. And on this program, we're going to call balls and strikes, and we're going to tell it like it is. We're going to say, I don't agree with that, and we might agree with this. Now, so Elon continued basically over a couple hours. The one that got people very upset, which very well could be a political problem, is this. He says, if this insane building passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. So Elon Musk, the world's wealthiest man, worth $350 billion, might be worth $400 billion as of today, says he's going to start a new political party, and he's going to form it the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat Party uniparty so that the people actually have, in all caps, a voice. And he says, quote, they just pretend to be two parties. It's just one uniparty in reality. Now, I have to push back on some of what Elon is saying respectfully. Democrats are not voting for this bill. Democrats are not voting for more money for ICE or for mass deportations or fully funding the border wall. They're also not they are not voting for Medicaid reform or welfare reform. And I can't imagine that Elon wants to have the working class of this country have a 68% tax increase. However, Elon's passion about balancing the budget is one that we should continue to talk about. We should talk more about balancing our budget. Now, some of the math is a little goofy because a lot of this starts to look better if we start to grow more. If we lower interest rates, the budget starts to get in more gets closer towards balancing. We're taking more money in with tariffs than we ever could have imagined. We have serious welfare reforms in this bill. But to Elon's point, is it enough? Well, we've said all along we wish there were more. But we also only have a 3-seat majority. And that 3-seat majority holds the entire conference captive. They hold the entire conference hostage. Mike Lawler and Don Bacon and a couple others, they say, nope, we're not voting for that. And so unfortunately, it is about arithmetic. On top of that, in a reconciliation process, you are not able to even touch some of the mandatory spending that comes up in a budgetary discussion. So basically, we need more seats. We still got a good amount done. I think that there's more that could have possibly even been done, but this is still a phenomenal accomplishment. It does a lot more good than negative. So Elon is threatening to start a third party, and he is threatening to put a bunch of money in it, funding candidates, funding upstart type insurgents. He said, and then President Trump has not sat quietly by. One more from Elon. He says, quote, removal of funding. Got it. So Trump, I'm trying to say who said this. This is what he said, quote, removal of funding for enforcement of federal contempt of court orders is actual crux of the spending bill. This is nominally aimed at removing illegal immigrants, but obviously also enables many other abuses of power by the president. So Elon is now attacking President Trump, saying that Trump wants to be able to do this to abuse power. President Trump has not sat idly by. And he said, quote, Elon may get more subsidies than any other human being in history. By far, without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop, head back home to South Africa. No more rocket launchers, launches satellites, or electric car production. And our country would save a fortune. Perhaps we should have Doge take a good hard look at this. Big money to be saved. We're going to talk more about this after the break, because I actually think these two titans, the world's most powerful man and the world's most richest man, they both want to save Western civilization. They have different passion projects. Elon is focused like a Tomahawk missile on balancing the budget. President Trump is focusing on balance the budget, but President Trump also ran on a working class populist economic agenda, which he is doing, and he ran on mass deportations. This is an agenda bill. A bill has to take a form. It has to take a final cause. This final cause of this bill is that we are doing what people voted for. Is it perfect? No. Is it good? Yes. It has some phenomenal components of it that we could never have imagined. Back in 2017, we could not get John McCain or Mitch McConnell to lift a finger for border wall funding. We're getting $50 billion for the wall. We could not get them a finger for mass deportations. We are getting $100 billion for mass deportations. 80% of the pie, not bad. And it's my hope that these two titans can reconcile. It's what would be best for Western civilization. ReliefFactor.com. Living with everyday pain is like having a voice that says, no, you can't do that. No, don't go play your favorite sport. No, you better sit this one out. So if pain is affecting you, see how Relief Factor can get you back to living life on your terms, on one where you say yes a lot more. Go to ReliefFactor.com for less than $1 a day. Just go to ReliefFactor.com or call 1-800-4RELIEF. That is 1-800-4RELIEF. See how with less pain you can say yes to more of everything you want. So go to ReliefFactor.com. That is ReliefFactor.com. For less than $1 a day, go to ReliefFactor.com. Elon's been very good to me. I have nothing negative to say about him. I want to see reconciliation. We are better together than we are divided. A house divided cannot stand. We'll be right back.
To keep our citizens safe, but we're going to continue in Florida to remove the barriers to have your vision come true of a safe United States. We're going to get these illegals, the illegal criminals out of this state, and we really appreciate you and your leadership in this effort. So thank you for being here.
Thank you very much. You're doing a great job, too. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Joe Gruters, State Senator. I'm a member of your Homeland Security Advisory Council, your Vice Chairman. Thank you for that appointment. And thank you for coming back to Florida and everything that you do. Every single day you are delivering on the promises that you promised to us at all of the events you've done throughout the years, but specifically this last campaign. You deserve all the credit for everything, and you are surrounding yourself with incredible people like Secretary Noem, Stephen Miller, and just like your big, beautiful bill here in Florida, there was a lot of commotion about our immigration bill. And we had 3 Bs in that: beds, badges and bad guys. And this goes right along with our beds and the resources. And I give the governor, Ron DeSantis, a lot of credit for stepping up and making sure that we all work together, because at the end of the day, even if sometimes there are skirmishes, as a result of the back and forth, we ended up with a better bill, and we all win. And what we're doing here in Florida hopefully will happen all across the country. You've done, your leadership is amazing. Keep up the great work, and just
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Elon Musk continued on Twitter, or on X, I should say, saying that if this bill passes, he's starting a new political party. Well, here is the official announcement. Breaking news, 309. The bill has passed. 309.
50. The nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
And that is the passing of the big, beautiful bill in the United States Senate. And it is now going back to the House of Representatives for a final vote to then go back to the President of the United States. Now, it might seem as if this is irreconcilable between President Trump and Elon Musk. How could they possibly ever join forces? How could they ever come back together after all this back and forth? President Trump is talking about starting a new political party. I mean, Elon Musk is starting a new political party, and they're attacking, and it's just as nasty as you could imagine. And it seems as if that it's only going to increase. But President Trump has in front of us a rather dramatic and telling track record of being able to reconcile and work with people that were otherwise considered to be sworn enemies of MAGA, where we were in the nastiest of all circumstances. Elon Musk is a patriot. Do I think Elon Musk is misfiring on starting a new political party? Yes. That would do nothing but help the Democrats have permanent political control over the country. Let's just be honest. It would turn the country into a third world hellhole. It would be wide open borders. That is a bad idea. Do I think Elon Musk wants what's best for America? Yes, I really do. Him buying X and him buying Twitter will go down as one of the most consequential, important purchases. I said at the time, and I was mocked, the most important purchase since the Louisiana Purchase, and I was right. It was a liberating of conversation. The other tech titans followed. Look, in politics, sometimes it requires sharp elbows, requires the capacity to throw a couple jabs. It is not unheard of for President Trump to get a little bit upset. There was at times where he was insulting Steve Bannon 8 years ago, and all that kind of got remedied. It's all part of the Trump story. Sometimes things get very heated, and then there's a reconciliation. There's a reapproachment. And we all agree that we want Elon Musk and we want Donald Trump to work collaboratively. I've been waiting for this piece of tape, but I'll try to find another one here. Which is the best example in front of us is as we're doing this program, President Trump is hanging out with Ron DeSantis. Ron DeSantis, who they were the worst of enemies imaginable, where they were as bitter enemies. I mean, they were just attacking each other relentlessly. They were in the midst of a primary. Donald Trump did not have very good things to say about Ron DeSantis at all. And now they're taking questions on the tarmac, and in his own words, he says that his relationship with Ron DeSantis is a 10. Play cut 310.
Stand here now as partners on this effort. How would you describe the relationship, and what future does Governor DeSantis have?
I think it's a 10. Maybe 9-9, because there might be a couple of little wounds. So maybe 9-9. I think we have a 10. We get along good.
I endorsed him immediately in January 2024. I raised one of his PACs millions and millions of dollars, and then we worked very well on this and other issues with Florida. You can call him at any time, and he wants to be helpful for governors. I mean,
that's a big change from where we were in the primary. I only introduce that piece of evidence to show that I think Elon and Trump will reconcile. I don't want to see this getting barreling out of control, where Elon puts up an America party. It's a bad idea. All that would do would be a gift to radical left-wing Democrats and would splinter off some more of the fiscal-minded, younger tech bros to go vote for a third party. Because the Democrats, they're not going anywhere. They are Soviet bloc, consolidated, Pravda unified. I do think, though, that Elon's fiscal concern should be given and highlighted a big platform. And we need to cut more spending. We need to balance our budget. I agree with Elon on that. But we do that within the Republican Party, not by starting a new party. If it was the tech right versus the MAGA right, it means a Mamdani left would win and everyone would lose. We'll be right back.
Network USA proudly celebrates our nation's birthday, honoring freedom, resilience, and financial independence. To mark the occasion, they're offering 10% off of all services through the 4th of July. If you're dealing with back taxes or if you missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait because the IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement. Penalties can add up quickly, up to 5% per month, maxing out at 25% of your total tax bill. All of this just for not filing. And that's on top of what you already owe. But there's good news. Tax Network USA can still help you turn things around. Whether you're self-employed, if you run a business, or if your books are a complete mess, their team knows how to cut through the chaos and find solutions that work. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem now could help you avoid some harsh penalties, wage garnishments, or surprise bank levies. So take the first step by calling 800-905-8000 and visit tnusa.com/RAV. Don't forget, you'll get 10% off of all services through July 4th as part of their celebration of our nation's birthday. Regain control of your finances with expert help from Tax Network USA. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in the Senate to get President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill passed in that chamber. RAV Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn, the person who informed the president about the bill's passage.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you. I'm waiting, listening to these wonderful words, and they are music to my ears, but I was also wondering how we're doing, because I know this is prime time. It shows that I care about you because I'm here and I probably should be there, but we do care. Thank you very much. Go back and celebrate the big, beautiful bill that just got passed. You sure that's right, Brian? Yeah, all right. Wow, good. He's doing a good job. Right. Wow.
House Republicans are rushing to get back to Washington in order to vote on the Senate's version of that bill, with the goal of getting it on President Trump's desk by Friday in order to be signed into law. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
He's mainstream, conservative, but solid as a rock.
Charlie Kirk Show.
Welcome back, everybody. I want to tell you about one of our partners here, and then we have the great Alex Marlow. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. We have several TikTok videos that are going viral right now as we are reaching the next generation. I just love this one. This one's one of my favorite. It has like 50 million views across platforms. Very viral on TikTok. Play cut 8.
Why don't you believe that white privilege exists? I just want to get your understanding first, and then we could go from there.
Well, let's just, is there anything that you can't do that I can do?
No, we could do the same things if we put our minds to it.
Good. Then there's no white privilege. Pretty easy. Millions and millions of views. Rather persuasive. America's small businesses rely on TikTok to succeed, helping them attract more customers and drive more growth. From small batch sellers to fast-growing brands, 74% of businesses on TikTok say it's helped them scale by hiring more employees, boosting sales, and expanding to new locations. Like Arizona Taco King, who grew from a mom-and-pop taco cart to 2 thriving restaurants in just a year. Or Coco Asante, who upgraded to a larger facility and brought on more staff, letting their handcrafted chocolates reach more customers. Or Dan O's Seasonings, who went from a one-man show to a team of 45, now supporting dozens of hardworking families. With TikTok, small businesses are thriving, finding their customers and expanding. Learn more about TikTok's contribution to the U.S. economy and go to TikTokeconomicimpact.com. That is TikTokeconomicimpact.com. So take a look at it right now, TikTokeconomicimpact.com. Okay, joining us now is Alex Marlow, editor-in-chief of Breitbart.com and host of The Alex Marlow Show. Alex, we were just listening to the live press conference there of President Trump. He is at his best when he's talking about urban crime, deportations, and illegals coming across the southern border. Though that is just strike zone stuff. There are issues where he is just a 10 out of 10. When President Trump just starts ranting, he says, and these people are pushing you on subways and you can't walk the street in New York. He looks at it from a view of just a regular New Yorker and a citizen. Comment really quick, Alex, on Alligator Alcatraz. We haven't covered it yet on the program. What is it and what is the significance of it?
Yeah, well, this is Ron DeSantis' new prison where he is going to try to put some of the bad guys, he's going to be some of the worst guys around in a prison where it is theatrical, but it's fun, and I love fun. And I make fun of Governor DeSantis a lot. I do call him Governor DeSanctus and Governor DeSanctimonious, Charlie, because I think Trump did nail that. I think he is sanctimonious, but I got to say, he's an amazing governor, and he gets stuff done. The guy's relentlessly trying to create new things. I know this speaks to your leadership. I know as a CEO, Charlie, you're always trying to get to the next thing and do more. DeSantis loves to do more, and I'm glad Trump was down there and they were being friends and buddies and talking about putting some of the worst people in a prison that sends a signal you don't want to be there. That's the message that's being broadcast. We have a low tolerance for crime in this country. We are restoring law and order in this country. That's what President Trump is all about, and that's the essence of why he's so good on illegal immigration, is that he knows it is a disgrace as a country that if we do not value law and order first, the Democrats hate law and order. They detest it. They would prefer chaos. They prefer for criminals and for illegal aliens to be prioritized over citizens. This is an easy layup for us, but we have to run through that door, and we're doing it. Both of these guys are.
I want to play a full clip here. It's a minute 25. It also just reminds you, hey, you know, Elon and Trump are fighting. The band can get back together. This is a great duo right here, talking about safety and order and the deportation agenda. Play cut 306.
Bureau to redo the census to actually get an account of how many Americans with proof of citizenship are in our area, in our country, redistricting some of the House districts. Your thoughts on that?
Well, I'll speak for both of us. We love it. You didn't like this one. I know all about it. We want to bring our elections back. The election in 2020 was rigged, millions and millions of votes. It had to do with COVID and a lot of things, but it really had to do with the crooked people. The Democrats are very good at cheating on elections. And that's why I said too big to rig. They tried this one too. But after about 9:02, they gave up too many votes. You know, too big to rig. Ron would love it. I would love it. Christie would love it. That's what they have to do. They have to bring it back. And we have to look. You know, Ron, they include anybody that happens to be in your state.
California would lose like 5 seats if they did a fair census. And even beyond that, the Biden census gypped Florida of at least 1 seat. We only got 1 seat in the last census. Are you trying to tell me that Florida only had 1 seat in that? We should have had at least 2. Texas should have had another one. That could be the difference in the House of Representatives and the majority. So I would love for them to redo the census for 26. My legislature will redistrict those lines. We'll get it to where it's fair. But as it's right now, this country is not fairly apportioned.
First of all, there is incredible depth what they're talking about. Yes. And we could talk about the fact of the dynamic duo, but let's actually dive into the details here. I sent out a tweet yesterday. It was performed beautifully. We need to redo the census and only count Americans. The census was counting illegal aliens, and it was such a scam. Minnesota was within like 30 people of losing an electoral vote and a congressional seat. 30 people. I mean, it was done in such a fraudulent way. Alex, talk about the apportionment topic, because it doesn't get talked about enough, and how the census in 2020, done by Joe Biden, well, actually it wasn't done by Joe Biden. It was done by Trump, but it was stopped by the courts and COVID interrupted it. But should we not redo the census?
Yeah, of course. We don't have a clear sense of who's a legal migrant and who's an illegal migrant when we do the census. This was done intentionally by the Democrats in order to pad their rolls with the amount of congressional seats they have, because the apportionment is done state by state and it's based on population. And so if you're of a state like California, where you're counting millions, who knows what that number is, but certainly millions of illegal aliens living in that state, all of those people are contributing to the census so that there are more seats in that state than legal citizens should dictate. This is a clear failure of leadership that we have had this from both parties. But if the Republicans can balance the scales properly, Charlie, then we're going to lose Democrat seats, and they're going to be reapportioned to parts of the country where we know there are actual citizens there. Places where people are moving, like Florida and Tennessee, could pick up seats, and places like California are going to lose a bunch of seats. And what these guys are doing, these guys are going so high level, and I just love the creativity creativity of this. That's why we love the alligator Alcatraz so much. They stood this thing up in just a few days. It is designed to send a signal to illegal migrants all over the world, particularly the criminals, that you don't want to mess with us anymore. It's clever the way it's done because using natural barriers isn't just theatrical. It's also practical because it's cheaper. You've got the alligators there. You've got pythons there. I mean, could you imagine thinking, I'm going to get out, I'm going to try to escape, and then you run into some pythons? It is such a great idea, and it's one of these things where I love the innovation, the creativity, and the boldness from these guys.
And you're right. It is a physical deterrent. It is a deterrent that if you're coming from the third world, you might end up here. And I love that we're playing offense again. By the way, just a little bit of offense. A buried little note here is that the Department of Commerce runs the census. Just people don't actually think about that or know that. Of all the places to do the census, it's the Department of Commerce. And it was incredibly controversial back in 2020. It was remarkably controversial. But just to repeat this for our audience, Alex, so everyone understands, foreigners are counted in our official tally of the census, which gives Democrats more electoral votes and more congressional seats. If we did an American census, it would result in probably 15 more electoral votes for Republicans. I have the numbers. I have to look at it. And at least 10 more congressional seats for Republicans. We count foreigners in our official tally, which is a silent stimulus for the Democrat Party, Alex.
Yeah, this is it. It couldn't be more simple that we include residents, not just citizens, in the census.
Crazy.
It's crazy. If you're a resident of the United States, you are in the census, and the congressional seats are appropriated by residents, not by citizens, yet only citizens should vote theoretically. And that's why we talk about Victor Davis Hansen's been a leader on this. The concept of the citizen has been watered down by the American left because they see this as their path to the great replacement, which of course is real. They want to replace 100%. American, natural-born Americans with foreigners because that's their only path. They have no path with normal American citizens to continue to win. They can only win if they replace us with foreigners. This is part of the plan to do that. It's that simple.
And the great replacement is absolutely legitimate, without a shadow of a doubt. And so what they want to do is they want to replace the native population. But what they're really fearful of, imagine this, imagine if we redo the census and we're able to have mass deportations. What could this actually mean for a reapportionment map? Here is the tweet. This was Shane that found it. We should redo this. This was done back in March. No, this was not the one. I have an older one. But basically, the ramifications of congressionally and in the Electoral College are profound. In fact, President Trump would not have to win a single blue wall state in 2024, which he did. He won all three. And if you look at the electoral math, this would break the back of the Democrat Party.
I agree with you. I think that if they didn't have this is a cheat code that they've got. This hands them a few seats. Think about how tight this BBB vote is going to be. And every vote matters. First of all, if you think of the Senate, obviously, which is it's not really apropos to this conversation, but every one of those tight Senate races, Charlie, and you campaigned so hard in so many of those, that came down to the wire, those ones that got decided late at night, so many of those went Democrat. Each one of those seats would make it so that we wouldn't have to compromise with the moderate rhino cuck wing of the conservative movement of the Republican Party. We wouldn't have to give handouts to all those people. Every vote counts in a Congress where it's decided by just a handful of votes. Those reapportionments is the difference between maybe a slightly tougher bill or a slightly weaker bill. Maybe there's one last holdout that's demanding something unreasonable. At the last minute, they get it through. They might have gotten it through only because they represent an area that benefited from having an extra district in a state because of these illegal aliens. All of this stuff matters, and we need to be in a wartime footing to try to right these wrongs.
The wartime footing is right. Alex, I want to keep you for another segment here because I believe that the future of the MAGA agenda, Trump's promises, and Western civilization are going to go through three major cities. I think President Trump, if you want to talk about, if we want to get, some people say, oh, the vibes are off, we got to get the gusto back. If you want to get the gusto back, he needs to have a all-out plan to declare an agenda on L.A., Chicago, and New York. Those are the three cities. It's not going to happen without a full-out focus with precision on all three. It is L.A., Chicago, and New York. It's going to happen on the streets of these cities, and LA in particular, which I know you are very passionate about. By the way, Stephen Miller's been talking about this forever. You've been talking about this forever, Alex, which is that, we can win the heartland, but if you do not go after the central power structure, if you do not get back at the baseline, which is what's happening on the streets of the city of Los Angeles, then we're just tampering at the edges here. So with that, we're going to talk about Mamdani after the break. Alan Jackson is amazing. He's a great friend of mine. Check out Alan Jackson Ministries. Alan Jackson Ministries is a great way that you guys can get his latest book, God Bless America Again. We're partnering with Alan Jackson Ministries, and today I want to tell you about his book that you'll definitely want to read. It's called God Bless America Again. It tells the truth about our history and how our nation was formed on biblical principles and the importance of protecting our Judeo-Christian foundations as we move forward. God Bless America Again will sharpen your perspective on what it means to bring God's truth into our nation today. When you take time to understand how God has consistently blessed America, pouring his grace and mercy on us over and over again, it will give you hope for the days ahead. Go to God Bless America Again. That is God Bless America Again. AlanJackson.com/Charlie for free shipping for the best opportunities of our future. You're going to love this book, especially with Independence Day coming up this Friday. Go to God Bless America Again. That's AlanJackson.com/Charlie. AlanJackson.com/Charlie. Email us freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
I approved all of that, the washing machines, the whole thing. The dishwashers, that was the other one. They give you like this much water right up to there to do your dishes. So people, you know what they do? They keep pressing the button. So they end up doing the dishes 10 times. They end up using more water than you would have used if you did it right in the first place. So all of that stuff has been written off. It sounds crazy. It's little things. The straw, I let you go back to a plastic straw. I was tired of having straws melt in my mouth, you know? It wasn't working. The paper wasn't working too well. So these are little things that I did. Then we have the big things. We have the biggest things, and that has to do with some of the subjects we're talking now. I think the things we're talking about now are the biggest, because if you don't have borders in this country, borders and good elections, and we're working on that next. There's some bills coming in that's going to make sure that you're a citizen, that people aren't counted in the voting when, you know, they were here and they're here as illegals and they're criminals in many cases, and they give them a count. And you end up with extra congressmen. We're going to work on that. We're going to straighten that out next. That's going to be easy compared to what we were doing. But we did the big things, too. But little things like that, a straw, little things like a washing machine with no water. People go out, they spend all their money on a washing machine. The damn thing doesn't work. You can't use the water. Then you go to your sink and that doesn't work either. You're stuck. You know what you do? You have dirty plates the next day. That's it.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have the great Alex Marlow with us. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. But first, I need to tell you about America's greatest college. It's Hillsdale College. History, economics, the great works of literature. Did you study these things in school? Probably not. Or even if you did, maybe it's time for an enjoyable refresher. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com for this amazing free eight lecture course. You'll learn from Hillsdale College President Larry Arnn as he goes in depth on 4 novels, 1984, Brave New World, Darkness at Noon, and That Hideous Strength. Even though these novels were written in the 30s and 40s, they are highly relevant today as they show what a tyrannical government does to human nature. More importantly, they can show us that faith, family, and freedom are worth fighting for. Maybe you read these books a long time ago in school. Maybe you've heard others talk about them. Go to charlieforhillsdale.com. That is charlieforhillsdale.com to register. CHARLIE for Hillsdale.com to register. Alex Marlow is with us. Alex, how old are you, Alex? You're late 30s?
39, yeah.
39. So I'm 31. Mamdani is 33. Help our audience understand the appeal of Mamdani outside of the Muslim thing, outside of the fact he's a communist. I totally get it because I can view this from a digital millennial prism. Yeah. I get the audience. Help explain that to some of our audience that is just so perplexed that this guy is now the Democrat candidate and likely next mayor of America's largest city.
Well, it's clearly because he eats with his hands. I mean, I think that's the main. He's seen the fork and he's just fighting through it. He's like, I'm going to eat with my hands because I'm going to pander for the online clout. No, Charlie, in all seriousness, what he's doing is he's catering towards the millennial energy. He's smiley. He looks sharp. He's got a good haircut. And he says things that come off as forward thinking, even though we know it's very regressive, the idea of seizing the means of production. That's all straight out of Marx. But he's positioned himself as someone who is looking down the field and is showing actual leadership. And that is what the appeal is all about. He's packaging all of his messages for a digital age. When he was doing that absurd thing where he wants to have government run, grocery stores, which by the way, he misread a budget item in the city budget, which is how he came up with that. He thought there was all this money allocated for corporate grocery stores, which he had misread. So he can't even do this, even if he wanted to. But if you saw the video, he shows up. He's got the little handheld mic that you always see on TikTok, and he's talking into it. And he's catering to a message to people who are maybe new to politics and maybe have not learned from their broken school system how bad socialism is. And so when you go up against a guy like Andrew Cuomo, who is the worst politician in America, I prefer Mamdani to Cuomo. I do. After Cuomo killed all those people, essentially, for the lawyers, he essentially killed all those people in the nursing homes. He crammed all these sick people in with these innocent elderly people so that they could die during COVID. That policy is unacceptable. He's been accused of also being a sex pest, all that stuff. He's terrible to run that city. So once you add all that up together, and you can see how he can get through a primary.
We're going to do a whole nother show on this. We're going to have Benny Johnson come on the show because he actually went to Cuba with Turning Point USA like 5 years ago, and he actually showed what a grocery store looks like if the government runs it, and it's no joke. The politics of grocery stores are legit. You might remember back in the late 80s, I think it was Gorbachev that came to America, and he saw the American grocery stores for himself, and he was blown away. He could not believe it. He was like, you guys have so much abundance. He was speechless. The politics of grocery stores is not to be made fun of. Alex, last question. How do we beat Mamdani? We should not give up on New York. We should not say, oh, let it burn. That is BS. That's nonsense. That's like the Roman Empire giving up on Rome. That's like the Greeks giving up on Athens. That's like the British Empire giving up on London. That is cope. How do we beat this Muslim communist?
Well, if you want to beat him, then the first thing is Curtis Lewa's got to drop out. Cuomo cannot run, and everyone's got to consolidate behind Adams. And Adams has got to, I think, work with Trump, come up with some sort of way to work with Trump when it comes to ICE stuff, and try to position himself as a moderate, more of like a Fetterman-esque type Democrat, even better than Fetterman, because Fetterman always ends up voting wrong every time. So, but that would be the path forward. I do think Adams could win in that case, and I think that as more people point out that this guy's policies are not going to work. And also, he's not authentic, is that he comes from Ivy League educated parents who benefited from this country's largesse. And then for him to act like we want to throw out everything that made America special and to go with Marxism and socialism that has never worked anywhere, especially not in this country. I think the more people who actually are confronted with that reality, I don't think he'll necessarily be able to make it all the way to a general. But
breaking
again,
news. Stay there. No, we got to go. But breaking news, President Trump has said that we're just going to arrest Mamdani if he blocks ICE. That is exactly the right answer, Mr. President.
Sure.
We're not going to let some uppity 33-year-old socialist get in the way of the mass deportation agenda. Zohran Mamdani, okay? Take a seat. We are in the driver's seat here. The American people are. We're not going to allow a foreign third world agenda to take over America's largest city. Alex, thank you so much. That's Alex Marlow from The Alex Marlow Show, editor-in-chief of Breitbart.com. Thank you so much. Tom Homan joins us in the next hour.
back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. With the shake of a mouse and the click of a key on a laptop, criminals can steal your house from right underneath you. What's arguably even more concerning is that it can all happen without you even knowing about it. Home title theft and deed fraud is a growing epidemic, and there are few laws on the books to protect you, and that's why you have to be able to protect yourself. James Finch is an expert in information security. He's also a former head of the FBI Cyber Division. He joins me this morning to discuss. Mr. Finch, good to see you.
It's good to see you, Clarence. Thanks. Thank you for having me, Terrence. And by the way, early happy Independence Day.
Likewise, happy 4th of July to you as well. Let's talk about home title theft and how people can protect themselves, because this is really an epidemic, and it's something, unfortunately, many people don't realize has happened to them until it's too late.
This is true. This is true. And, you know, I'd like to tell your viewers about house stealing, but I would ask them, when was the last time they checked their home's title to see if their name is still on it, if they're still the owner? Let me tell you a short story about a young lady from Houston whose grandmother passed away and left her the home. Unfortunately, there were back taxes and she couldn't afford the taxes. And so the county worked out a payment plan. So she paid on this home for months in anticipation of moving in. And when she finally paid off the back taxes, she discovered her home had been stolen. She wasn't notified by the county, and now she has to find money to pay an attorney. If she had had Home Title Lock's $1 million triple lock protection, she would have been alerted when someone tried to change her title. Home Title Lock's $1 million triple lock protection monitors your home's title 24/7. And that's the first lock of that triple lock protection. The second lock of that triple lock protection is if there's any change to your home's title, you will be alerted. And if you did not make that change or authorize that change, the third lock of that triple lock protection will kick in, which is the title restoration. There's a U.S.-based title restoration team, Home Title Lock has, and they will spend up to $1 million to restore your home's title back into your good name. Your viewers should go to HomeTitleLock.com and educate themselves about house stealing and how they can prevent themselves from becoming a victim of house stealing or title theft.
So what you've just described is a proactive measure. Unfortunately, there are all too many people who have to be reactive. You mentioned the woman who lost her home and she ended up having to spend a lot of money on an attorney. I would imagine that it's rather challenging to try to get your title back once someone has taken it and signed it over to themselves.
Yes, the burden falls on the homeowner to prove that they did not take out the loans on the home that the bad guy took out, and they have to find an attorney, and attorneys, as we all know, they are not cheap. But with Home Title Lock, we will spend up to $1 million in attorney fees to restore your home's title. So that is not a worry. This is an emotional and financial nightmare. It's devastating to the homeowner.
And I think what's most important about what you described from Home Title Lock is that they are watching. They are a watchdog for you. Most of us have a dog to secure our homes inside, but this Home Title Lock is a watchdog to secure your home at the county level, if you will.
Yes, it is. And they monitor your home's title 24/7. Most people don't realize their home's title is a matter of public information. It's publicly available to anyone. And a bad guy, all he has to do is forge your name on one simple document that's downloaded from the internet, fill out that document in its entirety, stamp it with a fake notary stamp that is easily acquired over the internet, pay the small filing fee, and file it with the county recorder's office. And that's it. For all practical purposes and intent, the bad guy now owns your home.
Well, folks, if you heard that and you're not scared yet, then I don't know what to tell you. All the information is there on your screen, HomeTitleLock.com/newsbreak. You can go there to get all of the information you need in order to be proactive and to protect yourself and your home. Well, that's going to do it for this Real America's Voice Newsbreak. Thanks so much for being here with us.
Welcome back, everybody. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We're here at the Bitcoin.com studio. That is the Bitcoin.com studio. Joining us now is border czar. What he says, he means. You better listen carefully. The legend, Tom Homan. Tom, great to see you. Tom, tell us about the significance of Alligator Alcatraz. What is it and what will it be used for?
Well, it's going to be used for detention. Look, we need detention capability, and that's one of the reasons we need the big, beautiful bill passed, because without Alligator Alcatraz, I mean, I looked at the numbers day before yesterday, and we had like 1,800 vacant beds. I mean, we are at max capacity, and without more beds means we arrest less people, because everybody we arrest has to be in a bed for several days or several weeks while we work on the deportation flights. This is the way the system is. So, you know, I appreciate Governor DeSantis coming forward to this option. It's going to give us 5,000 more beds and an area that makes sense. It's already an airport, so we're just taking over an existing property, existing concrete, existing foundations. So it's a great option. It's going to give us 5,000 more beds at a time where we need beds very, very badly.
And Tom, you're doing a wonderful job. And honestly, we need to continue to salute our incredible ICE agents. The left is going after them personally. They're trying to dox them. They're trying to intimidate. They're trying to harm them. Roughly how many deportations a day are we currently trending at? And what do you think we will get to once the big, beautiful bill is signed into law?
We're doing about 2,000 deportation flights a day, 2,000, aliens deported every day. And again, that's because of limited resources, right? We got a limited number of agents, we got a limited number of beds, we got a limited number of transportation capability. So the big, beautiful bill is going to put more agents on the street. It's going to give us more detention beds to hold people, and it's going to let us increase the transportation contracts. We need more airplanes in the air. So you're going to see those numbers drastically increase. And also it's going to increase targeting of those we're looking for. We're going to bring a lot of great contractors in with AI and all this latest technology will help us find people that don't want to be found, right? So it's going to increase capability in all areas, so you're going to see those deportation numbers climb.
And Tom, I want to comment you, 2,000 a day, that's a good baseline. And by the way, if we can get to 3,000 to 4,000, you annualize that. Now, I want to remind the audience, what is the ratio of forceful deportation, which we support, versus self-deportation? We're seeing a lot of self-deportation. The New York Post reported 1 million people have self-deported. That's an amazing number. So talk about self-deportations and how that plays in harmony with the larger deportation agenda.
Great question. I truly believe, look, I've been doing this for 40 years. While we're out there doing this big deportation operation throughout the nation, especially in sanctuary cities, we're not being bullied from doing our job. We're going to be out there every single day. LA, we got over 100 teams every day in LA looking for the worst of the worst. So as the illegal alien population in this country see us out there in full force throughout the country, more and more are being convinced to leave on their own. Get their affairs together and leave on your own. That way they can leave themselves opportunities, come back under some other program, whether it's a visitor's visa, tourist visa, work visa, or maybe they got a U.S. citizen child that can petition for them in the future. So they got a choice to get their affairs together and leave in a much humane manner where they can get their affairs in order and leave on their own, leave themselves some future opportunity, or they can wait till ICE come find them and put them in the deportation process and end up in a place like, Alligator Alcatraz. So it makes sense. The more enforcement operations they see in the communities, the more people are convinced to leave on their own. So when this big, beautiful bill passes, I'm certainly hoping and that you're going to see more self-deportations, and that's a great thing. Because, it saves the taxpayers a lot of money on arrest, detention, judicial, and all this other stuff. And it saves the taxpayers money at the same time, making this country safe again. Because a lot of those self-deportations are criminals because they don't want to be, arrested by ICE. And let's say it's an illegal alien we find them with drugs, or we find an illegal alien with a gun. They're going to be criminally prosecuted and go to prison before we deport them. So a lot of the public safety threats are leaving because they know they're a number one priority for the Trump administration. They know we're prioritizing public safety threats. So a lot of these self-removals are criminals.
Big time. And so let's just look at the three pieces of the formula here. None of this matters if you don't have the border secure. That's why Trump and you got that done first. And literally no one is coming across the southern border, Tom. And congratulations for that. You should just be repeatedly congratulated. Zero. Is that right, Tom? Literally no one came across in May. I think I saw the numbers, just to reaffirm that.
No, zero got released. The ones that did come across immediately went home. I mean, no one got in. So it's a great number. I mean,
it's unheard of.
Did they get to the border? Yeah. Did they get in? They got in and got processed and got back home. They never got released. So it is zero. And I looked at the numbers as far as the encounters who actually come to our border, met by border patrols, processed and removed. I think the numbers are going to be coming out later today. I think we'll see right around 7,000 or less. Now think of that in a month. In 30 days, you're talking about 7,000. That's less than Biden administration had a day. As a matter of fact, it's half of the 15,000 that Biden hit many times. So 7,000 in a month total encounters is a number I've never heard before, and I started back in 1984.
And by the way, remember James Lankford, who voted for the big, beautiful bill, so thank you for that, Senator. But he was all about, we need this bipartisan thing, and we're going to have a limit of 5,000 people a day. You remember this, Tom Homan. All we needed was a new president. So you need the border's number one. Then number two, and this is the key, is that we need more ICE agents. We need more people on the ground.
Yes.
And then number three, which is also important, though, is that we need to have a president with the will to continue the deportation agenda, especially in our major cities. Tom, are any
put comments on that? What we're doing. That's exactly what we're doing, Charlie. The president said a couple weeks ago, and I agree with him. I've been saying it for months. We're going to flood the zone of sanctuary cities because we know we have a problem with sanctuary cities. We know they're releasing public safety threats every day. We don't have that problem in Florida where most of the sheriffs, in fact, all the sheriffs are working with us. They're not releasing illegal alien public safety threats. So where do we got to spend our resources? In places like New York City, where we know we got a problem because we know public safety threats hit the street every day.
And just so everyone is clear, Tom, you are not forgetting any of America's cities. Just because they're a sanctuary city like Portland or Seattle, you're not just leaving them alone. This is a full occupation. Every square inch of America will be restored and reclaimed. Is that correct?
Absolutely. And with this big, beautiful bill, we get more agents on the ground. Look, we got over 20 million illegal aliens in this country. We got less than 5,000 deportation officers.
It's unbelievable.
We need more deportation officers to get out there and look for the... Again, we're prioritizing worst of the worst. The more resources we have, the more bad guys we arrest. The more bad guys we arrest, the safer this country is.
And anyone who interferes with the deportation effort, they also could face federal charges. Can you comment on that, Tom? Because some people are sharing ICE information. If you get in the way of a federal law enforcement procedure, could you also be arrested?
Zero tolerance. You can hate ICE. You can protest ICE. You have that. You have your, you got your First Amendment right. You can protest and scream and yell all you want. It's unfortunate. But when you cross that line, I've said this since January 20th. If you cross that line on impeding a federal law enforcement officer, if you cross that line on knowingly harboring, concealing illegal alien from ICE, if you cross that line, especially you put hands on an ICE officer, zero tolerance. You will be prosecuted.
And so, Tom, in closing here, I know you got a dash in a second. I want to play this piece of tape here. This was 285 from today at Alligator Alcatraz. Play cut 285.
The Trump administration steps up ICE raids and mass deportations. One tech developer is pushing back with an app designed to track ICE activity in real time. It's called ICE Block, and it's controversial to say the least. How does this work?
You open the app, it looks like a map, and users can tap the map to report an ICE sighting in their area, and then everybody who uses the platform within 5 miles of that sighting will get a push alert. This is a free iPhone app. It is anonymous. Aaron says he doesn't collect any user data. And what I think is really interesting about this in this moment is we've seen so many of the biggest leaders in tech supporting President Trump. But Aaron is sort of an example of the fact that there are people within the tech industry who are really resistant to Trump's policies.
Tom, announced today, CNN is under criminal investigation for this. Is this legal? Are you allowed to track federal law enforcement, publicize it on an app?
Look, I'll leave it up to DOJ. I mean, I'm not an attorney. I'm not a prosecutor, but I've asked DOJ to look into us. People need to understand the dangerous job that ICE has every day. Again, we're prioritizing public safety threats, national security threats. It already is very dangerous. To put an app out there and have CNN, a national network, advertise it, educate people, and as out there, and here's how you can use it, it puts ICE officers at a great risk. It's only a matter of time before there's an ambush where some nut is going to be laying in ICE knowing they're coming. There's going to be some bad guy who doesn't care, like the bad guy who threw a Molotov cocktail at 100%. Officers in Los Angeles. This is extreme. It's disgusting, and I hope DOJ takes some action. I pray to God we get this thing shut down. The men and women at ICE put themselves on the harm's way every day. And people need to remember this. They're not Nazis. They're not racists. They're mothers and fathers, too. Yep. They're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. They're not making this up. They're executing final orders removal issued by a federal judge.
Bingo.
If you want to, if you don't like what ICE is doing, then go yell at Congress, tell them to change the law. Until then, let's support the men and women of ICE.
We have your back, Tom Homan. We got to get to 10 million deportations. We have your back to get that done. Thank you, sir. We'll be right back.
Stronger natural immunity to fake news. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, I want to tell you guys about YREFI. That is YREFY.com. They are huge supporters of our upcoming Student Action Summit. Reminds me, let's just play the 30-second version. Let's play Cut 53. They're huge sponsors of this. Play Cut 53.
Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Secretary Pete Hegseth, Charlie Kirk, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, and more. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. The future is ours to build. Register now at SAS2025.com.
YRefi helps make that possible. Go to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. Many clients aren't even able to make the first minimum monthly payment on their private student loans when they first contact YRefi. Just call 888-YREFI34 or log on to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. May not be available in all 50 states. Bad credit is accepted. Do you have a co-borrower? Go to yrefy.com. That is YREFY.com. YRefi.com. You should not eat rice with your hands. It's disgusting. We'll be right back. Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and go to bitcoin.com. It is the bitcoin.com studio. So right now there is a viral clip of Zohran Mamdani giving an interview while he's doing something that, quite honestly, is very disgusting, yet calculated. He's doing it for a reason, but also just kind of show what he is pointing towards. I have many thoughts on this. And whether it's orchestrated or not, first we just need to make a comment that we in the West value cleanliness. We have utensils. We teach our kids to use utensils. They say, well, what about burgers and pizza? Yeah, that food is designed that way. Rice, since we have utensils, you don't eat it because we're not in the third world with your hands. This is Zohran Mamdani eating disgustingly, talking about the struggle of Palestine. It's so contrived. Play cut 251.
So the third holy grail of taboos in American politics, you have socialism, you have Islam, and then you have Palestine. And you are really going for the trifecta. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Tell me, why is Palestine a part of your politics?
When you grow up as someone especially in the third world, you have a very different understanding of the Palestinian struggle.
So he's not even eating with his hands correctly. People that have grown up in the third world, they say he's not even doing it right. He's just faking it. He's doing this to signal his third world cred. So think about it. To get credibility in the New York mayor's race, you have to pretend to be in the third world. Now understand that in the modern world, authenticity is considered to be the most important thing ever. But should it be? Now, authenticity, if you're pointing towards something good and virtuous, is beautiful. You're authentically trying to be the best version of yourself, to be honest. If you're pointing towards a moral and transcendent ideal. But Zohran Mamdani is not authentically trying to point New York or aim towards a better city. He's trying to bring New York into the gutter. And authenticity without virtue is just narcissism in disguise. Let me say that again. Authenticity without virtue is just narcissism in disguise. People say, well, he's just being himself. He's so authentic. Okay, if a third worlder comes and starts defecating on the side of the street in Times Square, are we going to say, boy, he's being his true and authentic self. He's really being wonderful. No, we have standards in the West. In fact, when I'm raising my daughter and I try to teach her table manners, I don't say, just be your authentic self, honey. Keep on interrupting us. Use your hands when you eat macaroni and cheese. No, in fact, my wife and I, Erica, we go through methodical lessons of here's a spoon, here's how to use it, because we want to elevate the human being above our natural, broken, fleshly state. 500 million people in India defecate on the side of the street. That's bad. We don't do that in the West because we try to value cleanliness, order, and yes, actually things that aren't filled with filth. Now, Zohran Mamdani, he's faking this entire thing, obviously. He's trying to be authentically third world when he himself is not even authentically third world. So the whole thing is just so bizarre. And even more telling, like, why would you fake being in the third world? Because that gets you brownie points because people say, oh, he is an embodiment of the struggle against Western civilization. And people say, I like Mamdani because he's authentic. But authentic to what? And what is he aiming towards? He's aiming towards a devolution. It's bad either way. By the way, if he eats with his rice with his hands, whether he means it or not, he's either authentically gross or he's being a fake, disgusting person. And in some of the comments of a TikTok video I made, people said, but Charlie, who are you to judge other cultures? No. That's the point. We in Western culture believe that our way of life is the best. We're better than Mohammedanism. We don't do female genital mutilation. Well, I guess the trans people do, but we don't do female genital mutilation. We in the West don't have child marriages. We don't believe in honor killings. We don't believe in polygamy. We believe in American exceptionalism. We believe our culture is better. You see, in the modern world, happiness is the goal, feelings are the guide, judgment is the ultimate sin, and God is the ultimate guest. And let me say that again, judgment is the ultimate sin. You're not allowed to judge others. Guess what? I'm going to judge you if you eat rice with your hands. That's bad. That's wrong. Assimilation is a necessity, not a suggestion. And guess what? We don't believe in resentment-based confiscation of other people's stuff. The third world loves that. We say no. We say no. You're not going to all of a sudden have city-run grocery stores like they do in Cuba or Venezuela. No, you're not going to send social workers where police should be going. And no, you're not going to go take other people's stuff, because here in the first world, in America's wealthiest city and largest city, we know how to create wealth. In the third world, they haven't figured it out. Go to South Africa. Go to Southeast Asia. Go to most of sub-Saharan Africa. Go to most of the rest of the world. They haven't quite figured it out. We know how to create wealth. In fact, that is the question that perplexes most of humanity. Anyone can take. Anyone can destroy. Few can build. Few can take risks. Few can build skyscrapers. Few can build trillion-dollar companies. It takes no skill or talent for Zohran Mamdani to do what he's doing. And the embodiment of him eating rice with his hands is the perfect physical manifestation of him trying to throw New York City in the third world gutter, and we must resist him. We'll be right back.
Network USA proudly celebrates our nation's birthday, honoring freedom, resilience, and financial independence. To mark the occasion, they're offering 10% off of all services through the 4th of July. If you're dealing with back taxes or if you missed the April 15th deadline, don't wait because the IRS is rapidly stepping up enforcement. Penalties can add up quickly, up to 5% per month, maxing out at 25% of your total tax bill. All of this just for not filing. And that's on top of what you already owe. But there's good news. Tax Network USA can still help you turn things around. Whether you're self-employed, if you run a business, or if your books are a complete mess, their team knows how to cut through the chaos and find solutions that work. Your consultation is always free, and getting ahead of the problem now could help you avoid some harsh penalties, wage garnishments, or surprise bank levies. So take the first step by calling 800-905-8000 and visit tnusa.com/RAV. Don't forget, you'll get 10% off of all services through July 4th as part of their celebration of our nation's birthday. Regain control of your finances with expert help from Tax Network USA. Terrence Bates here with your Real America's Voice news break. Vice President J.D. Vance cast the tie-breaking vote in the Senate to get President Trump's One Big Beautiful Bill passed in that chamber. RAV Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn, the person who informed the president about the bill's passage.
Oh, thank you. Wow. Thank you. I'm waiting, listening to these wonderful words, and they are music to my ears, but I was also wondering how we're doing, because I know this is prime time. It shows that I care about you because I'm here and I probably should be there, but we do care. Thank you very much. Go back and celebrate the big, beautiful bill that you just got passed. You sure that's right, Brian? Yeah, all right. Wow, good. He's doing a good job. Right. Wow.
House Republicans are rushing to get back to Washington in order to vote on the Senate's version of that bill, with the goal of getting it on President Trump's desk by Friday in order to be signed into law. That's a quick check of your headlines. I'm Terrence Bates.
Relentless in spirit. You're listening to The Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. I want to tell you guys about Patriot Mobile. It's patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. It is a phenomenal partner of our program. You guys can make the switch today. You probably heard me talk about Patriot Mobile for a while now. You probably already know that for years, they stood in the gap for every American who believes that faith, family, and freedom are worth fighting for. They are the real deal. But did you know they got cutting-edge technology as well? Switching is easy. No store visits, no hassle. Keep your number and keep your phone. And get this, you can access to all major carriers. That means exceptional nationwide coverage. Plus, they can even get a second number on a different network on one phone. It's like carrying two phones in one. They have an unlimited data plan. So go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie. That is patriotmobile.com/Charlie. And so go to patriotmobile.com/Charlie or 972-PATRIOT. Joining us now is a very heavy topic and very tough, but really thrilled to have with us Gianno Caldwell, author of the book, The Day My Brother Was Murdered, all about my home city. Well, I'm not from the city, or else I'm going to get called out for that. I'm from the suburbs of Chicago, to be clear. But Gianno, great to see you. I'm sorry for your loss. Tell our audience about your story.
Well, thank you. On June 24, 2022, my life changed forever when my innocent baby brother, Christian, was murdered in Chicago on the South Side. And since then, I've been out for justice, not just for him, but for other families. And I created the Caldwell Institute for Public Safety at caldwellinstitute.org. Our organization seeks to go after George Soros-funded progressive prosecutors who just began to expand to mayoral and gubernatorial races. The book in and of itself, The Day My Brother Was Murdered, My Journey Through America's Violent Crime Crisis. On that day, June 24th, when I look back at it, I realized that 150 people were murdered throughout our country. People like James from Philadelphia, who was an Army veteran, who oftentimes would go out to a park at 1 or 2 a.m. in the morning because he had PTSD. On June 24th, he went to that very park that he goes to every week, and there were kids there, some 10, 11, some 14, teenage age. He told them, "What are you doing out here this late? You should go home." And they beat him to death with a traffic cone. Or Catherine, who was a wife, mother, grandmother out in Texas. She was going home from her job as a chemical engineer on June 24th when a shootout took place on the highway. A drug deal had gone bad. The guy who was selling the drugs was looking to rip off the guy who was buying the drugs and vice versa. She ended up being a casualty on June 24th. Or baby Cecilia, who's from Chicago, was murdered on the same day as my brother, and it was miles away. Her family was in a car. Her mother, father, her brother, 3 years old, and she was 4 months old, about to become a new age here. And she says, her brother says, my sister's bleeding. They thought it was fireworks. She got shot in the head. There's a lot of tragic stories in this book, and we talk about how bad it is regularly. People know that. But what do we do about it is the question. And I talk to people like Sean Hannity. I talk to people like Dr. Drew Pinsky about the mental health crisis in our country and the contributions to violence. I talk to people like John Walsh from America's Most Wanted, faith leaders, educators, because I needed to do something about this. When my brother was murdered, I felt hopeless, but I didn't feel powerless. I wanted to get out there and do something active to save lives. This book is a connection to the very work that we've been doing at the Caldwell Institute. And I hope people go out and get a copy of the book that President Donald Trump just recently endorsed.
So again, I'm so sorry for your loss. Walk us through what happened that day. Your brother was literally standing on the side of a street, minding his own business, and an SUV pulled up. Why was he murdered? What was the motive? This is what's so hard for people that don't live in big cities. What would drive someone to do something like this?
So to your point, Charlie, 3-4 men, African-American with dreads, got out the car. They began to firing into this crowd. There was multiple people shot. The detectives on the case repeatedly told me my brother was not the target of this hit. One of the theories of the case that the detectives and I discussed was surrounding a Facebook video. Two guys got into a fight. One was badly beaten up. It honestly looked like a movie. He got beat up so badly. One guy records it, puts it on Facebook. The guy who gets beat up badly decides that he wants to get revenge for this guy putting up this Facebook video. So 6 months prior, they try to murder him. He goes to California, comes back to Chicago thinking the coast is clear. And after being there for, I believe, 2 or 3 days, he's seen out. He's standing next to my brother. He's standing next to other individuals. And they literally shoot everyone, including a girl that was on the scene as well.
So, unfortunately, in Chicago, I know this for certain, only about half of all murders get solved. Half. Was this murder solved?
No, and your numbers are correct, half. But when you look at the Black population there, those numbers go down to about 30%. Why is that? Because in the African-American community, they don't believe in talking to the police or AKA snitching, which is a problem in and of itself. A lot of these issues, as you know, Charlie, are more often than not Black on Black. This is where the victim is Black, the perpetrator is Black. And then when it comes to the police investigating the crime, no one wants to talk. So where does that lead us? In the same place we started, another loss of life, whereas in the city of Chicago, there's a ton of potential, but most of it lies in graveyards across the city.
So I want to make sure I'm clear. You are a nationwide spokesperson. You're so well respected. You have this incredible book. So your brother's murder is still unsolved?
Correct. So what I've been told by the police,
to me. Like, because
I know I can't believe it.
It's not like
either.
a lack of attention. So your brother's murderer likely walks free today.
So there's an individual who the police found in a retail store in Rosemont who was causing trouble. They arrested him. They found the murder weapon on him. They didn't know that it was connected to my brother's murder until way after when we got word. I actually found out exactly what happened because of where I work. And this particular individual was wanted for a number of other things, to the degree that the FBI got involved in the case. Now, from what I understand from my sources, that this guy is going to get life potentially for whatever else he's done. But this is a local case. It's not a national case, even though the FBI, I've spoken to them many times. I had to go out and lobby members of Congress, chairman of committees to get the FBI to take a look. They poured in some resources into this case. But if this guy is going to get life, there's no reason for him to talk and tell on the other people that are involved because his life is already over. So I'm still seeking information. I have a $250,000 reward out there for information for anyone that knows what happened on June 24th, 2022 at 117 South Vincent Street in Chicago. And I'm going to keep on the case. I've looked at hiring detective private investigators to figure out exactly what happened, that we can get something done. As you know, Charlie, the Chicago police, a demoralized group of individuals based on the leadership in the city, the mayors who repeatedly demoralized the police there. They need 2,000 new detectives in order to handle their current workload because of the things that have happened in the city of Chicago. So it's caused me to get out and try to take things into my own hand to fight for my brother, because I'm absolutely want to have justice for my brother and bring to justice the people that were involved in this murder.
I mean, first of all, God bless you for doing that. And I just hope everyone understands that even with all of your connections and all, I mean, I'll happy to text Cash and Dan Bongino. They got their hands full, but this is of high importance. You still do not definitively know who killed your brother. And it's an important element here, though. Why is that? Is it that the culture is protecting potentially the victims? Because, for example, the clearance rate, which is the technical term, I'm from Wheeling, right? The suburbs, it's like 80 to 90%, right? If someone in Wheeling, Illinois would pull up and kill, someone, almost certainly it would get figured out. It's just amazing.
100%.
If you start having a higher clearance rate, that is a deterrent to crime. People would realize, but when if you have a 50% chance of shooting somebody up, of not even getting arrested, well, then it's going to keep on happening.
Well, that brings about the rub. The politicians, the local elected officials, the progressives that run the city of Chicago. Why is it that they have a policy in place called the no chase policy, where police officers have to call their supervisors in order to get permission to pursue a suspect on foot or in car? By the time that you get the supervisor on the phone and they explain the situation, the person has gotten away. Why do they have a policy in place called the Safety Act, which ends cash bail in the state of Illinois for most offenses? They have a program there, ankle monitor program, where they have people who have been accused of murder on house arrest at home. Well, the Safety Act made changes to that particular program, whereas if your ankle monitor bracelet went out of range, the police would call you. They would come by your house and check on you to make sure you were there. Police are not allowed, get that word, not allowed to go and check on a person in this program for 72 hours with the Safety Act in place. It is insane and insanity what has been going on in the city of Chicago. And a major part of it is the policies that have been in place. You couple that with Kim Foxx, who's no longer the district attorney there, but she was very soft on crime. This is a woman who took felony cases, tens of thousands of them, and reduced them down to either misdemeanors or cleared them at all, dropped them. Tens of thousands we're talking about of cases. So where is it that you can actually go and get justice in the city of Chicago? You can't, especially if you're in one of these particular neighborhoods. And it used to be, as you know, Charlie, the violence and the crime was concentrated on the south side and the west side.
That's right.
Now people are robbing folks in Lincoln Park. There's shootouts in front of City Hall. There's shootouts in front of the Chicago
Mile.
Police Department.
They're holding people up on Magnificent Mile outside. I'm right outside
Exactly
the Wrigley
right.
building. I mean, the Wrigley building, you have people from Hinsdale getting held up.
Yes, no, 100%. You have couples that are getting beat up by these quote unquote children that Brandon Johnson said we should not demonize. Well, if a kid, 14 or even younger, is willing to take someone's life, then to me, that's not a child anymore. That innocence has been gone. You got to try them as an adult, and you got to throw the full weight of the law onto them, because there's no other choice. If you don't have that deterrence, you don't have a society that's free. Law and order must be the rule of the day in any society. I live in Miami, Florida. It's very safe here. The police do an excellent job here, but we also have politicians who actually care about the people, and they're not concerned about their reelections in order to do the right thing.
I want everyone to buy your book. It's very important, Gianno's book, The Day My Brother Was Murdered, My Journey Through America's Violent Crime Crisis. In the next segment, Gianno, I want to ask, and I'll just allow you to take it however you want, what is the root here? Is it lack of fatherlessness? Is it lack of education? Is it idle time? Is it culture? I want to hear from you. What is driving
this? You just gave the whole. That's the answer.
No, I know, and I get called a racist when I say those things. Go figure. But I want you to build that out in the next segment.
It's true. Those things, those elements. Okay, get back to it.
Please check out Gianno's book, and I'm ticked off that this is happening in our country beyond measure. And the fact that his murderer goes free. 50% of murderers walk free in Chicago. I want you to think about that. 50%. What do we have, guys? Go to zfactor.com. It is an amazing relieffactor.com. If you guys want to be able to sleep better, let me tell you about Z-Factor from Relief Factor. Z-Factor is more than just melatonin. It uses a combination of 4 natural ingredients to calm your mind and relax your body so you ease into sleep faster. Go to relieffactor.com. Charlotte B says, quote, "My body feels so much better now. Thank you. Relax your mind, fall asleep quicker, and sleep soundly with Z-Factor from Relief Factor. Go to relieffactor.com. That is relieffactor.com. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We'll be right back.
Leftists hate him. Nobody ignores him. It's the Charlie Kirk Show.
Okay, everybody, welcome back. Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. We have our Student Action Summit coming up in just about a week. You got to get your tickets, SAS2025.com. Go to Cut 51.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
SAS2025.com, a week from Friday. Get your tickets. Stay right there. Welcome back, everybody. Email us, as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. So, Gianno, let me ask you the root causes, but also how does your passion for fighting America's violent crime now intersect with Mamdani's rise in New York?
Well, I think this is one of the really big cases that I think a lot of conservatives are looking at, even Democrats who are afraid that their party is going to be what it really is a socialist movement. It's far left, it's progressive, it's defund the police, which is what he supports, it's abolish all prisons, which is what he supports. This is an individual who I think is a left-leaning lunatic, period. I don't think you can call it any other way when he's talking about defunding the New York Police Department, which is what he actually supported for as a council member. This is problematic on every level. And I think if New Yorkers actually vote him in, I'm not sure that he's going to get in. I know some people say, hey, if you win a Democratic Party, it's an automatic. But there's a lot of Jewish voters in the city of New York City. So I'm not imagining that he may make it over, but there's always a chance. And if he does, New York City is going to have two black eyes on his hand, and the Democratic Party especially, because this is what their party has become.
So, Gianno, you could say this more freely than I can. What is the root cause of this violent crisis in our major cities, Chicago in particular? I look at family dissolution, education, but whenever I debate this, they're only one thing. They say it's lack of money, lack of money, lack of money. It's always about material wealth, which, of course, you shouldn't discount. But you and I both know that it's not a resources thing. Can you address that? What is the root cause as to why these cities remain so unspeakably violent?
Well, studies have shown fatherless homes create a 20% more likelihood that a person will be incarcerated. We see that a lot in the city of Chicago. I think the drug issue is a very big problem. I think people don't talk about it enough, but I talk about it in my book, The Day My Brother Was Murdered, with Dr. Drew, about how these rappers and this lean product that they have all these kids addicted to, it numbs them out. So all of a sudden, human life means nothing to you. You're numb to it. And the fact that you're seeing violence everywhere, that creates another issue. Another consideration with all of this is the fact that these soft-on-crime policies really do have repercussions, true repercussions. If you say I can steal up to $1,000 worth of items, then what do you think I'm going to do after I've successfully continued to steal $1,000 worth of items? It's going to escalate. It's a stair. So now all of a sudden, I'm robbing someone, all of a sudden I'm carjacking someone, all of a sudden I'm shooting and murdering someone. That's a major issue. There has to be discipline in the home. There has to be leadership. There has to be accountability. And parents, specifically men, we have to do a better job with these children. And that doesn't matter who you are. And it's not racist to name the facts. And the fact that Democrats would often call you racist for naming the facts it's quite diabolical, but this is what they've been doing for years. If they don't like the facts, they just call it racist. And that's what we come to.
It's bad for everybody. It's bad for America. It's bad for me. It's bad for Black America. It's bad for our cities. And it's just, I mean, like, so should we name facts or just let Black kids die unnecessarily? And that's the last thought question I have for you, Gianno, because there's a perception that it's just gangbangers getting killed. There's a lot of innocents that get caught in the crossfire.
Absolutely.
Can you please just reiterate that? This is not just, first of all, if it was just gangbangers, they're still human beings made in the image of God. That's not something that we should tolerate. But there are like young girls playing in playgrounds that get shot every summer. University of Chicago students that get shot. Your brother. Talk about the collateral damage to this urban war that we are seeing.
Baby Cecilia is another example that I write about in the book. You're talking about infants. You got senior citizens, the same thing. And part of the reason that Chicago even have the right to have a weapon, which a lot of people have went out and got trained, they've gotten certified, they have their licensing, they be able to carry their gun, is because of McDonald versus the city of Chicago. It was an elderly gentleman whose house kept getting broken into by young thugs. And they were abusing him, and he wanted the right to carry. And that's why across the country, across the nation, we now have that right to have it securely in our house, regardless of what the liberals in those particular major cities think. We have to change the trajectory of our country. The Caldwell Institute for Public Safety stands ready to continue to push that, just like we got involved with the George Soros-funded race with George Gascon to endorse Nathan Hochman and get involved with his race. So here we are, knowing that there's a problem. I write about the solution in A Day My Brother Was Murdered book, and I encourage everybody to go out and get it.
It is The Day My Brother Was Murdered. Everyone go purchase it. We'll see you at the Student Action Summit. Look, anyone that talks about Chicago, you got my attention. And we shouldn't tolerate it. We're not going to put up with just the continued warfare of thousands of people dying in our cities every summer. It's outrageous. We have to put a stop to it. Giano, thank you so much. I'm sorry for your loss.
Thank you for having me.
It's a terrible situation. We can stop it if we want to, and we should. Get your tickets to the Student Action Summit, SAS2025.com. See you tomorrow.
happens when the fourth turning meets fifth generation warfare.
A commentator, international social media sensation, and former Navy intelligence veteran.
This is Human Events with your host, Jack Posobiec.
Christ is Center dubbed Alligator Alcatraz opens to detainees today, despite protests and a federal lawsuit.
That's right. The ICE facility is on the side of a remote airfield in the heart of the Everglades.
It's known as Alligator Alcatraz. Very soon, this facility will house some of the most menacing migrants, some of the most vicious people on the planet. We're surrounded by miles of treacherous swampland, and the only way out is really deportation.
The Justice Department is launching a lawsuit claiming LA's sanctuary city ordinance is in part to blame for the violence.
This lawsuit is about the supremacy clause and who gets to set immigration laws in the United States.
Zoran Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zoran Mandami?
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation.
The yeas are 50. The nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the Vice President votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible? But Elon's very upset that the EV mandate is going to be terminated. And you know what? When you look at it, not everybody wants an electric car. I don't want an electric car. I want to have maybe gasoline, maybe electric, maybe a hybrid.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, welcome aboard today's edition of Human Events Daily here live in Washington, D.C. Today is July 1st, 2025, Anno Domini. Folks, we're sitting here. We're looking at all of it that's going on. We're looking at everything that's happening. The big, beautiful bill passing in the United States Senate. They have the votes. The votes are coming in. And there's some people who aren't too happy about the vote. And that, of course, Elon Musk. Elon Musk coming out and saying that he is totally against this. And in fact, saying that he will work to primary members of the House who go and vote for it. And in fact, he's now backing Thomas Massie, who has been one of President Trump's proverbial nemesis when it comes to these spending bills. And Trump, of course, is now backing different challengers to Thomas Massie. I don't believe they've chosen a specific one as of yet. So this is the state of play on all of it. And here's where I come down. Here's where I come down on all this. America's finances are absolutely in tatters. The disparity, the disruption that you see on the financial side is 100% true. However, there is a larger threat to the United States of America than an economic downturn or some over-levered companies going under. And you know what that threat is? That is the threat of the mass immigration crisis. And the mass immigration crisis is the foundational issue upon which MAGA was built. That's what President Trump talked about when he came down the golden escalator. That's what all of 2016 was about. And every single moment from that time till now has been about deporting every single last person who shouldn't be in this country back to where they came from, or at least somewhere else. You don't have to go home, but you can't stay here. So whether it's Alligator Alcatraz or Guantanamo Bay or whatever it is, I don't particularly care. I just want them out. I want them out of my country. I don't want to give my kids a country where every single public place is completely overrun, just completely overrun by third worlders. I'm sick of it. I'm done with it. And there's been too much time spent, I think, on side quests. Let's get back to the main quest, boys and girls. And the main quest is getting our country back to the country we were all born in. Can it be done? Yes, it can, because we have Donald J. Trump on our side. We'll be right back. Human Events Daily.
truly means.
Welcome to the Second American Revolution.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. We're here. It's a muggy day in D.C., getting close to that 4th of July holiday. Today, of course, being 1 July. Folks, and speaking of which, let's lay down some breaking news. Did you ever notice how gold doesn't get much airtime until the system starts to shake? Well, and here is the big news. I can explain why. Starting today, July 1st, the Basel III global banking rules are now going to classify gold as a Tier 1 asset. And that's the same status as cash or U.S. Treasuries. It's a big deal. It means central banks can now hold gold at full value and treat it as core capital. They're not doing that for fun. They are preparing for something. If gold is good enough for banks and governments as a backstop, it should be good enough for your savings or retirement. And this may be the moment we've all been waiting for. Gold could reach levels we've never before seen. Whether you've got $5,000 or $5 million to protect, now is the time to act. And I've seen a lot of companies come and go. But there's a reason I partnered with Allegiance Gold. I am not just reading an ad here, by the way, folks. It's true. The Poso family are clients. So there's no pressure. This is great pricing, and they have top ratings in the industry. They make it simple to move part of your 401k, IRA, or savings into real physical gold and silver. You may even qualify for up to $5,000 in free silver. So call them at 844-577-POSO or visit protectwithposo.com. That's 844-577-7676 or visit protectwithposo.com. It is smart, secure, and simple. Call 844-577-7676. So folks, there's a lot of people have a lot of ideas about this big, beautiful bill. And one of the issues that I have with it, frankly, is the remittance tax. Wait till 1%. No. Remittance tax got to go way up, way up. You got to raise that remittance tax. All the money that they're sending back to these foreign countries, no. All of it should be taxed. It functions as a tariff because it keeps the money here at home, operating within our own nationality, our own polity. But that being said, it focuses on the main quest. It provides that money and funding and financing to the mass deportations that America and all Americans have been waiting for and petitioning their government for years. Someone who, I think it's interesting that we're going to talk about this because I'm going to bring on a foreigner right now to get in on this, and I'll explain why in a second. His name, of course, Dr. Charles Cornish-Dale, but you may know him online as the Raw Egg Nationalist. What's up, Dr. Charles?
It's good to see you again, Jack. Great to be with you.
So why am I bringing on a foreigner here when I'm launching this completely xenophobic anti-foreigner tirade today?
Well, I think you understand that I have a certain amount of insight maybe into America's future and maybe into the future of cities like New York. I mean, you know, we've been talking over the past couple of days about Zoran Mamdani and about what he might do to New York and whether New York is only just a few years behind London in terms of its basically degeneration into third world conditions.
And so this is very interesting. So Sadiq Khan gets elected mayor of London a decade ago. Call it a decade. So he gets elected a decade ago, and now you've got this huge deterioration of London in that time frame where he's been mayor. All of a sudden, we're seeing at the same time, New York City suddenly has Zoran Mamdani, a name that none of us have heard before. And I think that's kind of a similar trajectory from Sadiq Khan. I mean, had he been someone who was really part of the national discourse prior to that?
No, I don't know. I don't think he had. I mean, I certainly don't really remember him. I mean, I think he was a pretty low-level Labour politician, and then he was put forward in the London mayoral race. The Conservatives fielded, I think, Zach Goldsmith, who is the son of a former Conservative politician. But Sadiq Khan won, and it's been all change ever since. I mean, London's been going downhill for a long time, for probably for the better part of at least 25 years. And I think that's probably true of New York, too. I think that you had some of the decline was arrested by Rudy Giuliani, with his kind of very tough on crime measures. But actually, I think what this fits into is a broader pattern of decline, but it's accelerating. And there's absolutely no doubt that crime in London is far, far worse under Sadiq Khan. Since 2016, London has taxed more than ever. Sadiq Khan has brought in, for instance, fairly recently, this ultra-low emission zone tax. So now not only do you have to pay a congestion charge to go into the centre of London, you also have to pay this ultra-low emission zone, this ULEZ tax, which is enforced with these special cameras that they've mounted on the streets. So you're effectively getting like a double whack of tax every time you go into London from the Ring Road, the M25 that runs around London. Londoners are paying more and more for declining living standards. It's obvious, Londoners all talk about it. If you get in a taxi in London and you actually happen to have a British taxi driver now, because a lot of them are Somali and foreign and they don't even speak English, but if you speak to a traditional London cabbie, he'll say, London isn't the same city. London is going to the dogs. That's normally what they'll say. And it looks like, 25 years after 9/11, New York is going to have a Muslim mayor. And I think that is not only indicative of trends in America more broadly with mass immigration, but also in particular trends in New York. You've had New York flooded with migrants, these sanctuary policies. You've had a kind of soft on crime approach. And New York has changed so much that now, yes, 25 years since 9/11, it's conceivable that actually you'll have a Muslim mayor.
Well, and this is what's interesting, too, is because you see this it's actually a tripling of South Asian, so Indian, Pakistani, and Middle Eastern immigration to the New York City metro area has tripled since that time of 9/11. It's gone up and absolutely skyrocketed since then. And so people point out to say, well, wait a minute, the exact coalition that Mamdani was able to put together, I said, well, it's not just all immigrants. I said, no, it isn't. But the effect of mass immigration has created a sense where, because I saw some other, social scientists were kind of disagreeing with my analysis. They said, well, wait a minute, what about the blacks and Hispanics? Because they largely voted for Andrew Cuomo. And the point is you sort of got old New York versus new New York, because he's able to peel off the Gen Zers who can now vote. So you're 18 to 29. He's able to peel off your white theater kid liberals, and he's able to pull off something like 80% of the South Asian vote. And that's simply a coalition that's able to defeat the previous working class and, with somewhat of a Wall Street backing type candidate like a Cuomo. So new New York is actually beating old New York. And this is very similar to what we saw in London a decade ago.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the demographic changes that have taken place in London have, like you say, they've pushed out old London, if you will. They've pushed white English people, white British people out to the margins of the city and even beyond the city into neighbouring counties like Essex and Kent. You've seen a wholesale demographic replacement in the city. And of course, it's changed the politics. And so, of course, it's changed the politics in New York as well. Working class neighborhoods, working class voters don't matter. Class as a mobilizing force isn't key here. It's identity politics. And that includes, like you said, the white Gen Z and millennials. And it's important, actually, I think, to understand that although, Gen Z, white Gen Z and millennial voters haven't been sort of put into New York through mass immigration, their opinions, their values, nevertheless, have been massively, I think, affected and determined by mass immigration, so that it is, so that you do have these sort of hipster kind of Bushwick millennials and Zoomers, right, who are all absolutely crazy about Zohran Mamdani.
No, of course,
simply because he's a South Asian Muslim, and so
this is what they do. Interesting book that came out about a year ago about that. Right back with more of the Raw Egg Nationalist on Human Events Daily.
About influencers. These are influencers, and they're friends of mine. Jack Posobiec. Where's Jack? Jack, he's done a great job.
All right, Jack Posobiec, here we are back live, Human Events Daily, Washington, D.C. Folks, let me tell you something. RFK Jr., he's known, of course, for his sharp mind and his relentless energy. Remember the viral video, though, of him using methylene blue to stay focused, energized, and mentally resilient? Well, now you can experience those very same benefits with Recharge from the Wellness Company. This doctor-formulated nutraceutical delivers a never-before-seen combo of methylene blue, NAD, and PQQ, creating a unique formula designed to optimize mitochondrial function, improve energy, enhance mental clarity. Methylene blue crosses the blood-brain barrier to enhance memory, focus, and executive function by increasing ATP production, the true fuel of our cells. It also works as a potent antioxidant and anti-inflammatory, helping protect against aging and cellular damage. Now, if you're looking for a real mental and physical edge, Recharge delivers. Get 10% off plus free shipping by heading over to twc.health/POSO and use promo code POSO. Feel the difference. Think clearer. Recharge. I want to get back in here we're talking with Royal nationalist Dr. Charles Cornish-Dale about how these similar conditions and similar forces that we've seen in London a decade ago, that he saw and experienced in London, are very, very similar to the pressures we're seeing in New York City play out today. And in many ways, New York is just a decade behind where London is, and how it's just this mass flood of immigrants will inevitably, it'll change your demographics, it will change your politics, and it will change the character of your country because, of course, these will all be led behind it. And now, this is one of the things that I've said when we talk about the big, beautiful bill. There's so many people who want to focus on the issues with it. And I say focus on the fact that at least the one thing that it does do, right? And this is why I'm behind it so much, the big, beautiful bill. And I want it to become the big, beautiful law, because it centers us back on the main quest. And the main quest is mass deportation. So, Roy, if you could for us, walk us through why it is that immigration is sort of the main quest. And if we allow ourselves to be distracted and spend political capital on various other issues, or I'm not saying they don't exist and aren't out there, but ultimately this one thing will alter or destroy your entire country if you don't focus on it.
Yeah, well, there's been a lot of talk on Twitter about the big, beautiful bill, about the benefits and the deficits. And look, I mean, no bill is perfect. Every single bill that is passed, every single law is a product of compromise, where you have to weigh competing interests. You have to achieve some kind of consensus by making concessions, and that involves chipping away at certain aspects of an ideally presented initial bill. So we've had the remittance tax chipped down, for example. But yeah, this idea of immigration being the main quest in MAGA is absolutely true. And people have been saying on Twitter, look, what do you want? What kind of America do you want in 30 years' time? Do you want an America that has a much lower deficit, let's say, but is demographically a totally different country? So you don't pass the big, beautiful bill, and whatever effects the big, beautiful bill might have had on the national debt, they don't happen. But you don't fund the border wall. You don't provide more funding for ICE and for DHS and deportations, etc. So you get a totally changed America. Or in 30 years' time, maybe you have an America that has a bit more debt, or even significantly more debt, but the demographic change has been arrested and reversed. And America is still then fundamentally America. So, I mean, I think that is the best way to put it. It's like, OK, you can reduce the deficit, but then you don't do anything about demographics. Or You do something about demographics, which is, I think, the fundamental problem, because if America's demographics change any more, then America is going to be a different country, and the economic side won't matter. So, yes, I mean, immigration is the main quest. It was, like you said, it was the main quest when Donald Trump came down that escalator 10 years ago. It's always been the central MAGA quest. All of the other things are side quests. This is the MAGA agenda. And ultimately, look, you're not going to get a better bill than this, I don't think. Now is the time to fund deportation, to fund the building of the border wall, and to get all of these millions and millions of people out of America before actually America is changed for good and you can't do anything about it.
There's never going to be a position or a politician like Donald Trump. He's never going to be at a position where he's at the zenith of his power more than he is right now. He's there. This is it. We are at the pinnacle. This is the pivotal moment that everyone has been waiting for. And yes, of course, politics is the art of the possible, as they say. And I'm here in Washington, D.C., and I can tell you that's definitely how it works on a day-to-day basis. But think of the Overton window shift from 10 years ago. You know, President Trump, he could only really, when he was Mr. Trump, real estate developer Trump, candidate Trump, could only talk about a wall, but he would say why we need the wall. And he would describe the character of the people who were coming over. And the media instantly, and Don Lemon and CNN instantly attacked him for this, saying, how dare you even question this? Now, you notice, they talk about the treatment. They'll say, oh, you're sending them to Alligator Alcatraz. Oh, you're sending them to El Salvador. But they don't defend the types of people who are here illegally because they've seen the numbers. They've seen President Trump win by winning the popular vote and winning this massive victory in every single swing state because Americans absolutely want this. And you've seen a galvanization of the American people as well. 55% support all mass immigration. It's done. Just final minute to you. Could you talk us through how significant it is, where we've come from in the last 10 years to get to this point?
Yeah, well, like you say, the Overton window has shifted enormously. When Trump took power in 2016, you know, he was pretty radical, but nowhere near as radical as he is now. You know, a huge amount has happened in 2016. You know, I mean, he laid the seeds, he laid the groundwork, really, you know, for what he's finally getting around to doing now, which is actually addressing the fundamental issue, which is mass immigration. You know, he's been subject to incredible reversals. 2020, the stealing of the election, he nearly had his head blown off on national television. All of these things have, I think, radicalized him and pushed him, I think, to a position where actually he is really prepared now to do what is necessary. This is his second term. He doesn't have to run for re-election. He doesn't have to worry about, let's say, momentary sort of political advantage. He really
able
can
to finally
pursue a radical agenda.
Roig, where can people follow you, brother?
On Twitter, Roig Nationalist, Baby Gravy 9. I have a Substack, roegstack.com, and my magazine is mansworldmag.online. And I've got a new book coming out soon called The Last Men, Liberalism and the Death of Masculinity. So watch my Twitter.
Check him out. Baby Gravy 9, the raw egg nationalist. PhD from Oxford, folks. Right back.
Welcome back to this Real America's Voice news break. I'm Terrence Bates. Listen to this.
The yeas are 50. The nays are 50. The Senate being evenly divided, the vice president votes in the affirmative. The bill as amended is passed.
That was Vice President J.D. Vance casting the tie-breaking vote in the Senate in order to get President Trump's one big beautiful bill passed in that chamber. Real America's Voice Chief White House correspondent Brian Glenn is the person who informed the president about the bill's passage. In fact, House Republicans are pushing to get back to Washington in order to vote on the Senate's version of the bill. That with the goal of getting it on President Trump's desk by Friday in order to be signed into law. 3 Republican senators, Tom Tillis, Rand Paul, and Susan Collins, voted against the spending plan, forcing Vice President Vance to step in. Meantime, President Trump headed back to the White House after touring Florida's new temporary migrant detention center, which is known as Alligator Alcatraz. The compound converted an old airfield into a holding site for people in this country illegally who are in the deportation process. Real America's Voice White House correspondent Brian Glenn traveling with the president this afternoon and even talking to him about this very facility. Do we have that?
Brian.
How you doing, man? Doing all right?
Ron, this is the boyfriend, very lucky, of Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Oh, really? He works for who?
He works for
Real America's Voice. Oh, okay, good.
You think it's easy being with Marjorie?
I can take the heat.
She was working out pretty hard this weekend.
Yeah, she was, wasn't she?
Yeah, she was.
Brian getting very friendly there with the president. Florida State Attorney General describes the site as a perfect place for holding illegal immigrants because, quote, if people get out, there's not much waiting for them other than alligators and pythons. As a quick check of your headlines, I'm Terrence Bates.
And Jack, where's Jack? Where's Jack? Where is he? Jack, I want to see you. Great job, Jack. Thank you. What a job you do. You know, we have an incredible thing. We're always talking about the fake news and the bad, but we have guys, and these are the guys who should be getting Pulitzers.
All right, Jack, what's up? Here we are back live, Human Events Daily. We're here in Washington, D.C. By the way, I've got some other shout outs in the chat here. People talking about, of course, Alligator Alcatraz down in Florida, really driving the news today. So a lot of people saying, though, as well, you know, what about the other states? What about the other regions of the United States? So we've been going back and forth. Let's see. We got the Arizona Hot Box or the Arizona Rattlesnake Roundup, the Jersey Gridlock, the D.C. Swamp, the Philly Pen, the Texas Dust Veil, Tennessee Hollows, the Yukon Labor Camps, the Georgia Pit, Louisiana, of course, the Bayou Bastille, Hawaii, the Volcano Vault, Oklahoma, the Tornado Towers, and personally, I love this, the Northern California Grizzly Gulags. I really, really, really am looking forward to the Grizzly Gulags. I'm sure the Supreme Court will have a lot to say about all of this, but I wanted to get into some of this with the Supreme Court. And so we saw these decisions come out last week. And one in particular that's really got a lot of people talking, of course, was the back and forth between Ketanji Brown Jackson and her dissent, as well as Amy Coney Barrett writing for the majority on this question of nationwide injunctions. and a lot of heated words back and forth. Of course, Amy Coney Barrett running, I believe, the initial welcoming card for Ketanji Brown Jackson and playing the theme song from Hamilton for her when she was welcomed. So we knew we had to bring someone in to break all this down for us. So I had to get Will Chamberlain, senior counsel for the Article 3 project. What's up, Will?
Not much, man. Before we get started, I do want to, since you were talking about Alligator Alcatraz, I want to give a shout out to Florida Attorney General James Othmeyer, a former colleague of mine, both in Florida and a former member of the law journal I was on, actually. He's a fellow Georgetown law alum, so he's an absolute badass. You should try and have him on. Really, really good dude.
Good shout. Good. He's done great work. I got to say, though, I've been watching some of his stuff lately. I don't think he needs the beard. I think he actually pulls off the clean shaven look better. Just my 2 cents. Just my 2 cents.
We'll see.
Just my 2 cents.
You can give him some feedback.
I don't think the beard is bad. I'm just saying clean shave for him, I think it works. For some folks, JD, myself, the beard is better. President Trump, he doesn't need the beard. James, go back to the clean shave. I think it worked better. That's just my 2 cents. But I think I see something going on down there on the Will Chamberlain chin strap there.
Yeah, I got a little bit.
A little bit of a chin strap. Okay. But so when we're looking at these, this thing, when it just incredibly viral. First, it was Amy Coney Barrett's majority decision, or majority opinion rather, that a lot of people saw. But then people even started, myself included, looking at Ketanji Brown's dissent, and it was ridiculous. And some people think it was written by AI. I'm actually not sure. I think she wrote this herself in some extent. She's got slang in there. She's got millennial colloquialisms in there. Will, just give us the context. Is this the type of stuff that we usually see coming out of a Supreme Court?
No, I don't think I've seen a more strident dissent ever. And I've read some very aggressive dissents from people like Scalia, who is known for writing very pointed dissents, but this was extremely strident and flippant. And as a result, she got smoked in the majority opinion in very aggressive terms. And I talked a lot about this last week with a few people, but it's not just that Justice Barrett put out this opinion. It's that 6 conservative justices signed on to an opinion that was overtly mocking of Justice Jackson's legal reasoning. And that really shows that, the bulk of the court basically just doesn't even take her seriously anymore. They don't think she's smart. And that's not good for her because she's in the minority. So, she's just going to get to write furious, weak, pointless dissents for the next, 20 years until the Democrats get a majority again. She won't be able to have any meaningful influence over the bulk of the court. She won't be able to pull them onto her way on a moderate case. If they end up agreeing with her, it's despite her, not because of her.
Well, and so and this is crazy, right? This is this idea that you would even have judge and by the way, Will, so even though Amy Coney Barrett she authored the opinion, the other justices, including Chief Justice Roberts, signed off on this. So they saw what she wrote and said, "Yeah, I endorse that."
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. They were willing to have her have 6 justices criticized her dissent as not being based in law at all.
Wow.
And you have to go back to, what is her theory? Her theory is that the judicial power is basically unconstrained and judges should go around unprompted by a case or controversy, unconstrained by laws passed by Congress or the Constitution, saying, you, the executive, are doing something illegal, stop it. And it's like, that's not our system of government, because that would place the Supreme Court above the executive and legislative branches. And we have a co-equal system of government with co-equal branches. And in the same way that the executive and legislative branches are constrained in various ways, so is the court. And the court is constrained both by the Constitution and by laws passed by Congress, and therefore can't actually do anything it wants, can't stop every instance of illegality in the executive branch because its own jurisdiction is constrained.
And this is something where, and I read through a ton of her dissent. It's actually kind of interesting because you could almost label this the no kings dissent, because that's what she kept trying to say over and over and over. Oh, America doesn't have a king. America doesn't have a king. And then she cited She cited Hamilton. So she cites Hamilton as this, who is, and I realized something. I said, wait a minute. This just goes back to my contention. These are all theater kids. They get all of their actual knowledge of history from media and the consumption of fiction rather than reality. Because one thing, of course, that they don't mention in the Hamilton musical, or at least not in any great extent, is that Hamilton, of course, Alexander Hamilton, was famously a monarchist. He wanted a king. He was one of the people who was championing for this. And in fact, the reason that we have the Constitution at all is because the previous system, which lacked an executive, fell apart and collapsed. The entire point of the exercise of creating the Constitution was to create a stronger executive, but also place it within the bounds of these checks and balances of the judiciary and the legislature. But Will, in her in nowhere in her dissent did she seem to have any even understanding of this.
No, if anything, she criticized it as legalese. I mean, I actually have her opinion pulled up. You know, you should just read from this because people need to understand what this dissent said. Quote, "To hear the majority tell it, this suit raises a mind-numbingly technical query. Are universal injunctions sufficiently analogous to the relief issued by the High Court of Chancery in England at the time of the adoption of the Constitution? But that legalese is a smokescreen." I'm sorry, whoa, step back. You're mocking, and the whole point of her dissent is this argument, we must force the executive to follow the law. And then when the majority says, whoa, we also need to follow the law. Here is the law that governs our authority and exactly how far it reaches. She's like, that's a dumb, mind-numbingly technical legalese inquiry. Well, then couldn't you say the same about whatever your criticism of the executive branch is? Like, the executive could get up and say, well, yeah, the Supreme Court's making this argument about what I can and can't do, but that's a mind-numbingly technical legalese theory. I'm going to do what I want. It's internally inconsistent, dramatically so.
Right, and of course, this part of the thesis of the book that Joshua Lysak and myself put out last year, The Unhumans, Secrecy of Communist Revolutions and How to Crush Them, was this is exactly what they do. They do this every time, where they say this power it's essentially, it's akin to just sort of the meme of saying it's good when I do it and it's bad when you do it. And it really just comes down to that. And, I'm sorry to the folks who get upset when I say this, but this is why the friend-enemy distinction exists in politics, that sometimes it's just these people are my friends and I like them, and these people are my foes and I dislike them. And that's really all it comes down to. So I wish, by the way, that we could go back to the previous system and actually have this, system of law and the checks and balances and all this, right? But when you have people like Ketanji Brown Jackson and you have a significant and a non-insignificant part of this country, the MSNBC crowd, basically, who totally agree with her. They will completely agree with every single word of her dissent, and they will be left scratching their heads trying to figure out why it is that they were slapped down in the first place. It's because they've just willfully and over a long period of time had a completely fried mental model of the world. And I really do attribute this just to mass media and fiction and the mass consumption of pop history rather than actually understanding our true history. Of course, Will, this begs the question of, correct me if I'm wrong, but wasn't Ketanji Brown Jackson Harvard Law?
Yeah, Harvard Law. Just because you got into Harvard Law doesn't mean you're all that sharp. I can speak as someone who went to an elite law school that I wasn't that impressed with a decent number of my colleagues. Like, just because you got into a good law school, you graduated from it, doesn't mean you have a good handle on the law. And this is really basic constitutional law 101. The law of standing is something you discuss in your first year of law school. The idea of constrained judicial powers is something you discuss in your first year of law school, and it's definitely something you cover in detail in a class called federal courts, which is something that anybody interested in clerking and is going to take. So yeah, this stuff is actually fairly straightforward. And part of the reason that I think the 6 conservative justices were so angry is that this is stuff a 1L would have gotten. They would have looked at her arguments and her dissent and been like, Ketanji, what are you thinking? This isn't even close. This repudiates the law of standing that our court has developed over hundreds of years. It's like, there are close questions in the law. This isn't even one of them. Is the Supreme Court's jurisdiction constrained? Yes. Do we have to obey the Judiciary Act of 1789 when considering our equitable jurisdiction? Yes, because that's where it was granted. No kidding.
No, and it's amazing because, again, you have a situation where people are pushed through, and just gonna have to say it. You're right. This is exactly why people were so worried and so concerned about the rise and use of DEI in hiring practices, in politics, certainly, because people were chosen not because of their ability to analyze law. Elena Kagan, right? She wouldn't be making arguments like this. But instead, we know that Joe Biden, when he was president, and I've made the argument that in fact she was not a DEI hire, she was an AutoPen hire, and probably illegitimate because of that. We don't actually know who nominated her in the first place, and certainly who signed that commission. But the issue is, of course, that we knew that he said, "I'm going to choose an African American woman," and then did so. Which is the opposite of President Trump, who came out and said, "I'm going to choose the best person for the job, and I'm always going to do that." And he certainly did when he chose his Supreme Court justices, and he absolutely did with J.D. Vance as vice president. Jack Posobiec will be right back here at Human Events Daily.
They said Gen Z would stay silent, that we'd back down, that we'd forget what's worth fighting for. But this generation remembers. We remember truth. We remember freedom. And now, we rise. This is more than a conference. It's a call to action, to reclaim the future, to ignite a movement that cannot be ignored. Student Action Summit 2025, featuring the boldest voices in the fight. Charlie Kirk, Secretary Pete Hegseth, Tucker Carlson, Steve Bannon, Brett Cooper, Secretary Kristi Noem, Riley Gaines, Brandon Tatum, Jack Posobiec, Laura Ingraham, Megyn Kelly, Greg Gutfeld, Tom Homan, Congressman Byron Donalds, Russell Brand, Savannah Chrisley. Join thousands of students, future leaders, and freedom fighters. This is the battleground of ideas. This is the Student Action Summit. Register now at SAS2025.com.
When I'm working long hours, I'm always listening to Human Events with Jack Posobiec.
All right, Jack Posobiec here. We are back live, Human Events Daily on Real America's Voice, the only place, by the way, incredible Real America's Voice coverage. Just shout out to the team earlier today that was there at Alligator Alcatraz, Brian Glenn, our camera crew, everyone who was there getting all the questions in. A fantastic, fantastic job by the team who was there. President Trump, by the way, tweeting during the show. I just caught up on some of his posts saying that, number one, of course, congratulating the passage of the big, beautiful bill in the Senate. Goes through, says he's urging the House to complete it so that it can be done and you and your family can have it before we go on the July 4th vacation. The American people need and deserve it. They sent us here to get it done. It's no longer the House bill or the Senate bill. It is everyone's bill. And I like what he said down here. He said, to my GOP friends in the House, stay united, have fun, and vote yay. God bless you all. He said, have fun. Amazing. Will Chamberlain, we're back on. We're talking about the Supreme Court here. Ketanji Brown Jackson, this just ridiculous dissent from her. So for folks that are watching back at home, is there any real relief to this? I mean, I don't know if my little idea of getting her decommissioned as a Supreme Court justice is really viable. Obviously, impeachment is possible, but perhaps politically untenable. What's the real best case for the future of Ketanji Brown Jackson? Because she's quite young and she'll be there for a while.
Yeah, I think I'd rather have her stay on the court in a liberal seat. We need 5. We don't need 9. 6 is in fact good because it gives us some cushion. But I'm fine with her being one of a minority of 3, discrediting and humiliating liberal jurisprudence for the next 30 years. I think that's great. If there's going to be a liberal wing of the court, it would be better if they made arguments that were facile and frivolous and led people to understand, like, oh, these people aren't even serious and they would destroy the country if we let them have power, so maybe we shouldn't. So I don't really think there's a reasonable way to remove her. I mean, I don't think any Supreme Court justice has ever been impeached, so I do think we're stuck with her until she goes. But so long as she's in the minority, she doesn't threaten the conservative legal project because no one takes her seriously, so she can't even persuade moderates like Roberts and Barrett to agree with her.
Well, it's amazing because, and that's a brilliant point too. Producer Angelo here, producer Foz, is saying that, there's value in having someone around who is always wrong. There's value because number one, and in some cases, it's more valuable than having someone that's either always right or sometimes right. Because here's what's interesting is that when you have someone who's sometimes right, as you say, they can persuade people. They could be smarter. They could be more skillful. They could persuade people to their position. But when you have the person who's always wrong, you can always just do the opposite of what they say and you'll be correct. Yes. And you'll have the right decision. So now going forward, unless she figures this out, which I doubt, she will become the person that for the rest of the justices, they say it's almost like a poison pill. If Ketanji gets behind something, right, they say, oh, wait a minute. Wait. KBJ is on board with this. All right, hold on. Let me re-examine my position here a little bit. Let
me recheck the logic on this one. I must have made a mistake somewhere. Yeah. I think she, it's the deep irony, she might be the Washington General of the Supreme Court, right? She's just whereas the 6 conservative justices are the Harlem Globetrotters. A little ironic under the circumstances, but I think that's her role going forward. Like she's there to get beaten up on and be wrong consistently.
And it's really something, too, as well, where, I think that the left understands this because I don't see anyone defending her. I haven't seen MSNBC trying to rally the troops. I haven't seen Rachel Maddow go out. Joy Reid's not even on air anymore, really, so she's not there to, rally anything. Morning Joe hasn't mentioned this at all. So I think they all sort of realize that this is a losing bet, and, hey, we're not going to throw good money behind a bad investment, and we're just going to leave it as that. Then, unfortunately, we bought ourselves a clunker, and she's going to be there as a testament to the only surviving piece of Joe Biden's legacy, other than the millions of illegals that, of course, hopefully Stephen Miller and Tom Homan will be working through and making short work of once they get the funding that they need. Will Chamberlain, where can people follow you and the good work of the Article 3 Project?
Yeah, you can follow me at Will Chamberlain and on Twitter, and follow the Article 3 Action Project at a3paction.com. We also just put out a judicial sabotage tracker, so you can check that out, I believe, at judicialsabotage.org.
And by the way, from myself and Tanya, congratulations to you and Jordan. Just announced number 2 is on the way, so best of luck. God bless you guys.
Yeah, thank you, Jack.
All right, and folks, incredible day, huge wins for President Trump. We're getting rid of them. We're rounding them up. Start at Alligator Alcatraz and then move them all the way out. Ladies and gentlemen, as always, you have my permission to lay ashore.